Next up, we have Eric Hyatt. During his 4-year tenure with the Hornets, Eric was a valuable member of the National Society of Leadership and Success. His favorite memory with Lynchburg was winning the national championship in 2023. He will graduate this spring with a degree in business administration and a minor in economics. Eric aspires to use his degree in business to become a business analyst. He's accompanied today by his parents Chris and Liz and his sister Emma. Next up, it's Logan Webster. Logan has dedicated 4 years to the Lynchburg baseball program. His favorite memory with the Hornets was winning the national championship in 2023. He will graduate this spring with a bachelor's in biomechanical science. He plans to attend grad school and pursue a career in orthopedics. Logan is accompanied today by his parents Chris and Keisha Webster. Next up, it's Timmy Cotton. During his 4 years with the Hornets, Timmy was a 2-time academic honorable mention and earned an academic all-ODAC selection last year. He will graduate this spring with a degree in business administration. Timmy's plans are pursuing a career in logistics sales. Timmy's favorite memory at Lynchburg was winning the national championship in 2023. He's accompanied today by his parents Mike and Ellen, along with his brothers Matt and Chris. Next up, it's Carson Peggins. This spring, Carson will receive his bachelor's degree in intelligence studies. He plans on using his education to pursue a career in the cybersecurity field. His favorite memory during his 4-year tenure was winning the national championship in 2023. Carson is accompanied by his parents, Randy and Lori. Quinn Madden. In 2 years with Lynchburg, Quinn was a first-team selection for the All-Region, All-ODAC, and All-State teams in 2024, in addition to earning the All-Tournament team recognition and All-American honors. Quinn also set the single-season record for at-bats and RBIs last year. His favorite memory with the Hornets was hitting a go-ahead home run in the 9th inning against Roanoke in the ODAC tournament and winning the tournament last season. Quinn will graduate this spring with a degree in business administration. He plans on pursuing his MBA at Lynchburg and finishing his playing career next year before going into the fire department and hopefully becoming a business owner. Quinn has a message to the team. Thank you to all my coaches, teammates, and the entire Lynchburg community as a whole for welcoming me into a place that feels like home and bringing back my love for the game. Third school, best school, and we're not done yet. Next up, it's Bryce Demery. Bryce will graduate this spring with a degree in physical education. He plans on using his education to pursue a career as a PE teacher and become a coach. During his 3 years with the Hornets, Bryce's favorite memory was winning the World Series in Iowa in 2023 and the time spent together on that playoff run. In addition to hitting grand slams on the field, Bryce has been an active member of campus outreach. A message from Bryce to the team. Transferring to Lynchburg has made me feel like this is a place I can call home, and being on the baseball team feels like being part of one big crazy family. Bryce is joined today by his parents Aaron and Karen, along with his brother Jalen. Next up, it's Spencer Baird. Spencer has been an active member in the Lynchburg community for the past 4 years, both playing baseball and as a member of campus outreach. He will graduate this spring with a major in business administration and a minor in digital media arts. Following graduation, he plans on working in the business field and pursuing freelance photography and videography. His favorite memory with Lynchburg was winning the D3 National Championship. Spencer is accompanied by his parents, Scott and Stacy, along with his sister and brother-in-law, Shelby and Nick Crenshaw. Duff. Brock will graduate this spring with a degree in business administration and a minor in accounting. In 1 year with the Hornets, he finished his first semester with 3.7 GPA and was awarded Dean's List honors. Next year, Brock plans on exploring his options within the business field and banking realm. His favorite memory with Lynchburg was being part of the baseball team and being welcomed into the team's brotherhood. Brock has a message to the team. I am a Lynchburg native, born and raised, so it has been very special to be able to play with Lynchburg baseball this season. Brock is joined by his parents, Chad and Sandy, and also his grandmother. And last but not least, we have Dominic Rowlands. During his 3 years with the Hornets, Dominic was also a member of Lynchburg Campus Outreach. Upon graduation, he will receive a degree in intelligence studies with a minor in criminology. He plans on working in national security. Last season, Dominic had a 3-0 win-loss record on the mound in 14 appearances. His favorite memory with the Hornets was traveling to California for the Super Regional win last season. Dom is accompanied by his parents, Brian and Shannon, along with his siblings, Michael and Samantha. Baseball fans, how about one more big round of applause for our 2025 Lynchburg baseball seniors.
Welcome back, baseball fans. We just wrapped up our Senior Day ceremony for the 2025 University of Lynchburg baseball seniors. My name is Kyle Haney. Going to be a solo flight for part of the broadcast today, but I think we're going to be joined by a special guest or two. And now, of course, if you remember from Thursday's game, I said we were going to have a special guest, and they never materialized. So everything's subject to change in baseball and in life, and this is a big series. Let's jump right in to the pertinent information here. This is a massive series, and you have to say, really, for Lynchburg, the biggest games of the season. And you could say the same thing for the opponent, the Bridgewater Eagles. Eagles come into the year at 22-10-1. They come into the weekend doubleheader, rather, at 22-10-1 overall. Bridgewater is second in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference with a 12-4-1 record. The one tie was against Roanoke in an early season weekend double dip affair. Lynchburg, of course, is the number 4 team in the country. They are 29-5. Lynchburg is 14-3 in the ODAC, and they are atop the charts in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. So not exactly a battle for first place, but pretty darn close to it. Lynchburg has 29 wins. If they win today, that would make it 5 straight seasons with 30 wins or more for Lynchburg. They've actually gotten that mark in the regular season 3 of the last 4 years. Lynchburg, of course, last year, a little bit down maybe by their standards before that major postseason run. Lynchburg won 25 games in the regular season last year. So there's a lot to play for. There are more ODAC games left after this weekend. That's why I say it's not exactly a battle for first place. It's not exactly a battle for a regular season championship, but pretty darn close to it. Lynchburg will have 3 tough ones remaining after today. They'll hit the road to Ashland to take on Randolph-Macon in a midweek affair. And then 1 week from today, Lynchburg has to travel to Winchester to take on Shenandoah. For Bridgewater, they've got some heavy hitters left, and we know everybody in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference is really, really good, so maybe that's an understatement, right? Again, Lynchburg is first right now, 14-3 in conference. Bridgewater, 12-4-1, they're second. Shenandoah, 11-6. Randolph-Macon, 11-6, so those teams are tied for third. So think about that for Lynchburg. The last 5 games of the regular season will come against teams that are either tied for third or they're in the second place spot in the conference right now. This is going to be some good competition for Lynchburg. It will be a critical stretch. For Bridgewater, this is a chance to show maybe that they're for real. A good season. Coach Ben Spots has brought in a lot of transfers this season to go along with some talent that is back. And Bridgewater is playing like a team that is loaded with talent. They've won 3 of their last 4. They beat EMU on Wednesday 15-6. Bridgewater is 8-2 in their last 10. Lynchburg is 9-1 in their last 10, and the Hornets have won 14 of their last 16 ball games. Oh, don't forget, Lynchburg is undefeated here at home. We've got some great individual stories in this matchup, starting with, we think, the 2 projected starting pitchers. It's going to be Cam Knuckles, a junior for Bridgewater, and then Tyler Kaltreiter, a transfer for Lynchburg. Kaltreiter's undefeated. Knuckles' ERA this year is 1.38. That's pretty close to what TK's is. Yeah, Tyler Kaltreiter's earned run average is 1.44. So you have 2 guys starting on the mound, 2 bona fide legitimate aces with sub-2 earned run averages that will start. But that doesn't mean it's going to be a pitcher's duel, because both of these offenses are very potent. Both of these offenses have been scoring runs lately. For Lynchburg, they've gotten a double-digit run outburst in 4 of their last 6 ball games, including the big win against Christopher Newport on Thursday. So we got a lot more to discuss. We've got some great individual hitters to talk about, some hitters that have been hot today. We got to run down our seniors. We've got an extra senior or 2 in the starting lineup for Lynchburg. Well, 1 anyway with Bryce Demery. It'll be back-to-back starts for no doubt Demery. He had a grand slam that was massive against CNU, both in terms of length and height, and then also importance in the ball game for Lynchburg. Bryce Demery hopes to stay hot for the Hornets. For Bridgewater, they've got a couple of the best hitters in conference. Nick Stavros will lead off. He's batting .443. Watch out spot for Zach Chadwell. He's 6'5", 230, and he's got 12 jacks on the season. He'll line up third for Bridgewater here in this ball game. So we've got the home plate meeting going on right now. We'll step aside, catch our breath. We'll get the starting lineups, the anthem, and then the first pitch is coming up next. You'll see all the action live right here on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
Look what you're missing!
It really don't matter to me, I'm just happy to be here, I might go crazy.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go into personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
National anthem has concluded here at James C. Fox Field. It is almost time for a massive ODAC doubleheader. Game 1 will feature 2 of the conference's best on the mound. It's the undefeated Tyler Kaltreiter that will take the bump for Lynchburg. He had alien numbers beginning this season. And Tyler Kaltreiter is now, maybe we'll say, back down to earth, but still a very good human pitcher. The ERA in the last 3 games is 3.20. You have to think, in the last 3 ball games, he's given up 7 earned runs. He only gave up 3 earned runs in his first 6 starts of the year. So that's why I say he had alien numbers at that point. He was on the national teams. He was back-to-back ODAC Pitcher of the Week. In the last 3 starts, a bit more human, but still very good for this transfer right-hander for Lynchburg. The rest of the defense for the Hornets will look like this. The battery mate is the catcher, number 18, Sean Pokerock. Around the infield at first base, you've got the senior, Eric, the hitman Hyatt. Ben Jones will be playing second. He is one half of the Batman and Robin combo. At shortstop, it's Brandon Garcia, his high school teammate. At third base, Maddox Sutsui is there again. Sounds like Gavin Collins is on track to maybe return at some point this season. Collins got injured about 3 or 4 weeks ago now. Maddox Sutsui has stepped in nicely. Kellen Clark has played some third base for Lynchburg as well. And I think both of those guys will still be options when and if Gavin Collins can get healthy again. But let's continue the defense for Lynchburg. Left to right in the outfield, it's Logan Webster, Joe Munitz, and Ryder Warren will get the start again in right field. Warren is basically becoming a fixture out there in right field after Parker Cato spent a lot of time in the outfield for Lynchburg. Again, Parker Cato still very valuable to this ball club. He'll be ready to go if and when his name and number is called. For Bridgewater, here comes the starting lineup for them. Nick Stavros will play second and lead off. Branson Hensley is the shortstop batting second. He's a switch hitter. Zach Caldwell is DHing and hitting third. Trent Holland cleaning up. Lucas Bauer, the center fielder, batting fifth. Ashton Smith will hit sixth. Chandler Vollback is seventh. Jake Harris, the catcher, eighth. And rounding out the order, Bryce Suiters, the left fielder. Starter on the mound for Bridgewater will be Cam Knuckles. More on him when he gets to the bump. Head coach for Bridgewater is Ben Spots. It'll be Coach Spots' 6th season with Bridgewater. He played there. He was an assistant for 14 seasons after being the head man at EMU for 7 years. He did win an ODAC Coach of the Year award at EMU. Lynchburg coached by Travis Beasley in his 2nd year. We had a really fun senior day ceremony. 9 seniors for the University of Lynchburg, and we'll run down those guys at some point in the doubleheader. There is a fantastic crowd here at Fox Field, as you might expect. 2 of the conference's best. First pitch from Kaltreiter is a called strike, and we are underway on Lakeside Drive. Lynchburg in the black top today with the white pants, black hat, red bill. For Bridgewater, it's road grays to go along with the burgundy helmet and socks. Maddox Sutsui is even with the bag, and Nick Stavros will spray one foul. Stavros has had an outstanding season. He's hitting .443 on the year. He is a legitimate candidate for Old Dominion Athletic Conference Player of the Year. 11 multi-hit games just in the last month for Stavros, and he's been red hot lately. 11 for his last 18. The batting average is north of .611. Ground ball right side, Hyatt's down to a knee. Easy play to begin the ball game for Lynchburg. There is one gone in the top of the first. Kyle Haney spending all day with you, baseball fans. We're going to have a special guest. I keep saying that. I'm going to get in trouble saying that again when the special guest doesn't show up. But we think we'll have a special guest. And we've got a big day on campus. Lynchburg softball's got a doubleheader against CNU, I believe. We've got some men's lacrosse. So there's a lot going on. We're going to have a lot of fun. This is Branson Hensley. This first-year man has had some fun in college baseball already. .407 on the season for Hensley. He'll study strike one just above the knee. 0-1 start here. Hensley on the year. This is start number 18. Game 34 for Bridgewater. Game 34 of 38 for BC. For Lynchburg, this is game 35 of 39. Ground ball left side. Brandon Garcia will get a chest-high hop. He'll fire it across, and there's 2 gone. Back-to-back ground balls for Tyler Kaltreiter. And TK can really do that with his stuff. He can pitch in the zone. His control has been outstanding all season long. It's 63 strikeouts to only 7 walks. 63 strikeouts in 62 2/3 innings. Kaltreiter is 6-0. He has been on the mound in games that Lynchburg has lost. That would be Avert and Roanoke. Kaltreiter did not take the loss in those games, obviously. And you can tell that by his undefeated 6-0 record. TK pitches exclusively from the stretch there, even with no runners on base. That one just missed the corner, and it's a 1-0 count. First hitter that TK has fallen behind. This is Zach Chadwell, 6'5", 230 from Chesapeake. 12 dingers on the season for this guy. He is a transfer. It's at least 3 transfers in the starting lineup, batting-wise, for Bridgewater, to go along with some guys like Nick Stavros and Lucas Bauer later on in the order that have been fixtures here for the Eagles. Branson Hensley, a first-year man you just saw, so he's obviously a new addition. So for Bridgewater, it's a ball club that no stranger to success. They were 25-16 last year, finished 5th in the conference, actually had the same conference record as Lynchburg in the 4 seed, but because of the tiebreaker, Bridgewater had to come here for that ODAC first weekend, and for Lynchburg it was a sweep. They played both those games on Friday last year because of some weather. Wind is blowing out to right center field, so you really have to be careful with any power hitter today, and maybe you have to be careful with any hitter. TK went inside, and he got him. The first TKO of the ball game comes in the top of the first. Chadwell down swinging, and it's a 3-up, 3-down inning for Lynchburg defensively. Hey, let's meet the Hornets batting order here as we keep it on LHSN in the middle of the first. It'll be Brandon Garcia leading off. Joe Munitz bats second. Ben Jones third. The catcher Sean Pokerot cleaning up. Ryder Warren is in right field hitting 5th. Logan Webster hitting 6th, wearing number 6. Bryce Demery doing the DHing in game 1 in the 7th spot. Eric Hyde is your first baseman batting 8th, and Maddox Tsutsui rounds out the starting lineup. The pitcher for Bridgewater is the very good Cam Knuckles. He is a junior from Chesterfield, 4-2 on the season. This will be start number 9 for Knuckles. He did make 1 bullpen appearance early in the year. The earned run average is just a measly 1.38 for Cam Knuckles. His masterpiece came on April the 5th. He went 9 complete against Randolph-Macon, gave up 5 hits, no earned runs, struck out 7, and only walked 1. And obviously, that's a performance that's going to make your eyebrows stand up a little bit. Cam Knuckles is that kind of a talent. He can take the ball long into games. He can be a shutdown arm. He can be a strikeout arm. His last start against Guilford, he worked 6 strong, gave up 1 earned run, struck out 5, surrendered 5 hits. Only 1 earned run given up in the last 3 starts for Cam Knuckles, and he hasn't given up a homer all season long. So he's been pretty effective at keeping opponents in the yard. Defensively, his battery mate will be Jake Harris. Chandler Volbach is the first baseman. Nick Stavros plays second. Branson Hensley, the first-year shortstop. At third base, it's Ashton Smith. In the outfield, left to right, Bryce Suiters, Lucas Bauer, and Trent Holland. Here comes the leadoff man for Lynchburg. It's Brandon Garcia. Hollywood was 3 for 5 against CNU. He's 7 for 22 in his last 5 ball games. He's been on in 22 consecutive straight, although he did have a long hitting streak snapped. Garcia still hits in 18 of 19. Hornets have gotten off to fast starts all season long. Run scoring in the first inning is really one of their higher innings for Lynchburg. I think there's a lot to be said for that, especially when you haven't seen a pitcher. The ability to still score some runs is pretty impressive. We can run down those numbers for you. Good start here from Cam Knuckles. Just on the eye test, he really slings it, doesn't he? You can see some velocity there, I think. Brandon Garcia is under an inside pitch, lifts it to right field. Trent Holland is there for the catch, and there's 1 gone now in the bottom of the first inning. Here comes Joe Munitz. Joe Munitz has been great lately. He's the reigning Old Dominion Athletic Conference Offensive Player of the Week. A 6-game hitting streak for Joe Munitz. He's gotten base hits in 7 of his last 8. Knuckles dots the outside corner with that lively fastball. Yeah, that velocity plays at any level. Knuckles is one of those transfers. There's a lot of them for Bridgewater. Sometimes the information is hard to get on exactly how many schools guys have played at. I know Zach Chadwell, this is actually the 4th place he's played at. But Cam Knuckles has spent some time some other places as well. Swing and a miss on a high heater. Joe Munitz couldn't tomahawk that one, and now he's in a 1-2 hole with 1 out. Ben Jones is on deck. Munitz will foul 1 away. But yeah, when you've got that velocity, you don't have to hit all the edges. You don't have to carve guys up. You don't have to necessarily fear as many hitters. You can just let it rip and let that velocity beat bats and do some soft contact. And clearly, there's something to go along with that, too, for Knuckles, because, again, he hasn't surrendered any home runs. Sometimes the high-velocity guys is the old adage about the harder he throws it, the further it goes. Well, that hasn't been a problem for Knuckles so far this year. Another 2-strike pitch just barely missed, and now Joe Munitz has got a full count, 3-2. Defense basically straight away, although the shortstop, Branson Hensley, has slid slightly up the middle. Munitz will hit one at him. Oh, Hensley had a hard time with the high hop and then eventually pressed forward to get that short hop. Good hands there by Hensley and a good throw as well. There's 2 down in the home half of the first. Here's Ben Jones. Benny Bases is your country leader in walks at the Division III level. Ben Jones has drawn 42 free passes this year. Ben Jones has walks in 6 of his last 7 and 9 of the last 11. And he's a hitter as well. Ben Jones right now sporting the 2nd highest average on the team for full-timers with 336. 1-0 to Ben Jones. That one came up and away out of the hand. Looked like Knuckles tried something off speed and couldn't land it there. Defense straight away. Outfield is medium deep with the center fielder shaded slightly to the pull side for Ben Jones. There's an inside fastball that looked good. Now 2-1. Sean Pokerok's on deck. Ryder Warren in the hole if Lynchburg can continue the inning. Hornets are undefeated at home, 16-0. Last time they lost was late April in a non-conference game to CNU last season. So the Hornets got a little bit of revenge there on Thursday, beating the Captains, and just a nice win to boot. Ben Jones will hit one hard. Couldn't even get a dive from Nick Stavros. That's how quickly it got through the infield. There's your first base knock of the ball game for either club. Ben Jones is aboard with 2 away in the bottom of the first. Here comes Sean Pokerok. He's one that's been slightly cold lately for Lynchburg. A little bit of a dry spell for Sean. 1-11. And we know Sean Pokerok is a vibes guy. He's the leader, the conductor of that Vibes Train Express from last year. And Sean Pokerok found a plastic duck that he placed atop the water cooler over there beside the Lynchburg dugout. Maybe to try to boost his own production, but then also give the team a lift, give the team some vibes. The duck is named Jerry. It's been a talking point for us the last couple games, and we'll try not to overdo it about the duck. But, you know, it's there, so we want to make mention of it. And it could be a goose. We did consult some avian experts about this species of animal. You get a look at it right there. 1-0 coming up to Sean Pokerok. Yeah, we'll leave it alone for a while, though, but we did want to show it to you because it's fun, right? It's baseball. It's a doubleheader. It's a long day, especially for the players. You know, you get here to get the field set up for BP. You hit. You get some breakfast. You watch the other team hit. You get 2 long doubleheaders. You got to stay. You got to rake the field, etc. You need that in baseball some. You need some of those things to laugh about and maybe to take the focus off of the pressure, quote-unquote, of the game. Take some focus off the expectations. Just have something a little bit goofy. There's a limit, of course. I don't think Lynchburg wants a whole zoo over there beside the dugout. I don't know that they're going to add any more animals. But it's fun. 3-1 now as Cam Knuckles did get across the inside third of the strike zone with a fastball after falling behind to Pokey. 3-0. Jones is inching at first. Let's see if he takes off. Not yet. And that one does catch the outside black. Sean Pokerok was getting ready to dispose of the aluminum there. He thought maybe that was ball 4, but instead it's a called strike and now a full count. Ben Jones will be on the move here. 3-2, 2 outs. Bokey hits this hard. That's just blasted through the left side. Back-to-back really hard singles for Lynchburg. Might be getting something going early off Cam Knuckles. Did mention that early production for Lynchburg. It does not take them long to strike. Now, I will point out Thursday in the 11-run outburst against CNU, they did not score in the first, Lynchburg, but they did get 4 in the second and then 4 more in the third. And those 4 came thanks to Bryce Demery's big blast, the grand slam to left field. Right fielder Ryder Warren gets in. Ryder Warren on the season, just 204, but he has become a mainstay there in right field. He's a guy with some power of his own. 1 homer on the year, 2 doubles for Ryder Warren. On-base percentage is quite a bit higher, though. On-base percentage is a full 164 points higher than the batting average. That tells you Ryder Warren is taking some walks. He's got 13 free passes on the season. 1 hit by pitch adding to the OBP as well. 2-0 count. Knuckles has fallen behind back-to-back hitters. Remember, he got behind Sean Pokerock just a moment ago. 3-0. Here comes the 2-0. This is low and in. He's fallen behind Ryder Warren. 3 balls, no strikes. Good speed at both bases, and we're going to get a mound visit here from Bridgewater. A chance to run through some of our talking points and some of the great stuff. Lynchburg against CNU, the entire offensive package was pretty potent. 15 hits against the captains for Lynchburg. 1 double, 1 triple, 2 homers. In addition to the grand slam, Connor Moore had a solo blast. 8 walks in the ball game on Thursday offensively for Lynchburg as a team. 1 hit by pitch. And Lynchburg has scored in double digits 4 of their last 6 ball games. The team batting average through that 6-game stretch is .350. Lynchburg's bullpen has been really good, and it was good again on Thursday. Tice Fischel got the win, gave the Hornets some great length. He didn't like the way he exited the game, allowing 3 straight base runners, but overall Fischel was strong. Austin Riney was very strong, induced 5 straight ground balls. Here comes the 3-0 to Ryder Warren. Yeah, you figured the red light hold sign was on there, and it's a called strike right down Broadway to make it 31. 2 outs now. Ben Jones bouncing off at second. The catcher, Sean Pokerock, leads off at first. First baseman playing behind him there. The 3-1 to Warren. Also a called strike. That came in just above the knees. Had some sinking tailing action on it. Looks like Cam Knuckles is a guy who truly employs the 4-seam fastball and the 2-seam fastball. Another full count payoff coming here. Ryder Warren blisters one down the line, but he couldn't keep it between the bags. It's a foul ball. That one was hit well. Good location from Knuckles. That's another thing I think you can tell right away. He's really comfortable and confident using both sides of the plate. Logan Webster is on deck for Lynchburg. We're in the bottom of the first. Still no score, at least for this pitch anyway. That one hit Ryder Warren. It looked like it got him a couple times, or I think rather when the ball hit him, Ryder Warren kind of flinched to take the hit and then actually maybe knocked his own helmet off with the bat. Either way, it's a hit by pitch for Ryder Warren. It loads the bases for Lynchburg. A chance to draw some first blood seems to get closer and closer here for Lynchburg. For Ryder Warren, it's the second time he's been hit this season. Cam Knuckles has hit 10 batters. Yeah, so that's an interesting stat, especially for a frontline ace kind of a guy. I think that tells you he doesn't mind pitching inside. Now, he didn't want to hit Ryder Warren right there. Here comes the first pitch to Logan Webster. That one's upstairs for ball 1. Yeah, 10 hit batters for Cam Knuckles in what is start number 9. 52 innings and change now. The 1-0 is also high. I wouldn't read too much as far as a control issue there for Cam Knuckles. I think it just means he likes pitching inside maybe a bit more than the average guy. Here comes the 2-0 to Logan Webster. Webster's under this. It was slightly elevated. Webster couldn't lay off of it. Tough play here. Oh, and the grab is made at first base. On the move, going back to right by Chandler Volbeck. Second baseman Nick Stavros was all around it. I don't know if Volbeck called him off or not, but the grab is made, and Lynchburg will leave them loaded. 3 on, but none in for the Hornets in a 2-hit inning, and it's 0-0 as we step aside for a breather, heading to the top of the first. It's game 1, key ODAC doubleheader here at Fox Field in Lynchburg.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
High spirits for the Lynchburg dugout. Despite not scoring in the bottom of the first inning, Hornets get no runs on 2 hits. They leave 3 stranded. Runners left on base is always one of our themes that we highlight on and talk about, and then I debate whether do we talk about it too much. Is it over chatted about in baseball broadcast? Lynchburg did leave 12 on in the loss Sunday against Avert, 3-2 in 10 innings. But the Hornets overall really pretty good about the efficiency, getting runners on, getting them in. My point about the left on base numbers is they're misleading. I just think the higher scoring teams and the better teams get more runners on. Therefore, they leave more runners on. There is something to be said for timely hitting and being able to drive guys in when they're in scoring position. We'll revisit if we need to. Here's Trent Holland. Junior from Smithfield, Virginia, swings it at .392 this season. He's another new guy. No numbers coming into this year for Bridgewater. Tyler Kaltreiter sat down the Eagles in order in inning number 1. Beautiful day to play here. We should be in the low to mid 80s by the time we get to late afternoon today. There is a little bit of a breeze. Not the worst wind we've had all season long by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, that was probably in the game Wednesday where Lynchburg beat Virginia Wesleyan. Sorry. That one's downstairs from Tyler Kaltreiter, and he's falling behind Trent Holland 2-0. Lucas Bauer is on deck. He is not a new man. He's been a staple in this lineup for Bridgewater with a .319 average. The 2-0. And the swung on and lifted foul. Nice crowd, as you would assume, for senior day. And then also for what I keep calling is a really key Old Dominion Athletic Conference doubleheader. There's some other great doubleheaders going on throughout the league today. Lynchburg is the number 4 team in the country. And in the NPI rating, which is more important this year, the Hornets are currently 7th. This ball's hit well. No hitters gone for Tyler Kaltreiter. Sprayed into right field by Trent Holland. He's aboard for Bridgewater to begin the visitors' half of the second inning. Yeah, for Lynchburg, it's 7th in the NPI right now. That power index will be used for all the at-large bids and then also for the seeding in postseason play. Not the Old Dominion Athletic Conference, of course, but regional play. And Bridgewater is currently 50th in that NPI. They are the second highest ranked ODAC team. Then the conference has got a boatload of them after that. Lucas Bauer will show the bunt and then pull it back. And we're still wondering perhaps what the call was there by the umpire. Looks like he's going to tell us that it was ball 1. Good umpiring right there, because I think he looked up, didn't see it on the scoreboard, wanted to remind everybody. Also, after a shown bunt like that, probably a good idea just to give a little stronger indication about what the call was. Bauer did try to bunt that one. It was off the grip, and he was shaking at the hand there. I don't think it caught the hand. I just think where it hit on the inside part of the barrel kind of stung a little bit. Yeah, some of those NPI numbers Randolph-Macon is 59th. Shenandoah 61, Roanoke 65, Avert 66. So those numbers, again, will be used for the at-large bids. If you win your conference, if you win the Old Dominion Athletic Conference tournament, of course, not the regular season, but the tournament, then you get an automatic bid, an automatic qualifier, an AQ, as the coaches call it for short. Because who's got time to say automatic qualifier with how precious the 24 hours in everybody's day are? Another bunt attempt by Lucas Bauer. He'll foul that one straight back, and the senior now has a 2-2 count with nobody out. Trent Holland leading off at first. Eagles clearly wanted to get him in scoring position, but now Bauer may be forced to swing away. 273 average coming in to this ball game today. Kaltreiter set at the belt. He'll toss over to first base there. Holland back in plenty of time. It's an Eagle unit that does not run as much as Lynchburg. 30 for 39 in the stolen base department this year. That's 77%. Hornets, for reference, are 86 for 110. 78% success rate. The 2-2 is swung through, and it's a strikeout for Tyler Kaltreiter. Punch out number 2 of the ball game. It'll bring up sophomore Ashton Smith. He's hitting .365 this year. Smith, not a new guy. Did play some as a first-year man. And he's playing third base for Bridgewater today, at least in game 1 anyway. Lynchburg will have 7, 8, 9 due up in their half of the second. It's game 1 of the doubleheader. Lynchburg, after this game, will have 4 contests left, and then after today, 3 more. And the Hornets' schedule is really backloaded when it comes to the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. Bridgewater's in second. Randolph-Macon and Shenandoah are tied for third. And Lynchburg will play all those teams here in the span of 1 week. So it's one that sometimes as a fan you'll look at and say, oh, if we could take 4 of 5, if we could take 3 of 5, you'd feel pretty good. I don't think Travis Beasley and the rest of the coaching staff at Lynchburg thinks that way. I think they truly take it 1 game at a time, 1 pitch at a time, and then they'll evaluate after the fact. But I don't think they're thinking or coming anywhere close to telling the guys, hey, let's have a winning record in this stretch, or let's get 4 or 5. No, they want to win and compete every single pitch. 1-0 count. Ashton Smith, a right-hander, hands held high, waits on it from Kaltreiter. Kaltreiter took something off there, and it's a called strike. TK's got a lot of life on his fastball. He can pitch in the zone with that exclusively, but then a good breaking ball to go with it. And he'll toss around a changeup and a split finger from time to time. I think they've been trying to use the split just a little bit more. And as teams and opponents get more of a file on you, more data, more scouting, sometimes you do have to go to those secondary and tertiary pitches a bit more. Sometimes you do have to change it up. There's always something to be said for playing to your strengths as well. Here comes the 1-1. Runner faked a break but did not go, and this ball's fouled away down the right side. Chandler Volbeck, the first baseman, is on deck. He made a pretty good play there to save at least a couple runs for Bridgewater. Remember, Lynchburg had the bases loaded in the bottom of the first. It was a floater to shallow right field from Logan Webster, but the right fielder, Trent Holland, was really not in the picture. Second baseman Nick Stavros was there, and I don't know which one wanted to take it, but eventually Volbeck caught it. Swing and a miss. It's back-to-back TKOs for Kaltreiter, and now there's 2 gone in the top of the first. TK's got 3 punch-outs. 2 down. Holland's still at first, and it is Chandler Volbeck. First baseman from Ashburn is a sophomore, .367 on the season. Another guy that did get some at-bats as a first year for Bridgewater last year. Jake Harris, the catcher's on deck. Volbeck hits 7th in this order, which is very good. Bridgewater's got some offensive numbers this year that are great to outstanding. .323 is the team average for Bridgewater. They score about 8.67 runs per game. Interesting note, Lynchburg's over 8 runs per game offensively, and the Hornets do it with a .295 team average. So again, you can read between the lines a little bit there, and that tells you Lynchburg takes a lot of walks, and they run the bases really well, both in the base stealing and the base running. when the ball's put in play, or when the ball's not put in play, like those dirt ball reads where the catcher might mishandle slightly. TK tried the corner and missed. It's a 1-1 count with 2 gone in the top of the second. Nick Matfield, of course, will be the projected Game 2 starter for Lynchburg. We got some good Nick Matfield versus Bridgewater specific numbers, the individual numbers. Pretty fun. And Matfield's a guy that's been around for a while, so you can talk about those a little bit. When you've only played 1 or 2 games against a team, sometimes those numbers are a little bit insignificant. 2 balls, 1 strike. Sophomore Chandler Volbeck hitting against Tyler Kaltreiter. TK will throw to first and keep the runner close. We're already having fun here. Doubleheader day, Game 1. Final regular season games at home for Lynchburg. Kaltreiter's out wide again there with a 3-1 offering, or a 2-1 offering, rather. It is now 3 balls and 1 strike. We think Lynchburg will be in good shape to host that ODAC first round, that opening weekend. And we might even have some math by the end of the day that says they have guaranteed themselves a chance to host there. Again, because of the way the standings are log-jammed, may not be able to clinch a regular season title and a number 1 seed in the ODAC tournament today. But Lynchburg could potentially come close. Hornets are 14-3 in the conference. Bridgewater 12-4-1. Shenandoah and Randolph make it a little further back at 11-6. Big pitch coming here. Full count, 2 outs. Runner will be on the move for Bridgewater. That's Holland. The hitter is Volbeck. He'll wait as Kaltreiter throws over to first one more time. Ben Jones has slid slightly to the center at his second base spot. Outfield straightaway. Ryder Warren very deep in right field. I mean, very deep. He's 5 steps off the track. Kaltreiter went for the edge and got him looking. 3 straight TKOs. Kaltreiter's got 4 punchies already in the ball game, and he'll stride back to the dugout. Still no score here, middle of the second, between Lynchburg and Bridgewater.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
For Bridgewater in the top of the second, no runs on 1 hit, 1 left stranded. Trent Holland got a leadoff single and then 3 consecutive strikeouts for Tyler Kaltreiter, who looks good early. 4 in the ball game for TK. And we'll see if Lynchburg can get him some run support here as Bryce Demery will lead off. We had a full-blown Bryce Demery takeover Thursday against CNU. Bryce Demery, in 2 games against Christopher Newport between Thursday and then the week prior, he was 4 for 9 with 8 runners driven in against the Captains. He's 4 for 9 with 8 RBI and 3 runs scored in his last 2 ball games. Both of those were against Christopher Newport. Ooh, that was a fastball that tailed inside and got Bryce Demery. He fouled that off, and there was a bit of a delayed reaction. That fouled off Bryce Demery's hand. It's not a hit by pitch because he was in a swing attempt, but this is not good. We were just about to remind you all the accolades for Bryce Demery, but this is not good. Clearly not what the senior would want on his senior day, not what Lynchburg would want. And, of course, you may have to think about a new DH. Maybe it makes it slightly easier because he is the designated hitter. But, gosh, this is terrible news right now for Bryce Demery as members of the athletic training staff are going to check him out. Umpires are going to get together. I think they're just making sure that it was a swing. And now you could argue if it was a check swing, if he held up and did not go, then it would be a hit by pitch, because it's a misconception that the hand is part of the bat. The hand is not part of the bat, but you just can't be swinging when you get hit on the hand. If you swing, it's a swinging strike. Doesn't matter whether the ball hits you in the hand or the leg or somewhere else. And that would be the same thing on a bunt attempt as well. If you try to bunt a ball and then it hits you, it's not a hit by pitch. And I think maybe the umpire's calling Bryce Demery over. He wants to look at maybe where it hit him or something. Boy, if that's salesmanship, if that ball did not hit Bryce Demery, he needs to get a Best Actor award, because that looked like it really hurt. But again, maybe the rule is he was not swinging. You could say he held up and did not swing. It was a sort of a check swing. Yeah, Bryce Demery's done with the bat. He's going to get a hit by pitch. Umpire has ruled this a hit by pitch. Also, let's say good news, because Bryce Demery's staying in the ball game. We have to really say that. I mean, that looks scary. That's one that you see on TV when a guy gets hit in the hand or the finger. It can absolutely end a career, or a season at least. Ben Spots is not happy about the call. And again, remember the rule. The hand is not part of the bat, contrary to what you hear on Little League fields everywhere. But you just cannot be in a swing attempt when the ball hits you. If the ball hits the hand and the bat, like let's say the ball hits the handle and your hand at exactly the same time, well, then that would go down as a foul ball too, at least the way I understand the rule. But right now, it's going to be a hit by pitch. By the way, Cam Knuckles has hit 2 in the ball game. We looked at his season numbers. Cam Knuckles now has hit 11 batters. So he does pitch inside, clearly. We just saw that. He tried to go in on Bryce Demery and just missed slightly. And Lynchburg is a team that gets hit by pitch quite a bit as a ball club. Good transition to those numbers. Lynchburg this year has now been hit 46 times. It's just over 1.3 times per game. Lynchburg last season got hit 107 times. No, scratch that. Lynchburg got hit 94 times last year in 54 games, and the average there was 1.74. So nearly 1 3/4 times per game. Ben Spots is not letting this one go at all. I mean, this is a long discussion right here between home plate umpire, and Ben Spots is really into this. And you know, as a manager, sometimes you do have to, pardon the pun, pick your spots. And you got to see which hill you want to go to battle on. And this is one for Ben Spots that he absolutely wants to go to battle on. Sometimes you save this kind of disagreement for later in the game. Sometimes you don't want to ruffle any feathers early. You may go out and say, yeah, I think you missed that one, and kind of move on. Ben Spots did not do that there. The umpire's really got a piece of his mind. And now it'll bring up Eric the Hitman Hyatt with Bryce Demery on with a hit by pitch. Hey, Lynchburg's got 4 of the last 5 batters on. Jones and Pokerock singled. Ryder Warren was hit. Logan Webster popped up to end the bottom of the first, and now it's Bryce Demery who's aboard. Eric Hyatt, who has been on an absolute heater as of late. Main Street fastball for strike 1 from Cam Knuckles. Tip your cap to Cam Knuckles because, you know, he's hit a couple batters lately, and then you have a long delay. You have the in-between innings there, then you warm up, you throw 1 pitch, and then you got to wait about 3, 4, 5 minutes before you can throw again. I thought a nice little bounce back by Knuckles to fire that one center cut. He did miss there with a fastball, and it's 1-1. Hyatt's on a 10-game hitting streak, 4 multi-hit games in that stretch. In the month of April, Eric Hyatt is hitting over .438. Breaking ball there from Knuckles. That was nice. Really hadn't seen him go to the off-speed a ton yet early in this ball game. That was a good pitch. Nobody out. The 1-2 is low and away. Count is even up at 2 balls and 2 strikes with Maddox Sutsui on deck. Then it's the top of the order for Lynchburg. Eagles are going to send up 8-9-1 in their half of the third. Hyatt will foul a ball off of his leg, and we'll try it again here at 2 balls and 2 strikes with nobody out. been a great April for Eric Hyatt. The batting average has jumped up over 100 points. I think at the end of February, Eric Hyatt was hitting 109. At the end of March, he was hitting 114. And right now, Eric Hyatt's average is 223. So he's jumped it up over 100 points. Very hot lately.
So basically, he was hitting
check swing from Hyatt. He did not go, in the opinion of the first base umpire. And now our count is full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. In the last 6 ball games, Eric Hyatt is 11 for 19. Another big pitch. Cam Knuckles has had to throw a few of these already, and we're just in the bottom of the second inning. He got out of a bases-loaded jam in the first. He'll strike out Eric Hyatt to ease the pressure here in the bottom of the second. Swing and a miss from Hyatt means there's 1 gone in the home half of the second inning. Maddox Tsutsui is the hitter. Sophomore third baseman. Maddox Tsutsui, again, has been pressed into service with the injury to Gavin Collins. Tsutsui, a talented guy, though. He's played some shortstop and third base in all the inter-squads and the practice sessions and the fall ball for Lynchburg. So he was a guy that the coaches were confident in. He's gotten his chance. He's really done some good things defensively and with the bat. 2-0 to Maddox Tsutsui as Knuckles has fallen behind. For Maddox Tsutsui, it was a slow start again to him jumping in there. Might be expected from a sophomore guy that wasn't starting the year at third base. Tsutsui is right on this, and he hits it hard into right center field. This ball's going to go all the way to the fence. Extra bases for Maddox Tsutsui. Green light for Bryce Demery around third, and Lynchburg is on top. Tsutsui slides into third with the triple. Wow. You fall behind the 9-hole hitter, and in this league, those guys can make you pay. Maddox Tsutsui did. You talk about staying on a ball, power to right center. That's one that he probably carried about 275 or 290 in the air. Talking about feet there. And then as that ball hit, it just absolutely took off to the fence. A triple for Maddox Tsutsui. And the first RBI of the ball game, Lynchburg leads 1-0. Infield will come in for Bridgewater. For Maddox Tsutsui, it's extra base hit number 3 of the season, first triple. Inside fastball, good location from Cam Knuckles, and again, you have to say a nice bounce-back pitch. You fall behind the 9-hole guy 2-0, and he burns you. Good job to come back and just shove one on the inner third. Breaking ball, Garcia's under this. Sack fly opportunity here. Tsutsui's ready to go. The catch, the throw, this could be close. No, the throw is up the line, and Lynchburg leads 2-0. Good wheels from Maddox Tsutsui, and Brandon Garcia hit it deep enough. The right fielder Trent Holland did well to get behind it, but his throw sailed a bit up the third base line, and Lynchburg leads 2-0.
Now batting for Lynchburg.
Joe Munitz is the hitter. Grounded out in his first at bat. Joe Munitz has gotten base hits in 7 of his last 8 since April 15th. Joe Munitz is hitting over .484. Knuckles is too high with a fastball, and it's a 1-0 start with 2 down now in the bottom of the second. So we talked about how Ben Spots really pled his case for a while there on the hit by pitch. In his mind, that's why, because that changes the entire complexion of the game right there, at least for now anyway. If the game ends up being, 14-10 or something like that, we won't think of that as significant. But right now, that hit-by-pitch / foul ball situation with Bryce Demery turning out to be very significant. Good job by Brandon Garcia, really to know the situation there. Get a ball that he could elevate to the outfield deep enough to score Maddox Tsutsui. Dot on the outer black for Cam Knuckles. I think Knuckles has got good stuff, but again, when you come down to Fox Field, Lynchburg can put you on the ropes really quickly as a pitcher. You can start taking that steady jab, that steady diet of things like that. Lynchburg getting hit by pitch, Lynchburg walking, Lynchburg knowing the mission on a sacrifice fly situation. Munitz is aboard. It's actually the first walk of the game for Cam Knuckles. We're in the bottom of the second inning. Hey, Lynchburg as a team now has 18 sacrifice flies on the season. They're really good at that. For reference, Bridgewater's got 19 sack flies. Ben Jones hitting with 2 outs and a runner on first. Lynchburg has 3 hits now, including the RBI triple from Tsutsui. 2 hit by pitch, 1 walk. So it's 6 runners total in the first 2 innings. That's what Lynchburg does. Resourceful offensively was the term I used a lot in the last 2 seasons. They use all the resources. They'll find a way to get aboard. They'll find a way to score runs. They bunt, they steal bases, they take the free 90s, they take the hard-fought 90s as well. They take the 90 feet that they have to earn base to base. 1-1 count. Knuckles is having to work early in this one. That's the other thing, too. When you have to work so hard early in the game, it makes it a lot tougher to give your team length and pitch late into games. Harder for the starter to get you to the 6th or the 7th or the 8th, and then you can hand it off to the bullpen. They don't have to do as much. Lynchburg pressures early. Now all of a sudden the bullpen is really forced to eat up a lot more. Sometimes. We'll see if that happens today. The 2-1. Jones thought about offering at the off-speed pitch. He takes it for a called strike, and now it's a true deuces wild scenario. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. It's a 2-0 lead, and we're in the bottom of the 2nd inning. As close as you can get. A tie game 2-2 would be the best. Jones swung through that one. Good job by Harris to keep it in front and then throw a strike down to first base to complete the punch-out. But Lynchburg scores. For the Hornets, it's 2 runs on 1 hit. They leave 1 runner left on. No Bridgewater errors. And the Hornets on top early. Early blood drawn for Lynchburg. They're on top 2-0 over Bridgewater.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person, competing at a Division III level. It created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
Hornets lead early, 2-0 over the Bridgewater Eagles. Hello again, baseball fans. I'm Kyle Haney. We've got a great crowd at the ballpark today. Bridgewater always travels well. They've got one of those very Virginia-heavy lineups, rosters as well. So Bridgewater fans can make a lot of these Old Dominion Athletic Conference games. Big hit from Maddox Tsutsui, a backside triple. I tell you, you look there at Ben Spots now, he's still talking about that, and it might be exactly what I said where he's saying, hey, you think that one call's insignificant on the hit by pitch, but that changes the flavor of the game. And it does, and it really does. And that's not an opinion from me on whether they got the call right or wrong. You just have to say it's a big call, and it's a really tough one for the home plate umpire. And then you could also use the first base umpire there. Just like any check swing scenario, the first base umpire could potentially help out and say, yeah, I think he held up. I don't think it was a swing. Or I think he did go around. You know, interesting to note, too, on the official rule is Tyler Kaltreiter will get the top of the 3rd started with a called strike. The hitter is Jake Harris. The catcher made a good defensive play to block a breaking ball in the dirt. They got Ben Jones out on strikes. Knuckles has struck out 2. Tyler Kaltreiter has punched out 4. Back to the check swing deal. It's another one where there's really no break the plane. That used to be something you would hear about. It's a broke the plane with the swing. It's really just the umpire's discretion as to whether it was a full-blown swing attempt or not. And yeah, they can use that as a guide to say whether he went around or didn't go around. but it's like you could hold the bat at an angle on a bunt attempt where it doesn't break the plane, but then when you miss it on the bunt, well, you still attempted to bunt it. You still attempted to put the ball in play. So it's a little tricky, and it's one, like a lot of things in baseball, is that ball was sprayed right near our camera operator, Jill Pleiter, outstanding field hockey player. I think she's okay. I think she's having a laugh about it with some of the fans that are up there. That one was close, though. Look alive up there, Jill. Head on a swivel, please. 2-2 count. TK to Harris. Swing and a miss. He got him. It is 4 straight TKOs for Kaltrider. Gosh, he is ready to go here against a very good Bridgewater lineup. And this tells you Kaltrider might be a center stage kind of guy to where he needs the big spotlight. He needs a big crowd, maybe. He needs maybe the top teams to really get jazzed up. I don't think Tyler Kaltrider takes a day off against anybody. But some guys just have that in the veins there where they need the big moments. They need the big games. TK could be one of those guys. The hitter is Bryce Suiters. Left fielder swings it at 400. He's a junior for Bridgewater. Breaking ball missed from Kaltrider. Well, we saw Lynchburg's 9-hole hitter Maddox Sutsui do a lot of damage. I was trying to make the point that 9-hole hitters, guys that bat at the end of the lineup in the ODAC, are not afterthoughts by any means. They are legit players and guys that you really can't make a ton of mistakes to. Yeah, you might have a little more room against those guys than you do the 3- and 4-hole swingers. But the tail end of these quality lineups, it can really wag. It can really wag. Kaltrider's falling behind the 9-hole hitter Bryce Suiters. Let's see how he bounces back. Swing and a miss from Suiters, strike 1. There's one out with the top of the order coming up. Nick Stavros is a guy that can victimize any pitcher. More on Stavros in just a moment. Infield straightaway, normal depth. Same for the outfield. They've got Suiters played slightly the opposite way with Munitz shading that right center gap. Called strike. Pokey missed the ball, but still a strike call. And now it's 2-2. Lynchburg will have 4, 5, 6 due up. That's Pokerock, Warren, and Webster. We're in the top of the 3rd inning here at Fox Field. 2-0, the Lynchburg lead. This one sprayed foul. In our direction, we'll run it back at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Game 2 today will commence about an hour or so after the conclusion of Game 1. Most folks watching know the routine here, but always nice to remind people how it works on the doubleheader days. Wind blowing out to right center field. Looks pretty firm, too. We'll get an official weather check here in just a moment. We should get a sponsor. We should get the University of Lynchburg Science Department to sponsor today's weather update. 77 degrees, feels like 79. Wind is officially listed at 11 miles per hour. Feels stronger than that when you look at the flag. Humidity is 51%. All right, we're set to go here. Another 2-2. Swing and a miss. Kaltrider got another one. 6 punch outs. And it's 5 straight TKOs for Tyler Kaltrider. Yeah, he's throwing the haymakers early, isn't he? Stavros. Here comes Nick Stavros, Jr. from Stony Point, New York. Has been one of the best in conference this season. Grounded out to the first baseman his first time up. Stavros hitting with 2 gone in the top of the 3rd. This one's hit hard. Hyatt down on a knee. Bobbled, but kept it in front. He'll toss to Kaltrider, so the consecutive strikeout streak is gone, but Tyler Kaltrider is throwing A-plus baseball right now. He sits down another one as Stavros grounds out to the first baseman. We'll move to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Lynchburg leading Bridgewater 2-0 on LHSN.
Look what you're missing.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go into personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
Full press box. We're always having fun in the Daniel E. Wooldridge press box. Sometimes it's hard to focus because we do have so much fun. You get people running in and out. They're running behind you. They're talking. You got to be really locked in. And rarely I am, baseball fans. Anybody that's watched these games knows that I'm unlocked a lot of times. But we'll try to dial it in for you today. We don't have a really busy chat because everybody's at the ball game. We decided that most of the people that are normally checking in for our chat are watching the game today. But we'll throw a few shout-outs out there as well. I know we got a lot of fans that watch in stealth, if you will. They don't want to be recognized. They don't want to comment in the chat, but it's a lot of fun. We appreciate all the Bridgewater fans tuning in. Got to mention my buddy Matt Nolan. I mention Matt Nolan on this game all the time because he's a graduate of both Bridgewater and Lynchburg. Sorry, Matt. Sean Pokerok's going to take the spotlight back as he one-hops the right field wall. An absolute bruiser of a swing there from Sean Pokerok. He goes the opposite way down the right field line, and that ball one-hopped the fence. 2 extra base hits in the game now for Lynchburg. The double there and Maddox Tsutsui's triple. Yeah, this Hornets offense is, I said sometimes I'm not locked in. It's the opposite for this Lynchburg offense right now. They came to the ballpark today ready to swing. And it has been tough sledding so far for Cam Knuckles. Let's see how he can minimize and try to bounce back in this ball game. Down 2-0. I mean, look at that cut from Ryder Warren. I know he came up empty. That's just a mean hack right there from Ryder Warren. I think Lynchburg's got full confidence. We've talked about the contagious nature of offense. It's weird. You're the only guy in there hitting. But for some reason, those positive vibes and that energy can get transferred from hitter to hitter, get transferred right through the dugout. Whereas, the pitcher's the only one out there throwing the ball, at least till you go to the bullpen anyway. With a batting order, with an offense, it's 9 guys. Ryder Warren has belted this one. A drive to deep center field. Pokey's going to tag. That ball's gone. Ryder Warren has left the ballpark to dead central. We said Lynchburg was locked in, switched on, and ready to roll. Yes, they are. Ryder Warren with the 3rd extra base hit of the game for the Hornets. They lead 4-0 after the 2-run shot. Second home run of the season for Ryder Warren. And you talk to old school Lynchburg fans and they will tell you how difficult it is to hit a ball out of dead center at Fox Field. That one was probably just left of straightaway field. That might make it even more impressive because that's the backside power alley for Ryder Warren. Lynchburg is on top 4-0. A double from Sean Pokerok backside that one-hopped the fence. Ryder Warren leaves the yard. Let's give Maddox Tsutsui some credit again. He hit a triple the opposite way. This is a Lynchburg lineup that really, they have come in with a great game plan. They are not trying to pull Cam Knuckles. They are letting the power pitcher's velocity work for them a little bit. And they are not missing pitches. Lynchburg has struck out twice as a team. And Cam Knuckles has hit 2 batters, Warren 1 time and Bryce Demery 1 time. Joe Munitz drew a walk. This Lynchburg squad right now, 5 hits. It's a 5-hit attack. Ben Jones and Sean Pokerok singled in inning number 1. Hey, Pokey's 2 for 2, by the way. Ryder Warren is 1 for 1 with a 2-run shot. And there's still nobody out. That's the other thing about these situations for Bridgewater. You got to be really careful. This could be a massive inning for Lynchburg because there's still nobody out. Logan Webster gets to step in as another leadoff hitter. He'll get the bat out in front and then pull it back on a would-be base hit bunt attempt. Lynchburg wins so many close games. That's well documented on these broadcasts. But they could also do this too, where they break games open early. They put separation between themselves and opponents early. I think that's what's scary about Lynchburg is they, again, have a variety of methods for beating you. We know they pitch it well, always. You can set your watch by great Lynchburg pitching and defense. Shout out to the Hornet defense, best fielding percentage in the conference. And Lynchburg also at the top of the league lead for those double plays as well. Those come in so handy. Webster will watch the belt-high fastball go middle there, and now it's a 3-1 count. Looked like he probably had the red light on. Take sign for Webster. 2 hits already in the inning for Lynchburg, 2 extra base hits. Webster thought about that, but realized it was north of the zone, and it's a walk. Second free pass that Knuckles has issued. Bridgewater bullpen went and got busy in the middle of that at-bat. More players running down to the Bridgewater bullpen with gear. It means they're going to get a couple options cranked up in the bullpen. And those guys might have also been asked to deliver instructions to the first player that went down there to potentially speed up. Bryce Demery hits this ball hard. Could be 2 for Bridgewater, though. He'll get the first. They'll get the second. And there you go. There's baseball in a nutshell, right? Knuckles is on the ropes as a pitcher. Bridgewater trying to do something to stop the snowball. And Bryce Demery actually hits a ball really hard. It's a one-hopper, but right at the shortstop. And the Eagles turn 2. So file that one away. That could be big. We call that timely defense, timely pitching. I mean, the only thing there for Bryce Demery is maybe wait for something you can also get a little bit more elevated. But it's hard not to think, hey, let me just hit this ball as hard as I can. Let me rip this ball through somebody, which is what Demery did. Didn't have the high or launch angle there that you might be looking for. But Demery did hit it well. Eric Hyatt steps in with 2 outs. Swing and a miss there, yeah. Knuckles, he's got that breaking ball working. Maybe a decision to go to that more, perhaps. It's an 0-2 count. He could start that breaking ball right at your knee. And with his velocity, you feel like you might have to go after it. And then all of a sudden, it's a one-hopper in front of the plate. Hyatt barely staying alive there with, again, I think another off-speed pitch. 0-2 is the count on Eric Hyatt, who did strike out in his first at-bat. 2 punch-out victims for Knuckles, Hyatt and Ben Jones. Here comes another 0-2. Swing and miss. Catcher missed it. Let's see if Harris gets to it in time. He did. Good job to scramble, and then the rebound off the brick wall to the left of home plate did help a little bit too there for Jake Harris. It's a strikeout for Eric Hyatt, but another damage-doing inning for the Lynchburg Hornets. A 2-run shot by Ryder Warren. Sean Pokerock was on with a double, and Lynchburg in charge, 4-0 through 3 complete at Fox Field.
Want to have some outdoor adventures while getting a degree at the same time? At the University of Lynchburg, we have an on-campus zip line and road course. Plus, we offer adventure trips that cost less than a cup of coffee. And did I mention our beautiful scenery? We're a university for students looking for something more than just books. Welcome to your new adventure experience.
Lynchburg leads 4-0 over Bridgewater. Kyle Haney back with you. For BC, through the first 3 innings, it's no runs on 1 hit. Eagles have left 1 on. Lynchburg, 4 runs, 5 hits. They've left 4 aboard. And Lynchburg had the leadoff double from Sean Pokerock. Ryder Warren homered. Logan Webster actually walked, but the double play erases him, and then Eric Hyatt strikes out. So it's none left on last inning. This will bring up Branson Hensley. Switch hitting at shortstop. And a first-year man, too. You talk about a tough deal. Playing shortstop at the college level is really tough. Being a hitter of any kind is tough. And then you throw in a little switch hitting in there. And he's a first-year guy. Really impressive. Any switch hitter, especially at this level, is going to get more left-handed at bats, you would think, because there should be more right-handed pitching. It could be any level. Hensley hit that one well. Firm right up the middle there for base hit number 2 of the ball game for Bridgewater. Kaltreiter has struck out 6. It was 5 consecutive punch-outs for TK. He'll have to go to work again, though, with a runner at first. Leadoff man is on for the second time today for Bridgewater. Trent Holland led off inning number 2 with a single. Zach Chadwell struck out in his first at-bat. He's the designated hitter. Said Stavros was a legit player of the year candidate. And depending on how the year finishes, Zach Chadwell could be in that category as well. Let me give you a rundown on this big guy. This is start number 34. He's played all of them for Bridgewater. He hits .405 coming into the contest, 46 driven in. It's on 12 homers, 8 doubles, 45 hits total. The slugging percentage is over 800 for Zach Chadwell. And he's a big guy that feasts on fastballs. He is a dead red kind of a hitter. Not that he can't hit a breaking ball, but he's a mistake kind of a hitter. He's going to wait for you to get a ball mid-thigh or higher, and he just pulverizes them. 0-1 start as Kaltreiter hit him on the bottom rail there for a called strike. The 0-1 is swung through. 0-2 hole now for Zach Chadwell. And, you know, really, for a power guy, Chadwell, to me, hasn't struck out that much. I mean, he's got 26 punch-outs, now 27, after going down on strikes to end inning number 1. But I think most coaches would take that number of strikeouts for the power that he has. 0-2. Let's see if it's a setup from Kaltreiter. No, he went after him. Chadwell sprays this down the left field line, but it won't stay in play. Typically, Lynchburg is like so many teams where that 0-2 pitch is not going to be a waste pitch, but a setup pitch, rather. And that time, Lynchburg, little cat and mouse. They tried to run one back under Chadwell's hands. He fouled it away. And that's a common theme pitching with the bigger players. They try to go inside so they can't get the arms extended. And then the hitters know that as well, so they're working on that all the time. Another 0-2. That time it was low and away from Tyler Kaltreiter. Might have been a true chase pitch, though, rather than a setup. We'll see what happens on the 1-2. Nobody away here in the top of the 4th. Bridgewater, with a chance to get back in the ball game. And they're still in it. They're only down 4. So I think still very much a ball game, even though early traction for Lynchburg. How about another TKO for Tyler Kaltreiter? He pulled the string there, something off speed, either change up or a splitter, and Zach Chadwell swung right through it.
Next up, number 11.
7 punchies now for Tyler Kaltreiter. Great stuff so far. Trent Holland's 1 for 1, though. The junior from Smithfield hits .392 coming into the ball game, only going up after a second inning single. Runner at first is Branson Hensley. He's back on the slide. Lynchburg will have 9-1-2 due up in their half of the 4th. That's Maddox Sutsui, who's 1 for 1 with an RBI triple. That drew first blood, truly, for Lynchburg. Off speed from Kaltreiter is true, and it's an 0-1 count. I think we got a handle on who Bridgewater is going to start in Game 2, but we'll save that for now. They have used a couple different guys in that second game of the doubleheader. And if you look at Bridgewater's stats, you can learn a little bit more on that. Evan Burt has 7 starts. Lucas Cash, 6. Joe Christopher has 7 starts. Joe Christopher started at least one game against Bridgewater, or against Lynchburg last year for BC. And these two teams split the regular season contest last year. Lynchburg won the first round ODAC games 9-4 and 5-2. Always seems like a close game between these two teams. It's a really good rivalry. That's why it's a little bit surprising to learn that Lynchburg in the last 2 seasons is actually 7-2 against Bridgewater. It always feels competitive and close. So to see a team winning 7 of 9, Had to double check it a few times. Oh, this could be 2 for Lynchburg. Garcia to Jones to Hyatt. It's tic-tac-toe around the diamond early. Another double play for Lynchburg defensively. Smooth sailing for Tyler Kaltreiter after giving up the leadoff single. He punched out Zach Chadwell and got Trent Holland to ground into the 6-4-3 double play. Hornets coming to hit in the bottom of the 4th, leading by 4.
Today's a rough day. Jess and I are officially on a break. The couple canoe has broken up.
It's not.
How you feeling? Living the dream.
Just canoeing. That's the Mexican side behind me. The U.S. is that way.
So far, we're all still alive.
I really want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Woo! We did it! Kind of.
Back to Fox Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. For a sport that starts in wintertime, this truly feels like boys of summer today. We're going to get over the 80-degree mark. You could break a sweat on a day like today, and I'm sure all of our players are. Here comes Maddox Tsutsui. RBI triple in his first at bat. I was talking about my guy Matt Nolan when Sean Pokerock hit that leadoff double. Matt Nolan is a graduate of Bridgewater and then the doctorate of physical therapy at the University of Lynchburg. So he's a Hornet and an Eagle, so I always love mentioning him on these days. And he was a great baseball player for Bridgewater. A left-handed pitcher. Falls in that crafty lefty category. Cam Knuckles is going to stop the Matt Nolan conversation again because he just hit Maddox Tsutsui. Third hit batter for Cam Knuckles. Came into the game with 9 on the season. And we'll review again that sometimes that's an indication that a guy likes to pitch inside. Well, he was trying to throw a little front door breaking ball, a little front shoulder breaking ball that was just a cement mixer and just spun. It never broke and hit Maddox Tsutsui. Leadoff man on again for Lynchburg. They have done that 3 out of 4 innings. And both times they've done it, the leadoff man came around to score. Remember, Bryce Demery got hit in the second. Sean Pokerock doubled to start the third. Maddox Tsutsi's on, 1-0 count as Knuckles missed the zone again. So tough right now for a coach because on the doubleheader days, again, you've got to try to save the bullpen. Sacrifice bunt for Brandon Garcia. Try to dodge the tag. He's happy with himself for putting it down the line. Smart play there at first by Chandler Volbeck. Runner does move into scoring position. Garcia's got a sac bunt and a sac fly now for Lynchburg. And it will bring up Joe Munitz. 0 for 1 with a walk, grounded out in his first at bat. Yeah, just on the doubleheader days, you know, you may want to go to the bullpen early, but you also want to give your starter, again, a chance to give you some length to pitch deeper in the game to save the bullpen a bit because you know they're probably going to be used at some point. Not realistic to think you're going to get 2 complete games or even 1 against these great offenses like Lynchburg. So you have to be really careful with how you manage the bullpen and when you go to those bullpen guys. Back to Lynchburg's win against CNU. That's why Tice Fischel was so important there. He gave Lynchburg some length out of the bullpen, multiple innings, not just 1 inning there out of the pen. This fastball was inside to Joe Munitz, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count with 1 out. Leading off at second is Maddox Tsutsui. Munitz on the season coming into the game is the team leader in average, 375 this year. It's driven in 32. Also tops the team there. This one's off the end of the bat. It's going to drop in. Soft serve single. Maddox Tsutsui takes the turn. Lynchburg is going to lead 5-0. Just a perfectly placed blooper into center field by Joe Munitz. He'll take it, and Lynchburg will take it as well. The hits keep coming. 6 now in the ball game for the Hornets. 3 of those are extra base hits. Ben Jones is 1 for 2. He singled in that first inning, singled with 2 outs. It was a true threat in inning number 1. Don't discount the first inning for Lynchburg. You know, they got the first 2 outs pretty quickly, And then Jones and Pokey back-to-back singles. That, again, forces Knuckles to work a little bit harder. He then hit Ryder Warren in that first inning. Really had to pitch under stress, under pressure quite a bit. Here's a drive by Ben Jones to the left center gap. This one's going to power out and will be caught by the left fielder on the move there. That was Bryce Souters making the grab for out number 2. Short appearance there that time around for Ben Jones. He's 1 for 3 with a strikeout and a flyout to go along with his single. Here comes Sean Pokerock. He is 2 for 2 with a single in that first inning where they did force Knuckles to have to deal with some pressure. And then also a double to lead off the last frame. Scored on the Ryder Warren, 2-run home run. There's a swing and a miss from Sean Pokerock. Good pitch from Knuckles. Looked like Knuckles tried something off speed there that actually stayed high. Worked out that time. 2 down here in the 4th. The 0-1. This is ripped by Pokey, and it's fair. Down the left field line. He's going to have extra bases again. Let's see if they send Joe Munitz. Green light. We could have a play at the plate. Munitz fell over. Munitz slipped. Now he's in a rundown. Let's see what Joe Munitz can do. He'll slide home. The catcher bobbled the ball. Jake Harris got the throw from the third baseman, who was the relay man, and just could not complete the catch. My goodness. File that under bad break for Bridgewater, but also good hustle from Joe Munitz. Joe Munitz slipped coming around third base, almost equidistant between the plate and third base. He got up, looked around, briefly, I think, considered going back to third, and then he decided to run home, head first slide, and Jake Harris, the catcher, could not control the flip from the third baseman, Ashton Smith. Yeah, it's going to be a hit and an error. Pokey's got 2 doubles in the game and 3 hits already, and we're only in the bottom of the 4th inning. And Sean Pokerock has a 3-hit day already. But that will be an error, unfortunately, on the catcher, Jake Harris. Just missed it. Knuckles will go back to the windup. Lynchburg has scored twice in this inning. 6-0 advantage. Talk about deuces wild. Lynchburg scored 2 in the 2nd, 2 in the 3rd, and now 2 in the 4th. Do we file that under the resourceful offense? The base running, pressuring the defense. You just put some pressure on a team, just enough. Now, yes, it's an error. It's a play that Bridgewater should have made, sure. But there's a lot to be said for Lynchburg with that high wire kind of style. High risk, high reward maybe. Worked out there. 2-0 count to Ryder Warren. Hey, watch out. Ryder Warren left the yard his last at bat. 3-0 now. I'll give him the announcer's green light, and we'll see if the coaches do the same. Ryder Warren's 1 for 1. Got hit by a pitch in his first plate appearance. Pokey leads off at third. That one's upstairs. 4-pitch walk. Got to say, you probably don't hate that from Cam Knuckles, although he's forced to throw more and more pitches. You got bases open there if you're Bridgewater, but just more that Knuckles has to labor. You almost feel like his afternoon could be coming to a close kind of quickly here. Logan Webster popped out to right field, shallow right field. The first baseman caught it to end the first frame. He walked in his last at bat, last plate appearance. That one missed the zone. 5 straight balls from Knuckles. He really is on the ropes. Tough day for Cam Knuckles. He's a talent. He'll bounce back. He'll need to bounce back and have another good start for Bridgewater to end the regular season, you would think. And then if they want to have a postseason run, Cam Knuckles is going to be called upon to do a lot of good things. But right now he's struggling. 6 straight balls for Knuckles. Logan Webster's hitting with 2 gone and runners at the corners for Lynchburg, who already leads 6-0. A chance to blow the door right off the hinges here for Logan Webster. That's one that's south of the zone. 3-0 count. Over 85 pitches for Cam Knuckles. And again, we are in the bottom of the 4th inning. 7 straight balls for Knuckles. Probably should be the take sign now for Logan Webster, I think by the baseball book anyway. Harris tried to manipulate that one back to the zone. He's the catcher, working to get a call for his pitcher. Couldn't, though. 8 in a row for Knuckles. Back-to-back 4-pitch walks. He's walked 4, hit 3, surrendered 7 hits. Tip your cap to Lynchburg. The Hornets have done a little bit of everything in this game, as usual. I mean, this is the Hornets' offensive identity, I think, right here in a nutshell, right in 4 innings here. A little bit of small ball. There's a sacrifice bunt. sack fly. They've been hit a few times. They've walked. They've run the bases well. They've run the bases aggressively, maybe borderline irresponsibly there, but it worked. Wasn't irresponsible from Joe Munitz. He just slipped and fell down. It was a traction issue, not a responsibility issue. 0-1 count to Bryce Demery. Good job by Knuckles to get across for a called strike. Bases are loaded for Demery. Big swing there. He tried to duplicate the grand slam that he hit 48 hours ago against Christopher Newport. Now Demery's down 0-2. He'll have to dig in and go to work. Demery was hitting his first plate appearance, grounded into the 6-4-3 double play. Demery, a hold of this one, a drive to right field. This ball is back. This ball's staying in the yard, but it's down for extra bases. Lynchburg will score 2 more. Now a 3rd run. Bryce Demery is back safely at second. It's a double for Demery, and the Bryce Demery takeover continues. Not a grand slam, but a bases-clearing double for Bryce Demery. And Lynchburg has really seized control in a big way. It's a 5-run inning right now for Lynchburg. Wow, 2 doubles in the inning for the Hornets. This is impressive. That's the understatement of the year, I know, but this is impressive. Pitching change for Bridgewater. We got to collect our thoughts and catch our breath up here in the press box. We'll greet the new arm for Bridgewater. Lynchburg rolling early in Game 1 against Bridgewater. Joe Christopher is on the mound for Bridgewater. He'll try to stabilize and perhaps minimize more Lynchburg damage. The Hornets lead 9-0. It is a 5-run 4th inning for Lynchburg. Here's how it goes up to this point. Maddox Sutsui got hit. Brandon Garcia bunted him to second. Joe Munitz an RBI single. Ben Jones flew out to left field. Sean Pokerock hit a double down the left field line. Joe Munitz was taking a turn around third. He slipped and fell down. They had him basically in a rundown. Munitz scrambled home, and the catcher, Jake Harris, could not complete the catch and tag. The ball popped out. So the run scores there. It was 6-0 Lynchburg at that point. Pokey advanced to third while all that was happening. Back-to-back walks to Ryder Bourne and Logan Webster, and then Bryce Demery with an absolute nail, you have to say. It's only the fourth inning, but you have to call that a nail right there for Bryce Demery. A 3 RBI double. So you think it comes down to so many small things in baseball. All these little things add up in baseball. If Harris catches that ball and tags out Joe Munitz, Lynchburg still scores in the inning, but it's a 5-0 game, and the inning is over. Right now, it's a 9-0 Hornet lead, and the inning is not over. There's a runner in scoring position for Eric Hyatt. And kind of back to Bryce Demery's initial plate appearance where he got hit by the pitch. That came around to haunt Bridgewater. The pitcher is Joe Christopher. He has worked against Lynchburg. This is appearance number 8 for Joe Christopher, and actually his first bullpen spot of the year. He's made 7 starts up to this point, but they're going to use Joe Christopher out of the bullpen. The earned run average is 6.12 this season for Joe Christopher. Christopher's slurve breaking ball misses, and it's a 1-ball, no-strike count to Eric Hyatt. Hyatt is one of the guys that struggled against Cam Knuckles, struck out twice. But a chance to start fresh here for Eric Hyatt with a runner in scoring position. That's Bryce Demery. Demery drove in 3. Eric Hyatt. He'll lift this one to left field. This is shallow, though. This ball is tailing. This ball's down. It's a base hit for Eric Hyatt. A well-placed high single for Eric Hyatt. Or it's a double, rather. Yeah. No, that's a true double for Eric Hyatt. He was hustling the entire way off the bat. It was not a single and an error. Bridgewater didn't make an error. Just was a sliding grab that Bryce Suiters couldn't make. Lynchburg by 10. Lynchburg by 10 in the 4th inning. And it's Maddox Tsutsui, who's as hot as anybody on the ball club. He started this inning with a hit by pitch, by the way. Lynchburg has batted around here in the bottom of the 4th. Got to give you a rundown on Bryce Demery's numbers here in the last few games. They're astronomical. They're absolutely out of this world right now for Bryce Demery. 1-0 count here to Maddox Tsutsui, who's 1 for 1 with an RBI triple, hit by a pitch. Tsutsui scored twice in the ball game. Breaking ball lands that time from Christopher. Good pitch. It'll be Lucas Bauer leading off for Bridgewater in the top of the 5th. Let's see if the Eagles can muster up some kind of momentum. You got a game 2 to play in the doubleheader as well. That's the other thing about a situation like this in game 1. It zaps so much of your energy and your confidence. When you're on the business end of this performance right now from Lynchburg, when you're taking this, it just wrecks your confidence. Got to find a way to stay alert and alive, ready to go. Tsutsui will foul off a fastball, and now it's a 2-ball, 2-strike count with 2 outs in a 10-0 Lynchburg lead. 10-0. Demery scored twice, by the way. 3 runners driven in for Bryce Demery, all in one swing there. Backside double. Here comes the 2-2. Tsutsui's on that. Ooh, laced it behind the third base coach, Luke Lowry. Foul ball. We'll rerun it at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Home half of the 4th. Lynchburg looking for win number 30. That would be the 5th season in a row of 30 wins for Lynchburg. And that goes back to the 2021 season. And remember, in 2020, that was cut short because of COVID. Breaking ball close from Christopher, but south of the zone, and Tsutsui laid off. Now it's full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Brandon Garcia on deck. He's got a sacrifice bunt in this inning. Here comes the 3-2. Tsutsui's under it, and it's foul. That's Jonathan Faust, our ace graphics guy / producer / dunker / all-around good human being. Fuels up for the long doubleheader day. And he bumped into me with his ham sandwich on wheat. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Hyatt bouncing a bit at second. Tsutsui puts this one into center field. Could be a long run. This ball's down. It's another hit for Lynchburg. Hyatt will take the turn for home. He didn't have to wait and see if it was caught with 2 outs, and Lynchburg has scored again. 3 consecutive hits for Lynchburg. It's 5 hits in the inning. 5 hits in the inning. Another RBI for Maddox Tsutsui. Not nearly as hard as his triple, but still a hit for Maddox. He's 2 for 2 with a hit by pitch. Brandon Garcia is one that's actually looking for his first hit of the ball game. Garcia and Logan Webster are the only players in the Lynchburg lineup without a hit through 4 innings. Through 4 innings. Now, this is the 4th time through the order, so if you go by plate appearances, Lynchburg offensively has basically had a game's worth of them here in just 4 frames. We've still got 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Lynchburg by 11. That one was inside. Garcia dodged. And you look at the body language there. I think maybe he's regretting that. Maybe he should have stayed in there and just worn that one on the right thigh or hamstring. Still a chance to hit, and he's hitting with a 2-0 count, though. Right-hander Christopher sets and deals. That one's off the plate away. 3 balls, no strikes. For Lynchburg in the inning, I said it was 3 straight hits. 2 of those were actually doubles. It's 10 base knocks in the game for Lynchburg. To go along with 4 walks, a couple hit by pitch. Joe Christopher was ready to go. Brandon Garcia was not. Didn't have the eye contact there, which is required. It's a long break for Tyler Kaltreiter. I bet the pitcher for Lynchburg was moving around a little bit, maybe took a couple tosses just to wake the arm up some. Of course, he'll get the warm-up pitches before the 5th inning. But this has been a long frame for Lynchburg. Been a very long frame for Lynchburg. 7-run inning for Lynchburg. It's a 3-1 coming up to Brandon Garcia. Christopher delivers. Garcia's out in front of that on a pitch that was breaking down and in. Full count now. Tsutsui will be on the move. Can I tell you, fans, that Lynchburg scored all but one of these runs with 2 outs. Ben Jones flew out to left. That gave us 2 outs. And then everybody's gotten on since then. 2-out damage, 2-out rally for Lynchburg. Garcia flares this one back. We'll rerun the full count delivery here in just a second. And so again, Tsutsui got hit by a pitch. Garcia bunted him to second. Joe Munitz singled him home. Ben Jones flew out to left. Then everything else happened. It was a 1-run inning for Lynchburg at that point. They led 5-0. Now the Hornets are on top 11-0. Another payoff on the way. Ball 4. 5 walks in the game for Lynchburg. Brandon Garcia has reached for the first time today, actually. That'll extend an on-base streak for Brandon Garcia. He's been on now in 23 consecutive ball games. Here comes Joe Munitz. He's the 3rd Hornet hitter to step to the plate twice in this 4th inning. A never-ending 4th inning right here. For Bridgewater, got to stop the bleeding somewhere. It's going to require a tourniquet and some heavy surgery, but you got to stop it somehow. Christopher fires to Joe Munitz. Breaking ball will catch the down and in portion of the strike zone for called strike 1. Munitz is 1 for 2, by the way, with a walk. And he slipped coming around 3rd with 2 outs where Lynchburg had only scored 1, but managed to get home on a misplay by Bridgewater defensively. Then the floodgates opened. Munitz has pounded this ball. This ball's hit hard to right center field, and it's down. Another hit for Lynchburg. 1 run will score, and it's runners at the corners for the Hornets. A 2-hit day for Joe Munitz. His hot streak really continues. You have to say that. Not only is it a 2-hit day for Joe Munitz, it's a 2-hit inning for Joe Munitz. He's got 2 RBI in the inning as well. Drives in another one. Brandon Garcia held up at 3rd. Ben Jones is 1 for 3 in this ball game. Single in the first, strikeout on a breaking ball that was down from Cam Knuckles, and he flew out to left field in this inning. Here's one you don't want to do if you're Ben Jones. You don't want to make the 2nd and 3rd outs in the same inning. Some things you just can't help, though. The 0-0 is well wide and low, and it's 1 ball and no strikes. Sean Pokerok's coming up, who's 3 for 3, by the way, with a double in this inning and 2 doubles in the game. And the offensive numbers, I mean, it sounds like a video game. It sounds like, I don't know what it sounds like, honestly. Munitz is going to go. He'll pump fake there. 2 in scoring position now for Ben Jones. Eight-run inning right now for Lynchburg. They lead by 12. Just doing more math there. 2-0 count coming up to Ben Jones. That's in the dirt. Good stop by Jake Harris. Tough right now for Jake Harris. Tip your cap to the catcher for Bridgewater. He had a tough error on a play that he would love to get back. A play that completely changed the complexion of this ball game. But he's worked hard back there as a catcher. Those catchers always put their body on the line. Mine's too. Fastball's in. 4-pitch walk to Ben Jones. 6 walks in the inning for Lynchburg. 6 walks in the game for Lynchburg, but it is 4 free passes in the inning.
Stepping up to the plate for the Hornets, number 18, Sean Pokerok.
It's 6 hits in the inning for Lynchburg. 6 hits in the inning, 11 in the game. 6 walks in the game, 4 in the inning. We're in the bottom of the 4th. Bases are loaded again for Sean Pokerok. Pokey right now is 3 for 3 with 2 doubles. He's doubled in the inning. He's not using a bat up there. Sean Pokerok's using like a Samoan war club right now or something. 0-1 count. Use some discretion laying off that breaking ball. He'll take another one that comes in at the kneecap for strike 2. Good job by Joe Christopher to bounce back. It was a 4-pitch walk to Jones. But he's actually gotten ahead of Sean Pokerok, who's arguably the hottest hitter in the zip code right now. 0-2 count. Here it comes. Pokey's on that. It's up the middle for another base hit. Sean Pokerok is 4 for 4. Joe Munitz got the green light. He stayed on his feet that time. Joe Munitz has scored again. Lynchburg has put 2 more up. It is a 14-0 Lynchburg lead, and this never-ending 4th inning continues. This is a fourth inning that I don't think any of us at the ballpark or watching the broadcast are going to forget. And that includes the Bridgewater side. And if you're Bridgewater, you have to find a way to use this inning as motivation somehow. I know that's not going to be easy today, but you got to go back and have that as a goal. Hey, let's not ever let that happen again. Ryder Warren has homered in the ball game. Check swing on a pitch that was slightly high. Runners at first and second with 2 outs. Remember, all but one of the runs in this inning has come with 2 outs. 9 runs have scored with 2 outs. It's a 10-run inning total for Lynchburg, and it's a 14-0 lead right now for the Hornets. A half an inning that is more than rare, almost unheard of, and it continues. 1-1 count. Christopher set at the belt. 2-seamer was nowhere close, and now it's 2 balls and 1 strike with 2 outs to Ryder Warren. Ryder Warren's 1 for 1. He's gotten hit by a pitch and walked. So again, for Lynchburg, it's 12 hits in the game, 7 in the inning. Warren way too early on a fastball inside, yanked it foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, with a 14-0 lead in the bottom of the 4th. Not a football score. Not 2 touchdowns and 2 extra points. Lynchburg is doing this on the diamond right now. 14-0. We'll start looking at some high scores for the year. Joe Christopher was too early on that one again. Just a warning again. 2-2. Runners on first and second. Ryder Warren walked and scored a run earlier in this 4th inning.
You got this.
The 2-2 just missed. Really good pitch from Joe Christopher. I mean, any other situation, you call that a really good miss from Joe Christopher. But in an inning like this, you got to be more than really good. Bridgewater's going to have to do something to get off the field. Full count. Runners are in motion again. Inside, ball 4. 7th walk of the game, 5th of the inning. Lynchburg, in the inning again, has 7 base hits and 5 walks in 1 inning of baseball. There's also a hit batter in this inning as well. Maddox Sutsui got hit to lead off the 4th. And we'll do the thing where we go back and check the broadcast and figure out how long the half inning has taken. There's only been 1 pitching change in the inning. Cam Knuckles, the junior starter, was getting a bit roughed up. I mean, he gave up 2 in the 2nd and 2 in the 3rd. That was the big Ryder Warren home run to dead center. But Cam Knuckles, when the wheels fell off, they really came off. The entire car broke down, unfortunately, for Bridgewater. The hitter is Logan Webster. One of 2 guys in the Lynchburg order that does not have a hit in the ball game. He has reached twice with 2 walks. He scored once. That came earlier in this 4th inning. Sacks are packed full of Hornets again in a 14-0 ball game. I mean, it's a free roll for Logan Webster right now. He again, showing some discipline there and discretion, but there's really no pressure on the offense right now except to just throw more gasoline on the fire. And this is a five-alarm blaze right now. I don't even know if that's a thing or not, but we'll just make it a thing. The 1-0 coming up to Logan Webster. Good location again there from Joe Christopher. Pitcher's pitch, but it's called a ball. 2-0 count. It's extremely tough for a pitcher. You're all alone. The spotlight's on you. Everybody's waiting for you to throw a strike, hoping the inning will end. 2-0 on the way to Logan Webster. A check swing. I think it was just a called strike. And it's a 2-1 count. There's no lonelier feeling in the world than being on the mound in an inning like this, where it seems like it's never going to end. It's the worst feeling in sports, and really very few other feelings like that in sports. Swing and miss from Logan Webster. I want to revisit that here in just a bit. We'll wait and see the result of this Logan Webster at bat. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bases loaded. 14-0 Lynchburg. Webster's under this. It'll float foul over our heads here in the Wooldridge press box. We'll rerun the 2-2 configuration. And remember, we got another ball game to play today, fans. Run rule will be in effect. 10 runs or better after basically 6.5 for the home team. and you can win the game that way. Inside, full count. Runners will get the head start again. I mean, this is a carousel. This is a merry-go-round for Lynchburg in this inning. We've had a lot of these full count, 2-out situations. All but one of the runs in the inning has come with 2 outs. More here? Let's see. Webster's under another one. He'll foul it away. Is this going to stay in catching range? No. No, this ball's actually even wide of the Bridgewater bullpen. Tyler Kaltreiter is the starter for Lynchburg, and he has looked good, but the spotlight is firmly off TK for the Hornets and right on this Lynchburg offense. Lynchburg has sent 10 consecutive to the plate. They're going to send another one. That's another walk, back-to-back walks. 8 in the game, 6 in the inning. And I was wrong. This is actually the 13th consecutive hitter coming up. So 12 straight have gotten on for Lynchburg. A dozen consecutive batters have reached for Lynchburg. And that's all with 2 outs. Again, Lynchburg did score 1 run with less than 2 outs. But it is a 15-0 Lynchburg lead. It is an 11-run inning. And it is 10 runs with 2 outs. We will greet another Bridgewater arm. And let me keep it here and talk about how tough it is to be a pitcher in the game of baseball and against a great offense. There's no other position really in sports that's like the pitcher's spot because he's the only guy that touches the ball every play. He's the only guy with that amount of pressure. Now, you could argue in football, well, the center touches it every play. Okay, sure. But that's I'm not going to say easy. It's hard to be a center at a high level in football. But you snap it, and then you go block, right? The quarterback touches it almost every play in football. But there's some plays where he hands it off, right? There's some plays where there's not a lot of pressure on a quarterback. There's always pressure on a pitcher in baseball, and it's individual pressure and team pressure. You've got the weight and hopes of your whole club on your shoulders. You've got the weight and the hopes of your fans on your shoulders out there, and sometimes there's not a lot you can do. Again, there are other sports where you're in the spotlight all the time. Think about individual sports, your tennis and your golf or whatever, but you're an individual. You're not letting 8 other guys down. You're not letting a roster of 40 guys down if you don't perform. That's how brutal, that's how savagely brutal the pitcher spot can be in baseball. And again, when you're on the business end of an offensive attack like the Hornets have going on right now, there's not a lot you can do. So we'll figure out who the new pitcher is for Bridgewater. The next man in the spotlight for the Eagles is going to be a right-handed arm, and it's going to be number 39, Cole Keel. Talk about a tough spot for Cole Keel. Let me give you the season stats, fans. This won't take long. This is just appearance number 2 for Cole Keel. He's pitched 1 inning. He's given up 2 hits, struck out none, walked none, no earned runs for Cole Keel. So the ERA is exactly 0. Not a big sample size. Maybe that's a good play for Bridgewater. Throw a guy that Lynchburg doesn't have a scouting report on. After all, we know, at least if you watch any of these broadcasts or know anything about Lynchburg, you know how great the scouting reports for Travis Beasley and the Hornets coaching staff. Breaking ball from Keel, missed. He's only the 3rd pitcher that Bridgewater has used. We're in the bottom of the 14th inning. Bottom of the 4th inning in a 15-0 ball game. 11 in the inning, 10 with 2 outs for Lynchburg. Bryce Demery with what I call the nail. If you know the sports phrase about the nail in the coffin, that's why I'm using that one.
Go Keel,
and it's not often you can say that in the middle of a ball game, that a play or a hit, bases clearing double can be a nail. But I think for Demery and Lynchburg, it really was maybe a barrage of nails. This is a nail gun right now for the University of Lynchburg Hornets offense. Running out of phrases and cliches and adjectives and adverbs right now. 2-1 pitch coming up to Bryce Demery. That breaking ball will hook in there for a called strike from Cole Keel. And it's 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs again. Demery is 1 for 2. He was hit by a pitch. He scored twice. 3 runners driven in the ball game with the backside double. Hit the national championship sign on 1 bounce. High heater, eye line, and now our count is full. We've had this situation a ton in this inning. Full counts, 2 outs. Runners will be in motion. Bridgewater's defense has been out there a long time. Keel kicks and fires. Ball 4. 3 straight walks for Bridgewater. First one, Keel is surrendered. 7 in the inning. 9 walks in the game. Lynchburg has 12 hits in the game, 7 in the inning. Eric Hyatt is back up. If Lynchburg gets Eric Hyatt on, they will have batted around twice. Maddox Sutsui got hit by a pitch to start this inning, and he's got an RBI single in the inning as well. Lynchburg getting close to sending. Hyatt's going to swing at the first. So let's do the math again on that. Yeah, Hyatt is the 18th hitter Lynchburg has sent to the plate. 18 have been sent to the plate in this half inning for Lynchburg. The 0-1. Hyatt's hitting this to center field. This ball is looping. This ball is down. This ball is down, and the marathon continues. This ball is down. It was a long run from the center fielder, Lucas Bauer. Bauer made a dive. I think that's probably a hit. I don't think you can count that against Lucas Bauer. He covered too much ground and then had to dive there. Now, granted, that ball did hit the leather. But that is a hit. That is the 13th hit of the ball game, 8th of the inning. And now hitter number 19 is stepping up for Lynchburg. It's Maddox Sutsui. This is his 3rd plate appearance in the inning. It truly is a never-ending 4th inning for Lynchburg. That was well wide out of the hand from Keel. You got to give Jake Harris high marks for the dive there as he caught that one. Maddox Sutsui is 2 for 2, and he's been hit. He scored 3 times in the ball game. Score is 18-0 right now. For Lynchburg, 14 consecutive have reached. 14 straight have reached in an inning where they've sent 19 to the plate. 1-1 pitch. Ball. Runners at the corners for Maddox Sutsui. If you're a hitter, you really have to try to stay focused and not think about the situation. That's a good idea whether you're up or down by a bundle or whether you're in a tie game. Always good advice for a hitter just to try to isolate themselves. 1 pitch at a time, 1 at bat at a time. All those things you hear about. 2-2 count. Cole Keel working against Maddox Sutsui. With 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Upstairs, close, but ball 3. So Eric Hyatt will get a head start at first base now. Not everybody, though. There's a runner at third. That's Bryce Demery. Demery walked. Demery scored 3 times in the game. Full count. Too high. Ball 4. Keel frustrated there. Walk number 10 in the game. Walk number 8 in the inning. And here comes Brandon Garcia. Garcia's hit 3 times in the inning. 20th player Lynchburg sent to the plate. And 14 straight have reached. $15 straight have reached. Beg your pardon. 15 straight Hornets have gotten on. There's 3 aboard right now. Bases are loaded again with 2 outs. We've said that for the last legitimately 20 or 30 minutes. Almost. Unfortunately for Bridgewater, I always try to give the players credit. I always try to stay positive and optimistic. It's a bad situation right now for Bridgewater. There's just not much you can say when you're talking about the Eagles. We've got to give all the credit for Lynchburg. All the credit goes to the Hornets and their offense. You could make a case that maybe Lynchburg should pull Tyler Kaltreiter, save the arm. Plus, he hasn't thrown in 30-plus minutes It's got to be an entirely new warm-up routine for TK. That's a ball. 3-0 count with 2 outs. It would be an RBI walk for Brandon Garcia. This is a historic offensive outburst, at least in 1 inning. Lynchburg did score 2 runs in the second and 2 in the third. But how often do you ever see an inning like this in the game of baseball? Another walk, back-to-back walks, 11 in the game, 9 in the inning now for Bridgewater. Joe Munitz has 2 singles in the inning. He has 2 RBI. And unfortunately for Bridgewater, you have to revisit the fact that Joe Munitz was out. Joe Munitz slipped and fell down in between third base and home plate, scrambles to his feet, made it a close play, and Bridgewater could not secure the catch at home. And that also, unfortunately, means that all but 1 of the runs in the inning is unearned for Bridgewater.
I can't see it. It says only 5 runs in this inning because we've scored 15.
It's a 15-run inning for Lynchburg. They lead 19-0. They lead 19-0. And remember, 14 of these runs have come with 2 outs. 14 unearned runs. 14 unearned runs with 2 outs for Lynchburg. 15 in the inning. 2-0 to Joe Munitz. That was a steep 12-6 breaking ball from Keel that ended up being a called strike. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs, bases loaded. Again, for the umpteenth time. Breaking ball inside. Munitz holds, and now the count is 3 balls and 1 strike. 19-0 is the Lynchburg lead right now. 19-0. Lynchburg put up 17 against York. Joe Munitz thought about turning it loose there, but held up. And Lynchburg beat Pfeiffer 19-9 back in early March. So this matches the highest scoring output of the season for Lynchburg. They were over 20 a couple times last year. We'll check. Full count, 2 outs. Here we go. Runners on the move again. Munitz just blisters the ball into center field, and the hits really keep coming for Lynchburg. Station to station there. It's 1 run that scores. So that means 17 consecutive hitters have reached for Lynchburg. 17 consecutive hitters have reached, and the Hornets do have 20 now. Highest scoring game of the season right now. And all but 4 of it have come in the 4th inning. 16 runs in the 4th, 15 runs with 2 outs. Ben Jones is 1 for 3. He walked earlier in this inning, also made the 2nd out of the inning. And remember, the last time Ben Jones was up, I kind of half-heartedly made the joke that you really don't want to be the guy that makes 2 outs in an inning. Well, who knew that Ben Jones would actually have multiple chances to do that? Ben Jones made the 2nd out, but now he's back up again. He's hit 3 times in the inning. Lynchburg has had 17 base runners reach successfully, consecutively. More than that in the inning, all told. 0-2, though. Keel's gotten ahead. Here's the pitch. Jones will stay alive, just barely got a piece of another breaking ball. No balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. I mean, I keep looking at the score sheet, trying to rattle off the numbers. I don't know if that's gotten old or not yet. I'm not sure. Outfield's going to shift around. They're going to move the center fielder to left center for Ben Jones. Another 0-2. Jones will roll this one right side. It's through. It's through. It's another base hit for Lynchburg. They're going to wave Brandon Garcia. He'll come home. 2 RBI single for Ben Jones. And Lynchburg, you look at the body language and the reaction, they want more. They absolutely want more. 18 consecutive runners have reached for Lynchburg. 18 consecutive batters have reached. For Lynchburg now, the update on the hits. 15 hits in the game, 9 hits in the inning. They have also walked 9 times in the inning. Sean Pokerock is 4 for 4. And he's 3 for 3 in the inning. No, he's 2 for 2 in the inning. Scratch that. Sean Pokerock is 4 for 4 in the game, 2 for 2 in the inning. 2 doubles and 2 singles. Runners at the corners for Pokey with a 1-0 count now. I think, we haven't talked about Jerry the Duck, but gosh, the Duck stays. That's a guarantee. That Duck is going everywhere that Sean Pokerock goes, at least on a ball field capacity anyway. 2-0 to Pokey. Keel is set at the letters, fires. That was close. Yeah, that was close enough to be a called strike. Top rail there for Keel. In just his second appearance of the season. Now, how tough is that? Your team's getting bludgeoned. They hand you the ball. You got to go figure it out. I give him high marks just for standing out there and standing tall. Good steep breaking ball. Pokerock hadn't seen that yet from Keel, so he'll take it. And it's called strike 2. Keel has worked to 6 hitters. He's walked 3 and given up 3 singles. 2-2 coming up. Here's the pitch. Pokerock will stay on a curveball and flare it foul. We'll run it back at 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs with 2 on. Lynchburg scored 2 in the second, 2 in the third, and 18 in this inning. You're hearing that right. It's an 18-run inning for Lynchburg. 17 of the runs have been unearned and come with 2 outs. Wow. I'm really about to run out of things to say. Ball 3. So now this runner will be in motion again. We have been saying that for the better part of a half hour, maybe going on 45 minutes now. We'll have to go back at the broadcast and look. Information on your screen is accurate. It's Lynchburg 22-0 in the bottom of the 4th. Pokey, blast one to center. This ball's going to get over the center fielder's head. Sean Pokerock has 3 extra base hits in this game. He has 3 hits in this inning now. Sean Pokerock is 5 for 5 in the ball game, and he is 3 for 3 in this inning alone. Lynchburg scores 2 more. 24-0. That was well hit by Sean Pokerock. I mean, yes, there's been some legitimate dinks and bloops in this inning, but there's been some balls that Lynchburg has absolutely blistered in this inning, in this game as well. This man, Ryder Warren, destroyed a baseball to center field in the 3rd inning. At the time, Ryder Warren's 2-run jack in the bottom of the 3rd felt like the biggest play of the game, and it was at the time. But Ryder Warren, unfortunately, some of the shine's going to wear off of that 2-run home run for him after Lynchburg scores 24 more after. Well, they've scored 22 more runs after that. 0-1, breaking ball from Keel was a strike. That one missed, and now it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count with 2 outs. Logan Webster's on deck. Logan Webster is a guy that does not have a hit in the game, but he's walked 3 times in the game. He's walked twice in the inning. Chin music there from Keel, and it's a 2-1 count with 2 outs. There's been 2 outs for a very long time. 24-0. 19-run inning for Lynchburg. 18 with 2 outs. Fastball up and away, and now the count is 3 balls and 1 strike. 19 consecutive hitters have reached for Lynchburg. I don't know. If Maddox Tsutsui comes up again, I might just turn the microphone down and lay out a little bit. I don't know. I just don't know what else to say. And again, I want to. Ryder Warren on that pegs it foul though. Got to try to avoid being critical of Bridgewater. And I think we've done an okay job with that. We've been very complimentary of Lynchburg's offense. I've gone through my entire phrase banks of things that you can say about this Lynchburg offense. I mean, we've gone beyond all the cliches now about all cylinders and higher gears and all that jazz. 3-2. Ball 4. Keel has walked 4. Keel has surrendered 3 base hits. So we'll update the total now. For Lynchburg, 12 walks in the game, 10 in the inning, 10 base on balls in the inning, and I think we got another pitching change coming up. Bridgewater's going to try a left-hander. We're back in a second. It's all Lynchburg. Hornets 24, Eagles 0 on LHSN.
My name is Alexis Fabula. I major in criminology and I double minor in psychology and criminal forensics. My favorite part about Lynchburg is the friends that I've come to have. It's helped me come out of my shell more, and it's helped me become the person I am and the student I am. I really enjoyed how small the campus was, and I also really enjoy how small the class sizes are. It made me feel like I was going to be more engaged than I would at a bigger campus. If someone was on the fence of coming to the University of Lynchburg, I would definitely love to sit down and have a conversation with them, because I'm forever grateful that I made this choice. It's definitely something that a student wouldn't regret. Out of my 4 years here, I've not had one bad experience. I've had a great 4 years, and I'm going to be very sad to go.
Welcome back, baseball fans. We are still in the bottom of the fourth inning. It's a massive lead for Lynchburg, and we'll see another pitcher in this inning. Bridgewater has used 4 pitchers. They have used 4 in the inning. And this new man for the Eagles to try to stop the bleeding and finally get his ball club back in the dugout will be number 5, Jared Peak. Appearance number 13 for Jared Peak. He's got a 4.50 earned run average. He's struck out 3 and walked 7, surrendered 13 hits in 10 innings of work. New catcher for Bridgewater as well. Looks like it's going to be number 2. Number 2 is T.J. Johnson. So T.J. Johnson is in the ball game. It's an entirely new battery for Bridgewater. I think that's a good move by Coach Ben Spots, because the catcher, Jake Harris, had been out there so long. That's so taxing on your legs and the rest of your body. I mean, for Jake Harris, now it may only save him 1 pitch, but I think it's probably a smart move to get the catcher out of there. We'll just leave it at that. I think it's a good move. Not that Ben Spots needs our approval to make moves, but I think most baseball people would tell you that really tough deal for the catcher to be out there for almost an hour. We did run back and check it. This inning started for Lynchburg. The bottom of the 4th started at 1:02 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time. That means it's a 58-minute inning right now for Lynchburg. It is nearly an hour to play a half inning of baseball. And that's because Lynchburg has not stopped scoring. Hornets are on top 24-0. The hitter is Logan Webster. He'll greet Peak with a first pitch swing, and this ball might be catchable. No, it's going to float foul. Boy, if you just wandered around the fans section and were a fly on the wall, or I guess in the air in that case outside, it would be fascinating to hear what the fans are thinking out there right now from both sides. 0-1 count as Peak did get ahead. That one's in the other batter's box, and now the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. Webster's 0 for 1 in this game with 3 walks. He's taken 2 free passes in the inning. Lynchburg has walked 10 times in this frame. They have 9 base hits. They've scored 20 runs in the inning, 19 with 2 outs, and all 19 of those with 2 outs are unearned. If you've been watching the entire time, you know that information, and you're probably maybe a little bit tired of hearing it. There's runners at first and second. That's Sean Pokerock at second, Ryder Warren at first. Webster, he'll get this ball through. It's another base hit. Stop sign is up. Left fielder bobbled the ball, though. Pokey's going to take a turn for home. There was briefly a play at third, now a play at second. Did they get him there? He's safe. Safe at second. Logan Webster advancing. It's probably a single and then another error. 17 hits in the ball game now for Lynchburg. They're up to 11 in the inning. And more runs came across. 1 run scored. They were going to hold Sean Pokerock at third, but then when the ball got bobbled, Lynchburg waved Sean Pokerock home. I think it was just 1 run there. It was runners on first and second. We're trying to keep it all straight up here. Bryce Demery is up again. 3rd plate appearance of... No. Yeah, Bryce Demery's up again. Sorry. Demery will swing at the first pitch. I think Lynchburg was trying to do the right thing and go station to station. Stop sign was up for Sean Pokerock at third. But you also have to play baseball and stay somewhat true to the principles, I guess. 21 consecutive have reached for Lynchburg. 21 consecutive runners or batters have become base runners. Off-speed pitch inside. Demery didn't sniff. 1 ball and 1 strike with 2 outs in a 25-0 ball game. Lynchburg has scored 21 in the inning. They have scored 20 now with 2 outs. 20 unearned runs. It's the only saving grace, I guess, for Bridgewater from a pitching staff perspective is that the ERA doesn't get completely obliterated because these, or 19 of these runs anyway, are unearned. Lefty peak is set just above the belt buckle, ready to fire. Foul tip, strike 3. Catcher held on. That's the new catcher, by the way, number 2, TJ Johnson. The inning is over. The inning is over. And obviously we will have to recap it some, but the 4th inning is finally over. It's a 4th inning the likes of which you'll never see. You can watch baseball a long time and not see many innings like that. We're back in just a second to try to unpack it for you. It's Lynchburg 25, Bridgewater 0 through 4 complete at Fox Field in Lynchburg. Welcome back, baseball fans. It is the top of the 5th. We are going to have a parade of new players, at least for Bridgewater and perhaps for Lynchburg as well. Tyler Kaltreiter is back on the mound after an hour-long break. I mean, that's essentially a rain delay for a starting pitcher. It was a 21-run bottom of the 4th inning for Lynchburg. 21 runs. 20 of them came with 2 outs. 20 of those runs were unearned. Lynchburg at one point sent 21 batters to the bases. 21 batters reached successfully, and those all came with 2 outs as well. Bunch of guys had multiple hits in the inning and reached multiple times and multiple runs, and we'll run those down as they come back in the game or perhaps at the end of the game. But it will be one to remember for multiple reasons for everyone involved. You cannot be involved in this game as a player, coach, umpire, fan, broadcaster. You can't be involved in this game and not remember that. I don't think there's any way this one won't stand out in your head. The hitter, by the way, new hitter, pinch hitter, is number 25, Chase Ford. Chase Ford is in for Bridgewater. Bridgewater has used 5 pitchers in the game. They used all 5 in that inning. Starter Cam Knuckles was indifferent, we'll say, maybe. I mean, Lynchburg did get 2 runs in the second and 2 in the third. I mean, I don't think Cam Knuckles was great before the inning. And we'll leave it at that. Swing and a miss. Ford's down on strikes. And let's make sure Tyler Kaltreiter gets some of the spotlight here because he's got 8 punch-outs. 8 strikeouts for Tyler Kaltreiter. He has surrendered 2 singles. Leadoff man in the 2nd and 4th innings got on. Here's a new hitter for Bridgewater, another one. It's number 36. That will be Ethan Laux. We'll check on the pronunciation. Loucks. Hitting .500 on the season. It's 1 for 2 in 3 appearances. Another tall left-hander. Kaltreiter's first pitch is up and away for ball 1. So Lynchburg leads 25-0. 12 hits in the inning for Lynchburg. The Hornets also drew 10 walks. There was one hit batter. We'll talk about extra base hits. There was a couple, like Eric Hyatt had a single that he advanced to second on. Bryce Demery had a power double backside that drove in 3 that hit the national championship sign. Sean Pokerock had 2 doubles in the inning. Pokey has 3 in the game. It's a 5-hit day for Sean Pokerock. Unforgettable stuff, and he's squaring balls up, too. I mean, I would say 4 of 5 from Pokey have been high exit velocity. He's got a double down each line. Pokerock's first double went down the right field line. The second one went down the left field line. He's using all fields. I mean, the only thing he hasn't done is hit a ball out of the ballpark, I guess. Joe Munitz had 3 hits in the inning. And there was the moment where Bridgewater nearly got out of the inning, only surrendering 1 run. Munitz slipped coming down the third base line, but Bridgewater couldn't execute the play. It is a 3-2 full count here with 1 out. Tyler Kaltreiter. I mean, despite all this madness, you have to say he's basically been in complete control anyway. TK has not walked any. No hit batters, just the 2 singles. Branson Hensley and Trent Holland, pardon me. Swing and a miss, and it's another punch out. 9 TKOs in the ball game. Again, I thought you could have debated pulling Tyler Kaltreiter because of both the long delay and then it's hard for these big game pitchers, sometimes hard for these ace guys to pitch in a blowout. You don't want somebody taking anything off. You don't want Tyler Kaltreiter just going through the motions. That can be dangerous from an injury standpoint, dangerous from a mechanical standpoint. But I think Tyler Kaltreiter is focused enough, and he's the kind of guy, he'll lock in. And clearly with back-to-back punch-outs, I think all indications are that Tyler Kaltreiter is just fine. It's just a thought. It's just something to mention. And, as a broadcaster, you say things, and I don't want anybody to think I'm telling the managers what to do. It's just thoughts that pop into your head. Both these guys know exactly what they're doing from a baseball perspective. Ben Spots for Bridgewater. Travis Beasley for Lynchburg. 1-0. To another new hitter. Big slash there from number 17, Jack Hayes. So 3 consecutive pinch hitters for Bridgewater. Let's see how many changes Lynchburg makes in a 25-0 ball game. 25-0. Again, not a football score. College baseball. You see these scores in college baseball for sure. I mean, there's 20-run innings in college baseball. But again, you're just usually not a part of one. It's usually something you see on TV, on a box score. See the highlights. Somebody sends you a text, hey, did you see Northwestern South State scored this many runs in an inning, stuff like that. But now that text is going to be sent out about Lynchburg. People are going to say, did you see they scored 21 runs in the 4th inning? Pop up. Garcia's under it, waving the arms, making the catch in shallow left field. 3 up, 3 down. All systems go for Tyler Kaltreiter. He has struck out 9, and TK is in position to get win number 7 of the season. We'll pause again. We're back in just a moment, heading to the bottom of the 5th inning at Fox Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
Tim Slusser from the Outdoor Leadership Program gave a presentation at a Teaching and Learning Resources conference here about getting his program more involved on the academic side of campus. I mentioned computers and mapping, and he mentioned caving, and eventually we came up with the idea of mapping caves.
So the week before we were able to learn how to use the instruments kind of like on a flat surface and just kind of get a hang of how they work. But it was really amazing how once we got in the cave, it was a completely different experience using them.
It was unique. It got most of us out of our comfort zone, kind of gave us a new experience, a new taste of something new. But I think the most difficult parts were getting the lighting right. You had to read the instruments with the headlamps while keeping your eye pointed on the plot point.
This allowed them to actually literally get their hands dirty, collecting data, conducting measurements, and putting all that together in the form of a map, and doing it in a place that's never been mapped before.
We've got more new players for Bridgewater. Going to try to run them down for you. Hyatt stepping in for Lynchburg to lead off. We know that. Let's tell you what else we know. It's a 25-0 Lynchburg lead. 21-run fourth inning. 12 hits in the inning, 10 walks in the inning. Lynchburg left 2 on, but again, that's essentially insignificant right now. Let's try to grab the changes for you here. Bridgewater has made a few. The umpires will do the thing typically in baseball where they have the roster out, they have the lineup card out, coach comes over, and then the coach will give a wave up to the press box, or the umpire rather will wave at the press box, just kind of indicating that there has been a change. But they're not always great about giving you the numbers of those changes. Hyatt's a little early on a 0-1 pitch. Dump it into left field. 3-hit day for Eric Hyatt. He had 2 hits in the 4th inning. And yes, that's not a typo or anything. Lynchburg scoring 20. At one point, they had 21 batters reach safely. 21 consecutive. Here's Maddox Sutsui. He had 3 plate appearances in the inning. Got hit, got walked, had an RBI single. Sutsui's 2 for 2. Had an RBI triple. And before the rider Warren Baum, Maddox Sutsui's RBI triple felt like the biggest moment of the day. Bryce Demery was hit by a pitch in the bottom of the 2nd. Sutsui tripled him home. It's an 18-hit attack on the day for Lynchburg. 25 runs on 18 hits. They have also walked a dozen times. And 2 hit batters in there for Lynchburg, one of those being this man, Maddox Sutsui. 1-1 count, nobody out. You think Lynchburg wanted to win this one? I mean, you got to do more than just want it, of course. There's an inning like that in a game like this, there's always going to be multiple factors. It's never going to be just one thing. And in the game of baseball, it's rarely just one thing. All those little things add up. Lynchburg has stacked them all. I mean, they have stacked a lot of chips on top of each other, and they have a mountain sitting in front of them right now at the poker table. They went all in, and they've got it all right now. There is a game, too. There is a game, too. If you're Bridgewater, you just try to keep the bullpen in some kind of shape. I'd like also getting some of those starters off like Bridgewater's doing. Let those guys relax a little bit. Let them hydrate. It's a little warmer out there today. Let them get a little bit of a breather. And then you try to go to work in game 2. It's a walk to Maddox Sutsui. 13th Lynchburg has drawn today. So unfortunately for Bridgewater, this inning is starting much like the 4th inning went. 2 on, nobody out. Runners at first and second with Brandon Garcia. Believe it or not, Brandon Garcia is still looking for his first hit today. Brandon Garcia is the only guy in the Lynchburg lineup without a base hit. But I'll tell you this, too. He's only 0 for 1 today. Garcia's got an RBI sac fly. He's got a sacrifice bunt. He's walked twice and scored twice. But he is 0 for 1. And, ooh, what a play there. Oh, couldn't get an out. That's going to be an infield single, though. Brandon Garcia now has completed it for Lynchburg. Everybody in the lineup has a hit. Everybody in the lineup has a hit for Lynchburg. An infield hit for Brandon Garcia. Hornets have 19 now. Ethan Smith is a pinch hitter for Lynchburg. He's a senior. And he's going to step in and try to do his thing. Ethan Smith, a speed guy. He's often used as a pinch runner. You hear the Lynchburg dugout really coming alive for Ethan Smith. Got to like that on senior day. Getting a shot here. Well, let's take a look at the stance and the mechanics from Ethan Smith, because we haven't seen him hit a whole bunch. We see him run from time to time, and he's played some outfield defense. 0-1 count. He'll take strike 1. Smitty kind of keeps the bat just above the shoulder there, the trap muscle, and then he activates, loads up into this one, and fouls it away. It's no balls and 2 strikes with nobody out. The bases are loaded again. They were loaded for the better part of an hour last inning. It was an inning that we think officially took an hour and 2 minutes. 0-2. Ooh, nearly hit Ethan Smith, but he's out of the way, and now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. 21 runs in the 4th inning. It's a 25-0 Lynchburg lead. You're knocking on the door looking for more right now. The 1-2. Smith will foul that away. Watch out. Well, that was in Jill Pleiter's direction again. But she's okay. Looks like everybody's okay up there. There is a good crowd here again today. Worth reminding folks that. Heck, word may have gotten around about that inning. We might have some new people tuning in, trying to see what's going on here. It's all Lynchburg.
Let's go, Smitty.
Hornets are 14-3 in conference. Bridgewater is second in ODAC standings at 12-4-1. A win here, again, would still not lock up a regular season championship and number 1 seed for Lynchburg, but it would begin to come pretty close. Lynchburg's got to play great competition, first with Randolph-Macon midweek, and then 1 week from today against Shenandoah. So Lynchburg, again, in the course of a week, they're going to play teams 2, and then the 2 teams that are tied for 3rd. So the rest of the top 4, Lynchburg's got to play them all here the back end of the season. Well, they've passed the test right now. They have done more than pass the test. Ethan Smith is going to stand there and let this ball hit his elbow. That's an RBI hit by pitch. Lynchburg has scored in the 5th inning. So let's do this now. Let's take it back this inning, back to the 4th. Lynchburg has had 25 of 26 batters reach base now. Lynchburg has had 25 of their last 26 hitters reach base. Ethan Smith is at first, Garcia at second, and the bases are loaded with Maddox Sutsui at third. Eric Hyatt just scored. The hitter is Ben Jones. It's a 1-0 count to Ben Jones. Lynchburg by 26. Ball 2. Ben Jones is 2 for... Sorry, becomes hard to check it here. Ben Jones is 2 for 4 today. Struck out and flew out. Did make the second out in that bottom of the 4th inning, and we said multiple times that he wouldn't want to make the 3rd out. Well, he didn't. Ben Jones is one of the guys that hit thrice in that 4th inning. 26-0. It's a 2-1 count. Here comes to Ben Jones. Not close. 3 balls, 1 strike with nobody out. 25 of 26 aboard for Lynchburg in the last 2 innings. Jones will flare this one foul. Full count. With Sean Pokerock on deck, what a day for Pokey. Pokey's 5 for 5. He was 3 for 3 in the inning. Sean Pokerock has 3 doubles. 2 of those came in the bottom of the 4th. It's bonkers. I mean, it really is. Full count to Ben Jones. Uh-oh. My goodness. He put a charge into this. Deep right center field. It stays in the ballpark. A 2-hopper to the fence. Runs are coming in again. Ben Jones wants a triple. He will get one. Stand-up triple for Ben Jones. 3 have scored. It is a 29-0 Lynchburg lead. 29-0 Lynchburg leads. 20 hits now in the ball game for the Hornets. 3 more RBI for Ben Jones. He's driven in 5, in his last 2 at-bats, and now it's a 3-hit day for Ben Jones. Let me also tell you this for Benny Bombs, a.k.a. Benny Bases. Ben Jones now with 62 career extra base hits. That's triple number 12 in his career for Ben Jones. Sean Pokerock has been perfect today. 5 for 5 with 3 doubles. I like to give you the extra base hit numbers in the game. We'll work on that here. 1-0 count. 29-0. Let's see if Lynchburg can get to 30. I think that's probably a goal on the chart now. Pokey is 6 for 6. Absolutely unconscious. 6 hits in the game. There are players who don't have 6 hits in a month sometimes. Hitting is tough. Hitting is very difficult. You can actually start every game and go a month without getting 6 hits. Sean Pokerock has got them not just in one afternoon of doubleheader baseball. Sean Pokerock's got 6 hits in 5 innings. My word. The score sheet is in shambles right now, and Lynchburg leads 30-0. they have exactly picked up where they left off. We have a new hitter out there as well. As we'll try to get it all figured out. Again, the score sheet is in shambles. Both teams have made a bunch of changes. Will Barone is in there. Number 20. This is his first collegiate at bat, according to my records anyway. Congrats on the debut, Will Barone. It's a 1-1 count with nobody out. Sean Pokerocks at first. Will Barone, ground ball. There's one, good play, and now two. Second doubleheader Bridgewater has turned of the ball game. Bryce Demery hit one previously. Some much-needed relief there for Bridgewater on the 4-6-3 double play, and it was a nice diving stop up the middle. Excellent stuff. 2 outs now. Yeah, it's 21 hits now for Lynchburg. Timmy Cotton's in the ball game. We saw Timmy Cotton some last year. And Timmy Cotton, another senior. Congrats to Timmy Cotton for getting in there. Timmy Cotton, if you remember, on the last weekend of the regular season last year, came in and played some outfield against Shenandoah and made a good diving catch, I believe. I think Timmy Cotton had an outfield assist last year. So Timmy Cotton's a player. He's in there now. And again, the crowd is coming alive for all these guys. Cotton's under this one. Long run, really long run. Center fielder took over. Looked like Lucas Bauer wanted that one the whole way, even though it might have been closer to Trent Holland in right. So a shorter inning for Lynchburg, but they certainly do some damage. Hornets scores 6 in that inning. They lead 30-0 over Bridgewater through 5 complete at Fox Field in Lynchburg.
The biggest thing that I've taken from Westover is probably my interactions with faculty. I started working with Dr. Fryer. He's always available for help, and he makes sure that I get to do the experiments and not just be there while he does them. I didn't want to limit myself when I came here to just taking the prereqs for med school. I wanted to get a full, well-rounded education, and I definitely found that in the Westover program. It's given me the opportunity to keep playing soccer at a competitive level, but also it's given me the ability to be a student and to pursue other activities such as EMS. "100% do Westover because it's not something they're going to regret, and it's going to be a lot of work, but so is everything else. It's just going to help build their education that they've already had and make them a better person for it."
We've reached the top of the 6th inning here at Fox Field. Still a shutout and a 2-hitter for Tyler Kaltreiter. He's really looked good today. And TK will not be getting the spotlight on a 30-run day. The offense is going to get the spotlight, but I got a feeling, knowing what we know about Tyler Kaltreiter, that's just fine for him. He's fine letting the offense take center stage. But Kaltreiter struck out 9. Again, he scattered 2 hits, no walks, no hit batters. Great stuff for Tyler Kaltreiter. 1 defensive double play for Lynchburg. Bridgewater has turned 2 DPs. Lynchburg. So we talked quite a bit about the 4th inning. Well, for most teams, the 5th inning that Lynchburg just had would be one of the all-time best, or at least one of the best of the season. Lynchburg scored 6 in the bottom of the 5th. That was on 4 hits. There was 1 walk and 1 hit batter in there. Ben Jones had the bases clearing triple. I believe it's Ben Jones' 62nd extra base hit of his career. And that's why I call him Benny Bombs. Explosive stuff, more than just home runs, but those extra base hits. Lynchburg did have wasn't Ryder Warren hitting. It was Will Barone that grounded into a double play. And then Timmy Cotton flew out to end the inning. There's a base hit by number 2 for Bridgewater. Again, there's all sorts of new players in the ball game, and we're trying to get them for you as best we can. We're efforting. That's TJ Johnson, the catcher. Johnson was in there. They subbed catchers in the middle of the inning, they being the Bridgewater Eagles. So, TJ Johnson's 1 for 1, by the way. 3rd hit for Bridgewater in the ballgame.
Christian Harris.
Good job by Johnson to come in off the bench there and relatively cold and face a good hitter and get a base knock. Went the other way with it. Here's Christian Harris. Christian Harris is in for Bryce Souters, who is in left field. For Lynchburg, they've got Parker Cato in right now. That's a change. And it appears to be Trevor Loving playing first base now for Lynchburg. Everything else looks the same. Slow roller. Cartwriter's going to have to cover a flip from Ben Jones. Good play there. And good job by TK to execute the PFP, the pitcher's fielding practice play. And there is one gone now in the top of the 6th.
As long as it's the right people that I have.
So Lynchburg had 4 hits in the inning. Between the last 2 innings now for Lynchburg, it is 16 hits, 27 runs between innings 4 and 5. The only inning Lynchburg did not score in was the first, and they actually got 2 base hits in the first. And I mentioned there was some high value in that because they made Cam Knuckles pitch under pressure a little bit more than he wanted to early in the ball game. The catcher, TJ Johnson, moves up to second base. This is a new hitter. This is number 40 for Bridgewater, who is Jonathan Ash. Ash has no at-bats on the year, but he has played one time. 0 for 0 so far. Jonathan Ash has a 1-0 count. This is the top of the order. Nick Stavros led off. He went 0 for 2. Foul ball in our direction. And now it's a 1-1 count with 1 out. This is game 1 of the doubleheader. And Bridgewater will have to bat in the top of the 7th inning. We will have the run rule in effect, but I just wanted people to know that you gotta hit 7 times. If the home team was down by 10 plus, they'd get to bat in the bottom of the 7th. Of course, that won't be necessary here for Lynchburg. Barring the wildest comeback baseball has ever seen. And if Bridgewater does come back, well, then we'll really be remembering today, won't we? I think we're going to remember it anyway. This ball's flying in the air. Long run here for both outfielders. That's Ethan Smith and Parker Cato. Neither's going to get it. It's extra bases. First extra base hit, Tyler Cartwriter's given up. Ben Jones is going to crank one to third. Overshot the mark. Now the runner's going to try to score. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, the umpire says somebody touched that ball or it just went out of play and then came back. I think the throw from Ben Jones went out of play and then came back. Good job by the umpire to see that. So that's a 1-for-1 year right now for number 40, Jonathan Ash, and he has a triple, an RBI, and a run scored now. It will be an error on Ben Jones on the throw. I like the aggressiveness from Ben Jones. And the pitcher, Tyler Cartwriter, was hustling to back up, but that throw was just so wayward that he really couldn't get to it. So the shutout is gone. 30-1 is your score. 2 hits in the inning now. 30-2. Yeah, good call. Good call. 2 runs scored. Thanks, everybody. 30-2 is the score. Foul ball by another new player. This is number 9 for Bridgewater. This is Isaac Sumter. Sumter's a guy who we know quite a bit from years past. It looks like this season Isaac Sumter has only played in 10 ball games. This will be 11. He's 4 for 23, good for a 174 batting average. 0-2 count. Cartwriter looked for the edge there. It was 2 balls off the plate. Now it's 1-2 with 1 out. So, yeah, credit Jonathan Ash. Triple, RBI, and a run scored on 1 swing. He's 1 for 1 this season. Breaking ball, grounded left side. Brandon Garcia will stay low. Now he'll straighten and fire. Gets it to Trevor Loving at first for the 2nd out of the inning. And this is a change as well. This spot was Zach Chadwell's. He'll be 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts against Cartwriter. The new hitter is Andrew Cheatham, number 38. This will be game number 7. Cheatham has played in. 2 for 10 coming into this one with a double. It's a 200 batting average for Andrew Cheatham, a lefty swinger. Lynchburg will get to hit in the bottom of the 6th. Supposed to be 7, 8, 9 due up for Lynchburg. That would be Demery, now Loving, who's in the spot for Hyatt, and Tsutsui. We'll see if the Hornets opt to make some changes. Swinging strike there on the new man, Andrew Cheatham. The message for Lynchburg coaching staff will be enjoy this one for a little bit, get a bite to eat, hydrate, and then get ready for game 2. And yeah, it's cliche, but you have to play it like it's 0-0. Well, it will be 0-0 when we start, right? But you have to play it like you didn't win the first game by a boatload. You have to assume Bridgewater is going to come back and fight. You have to assume the Eagles are going to give you their best shot. A real statement game for Lynchburg, not across the conference, I would say, but across the country. Batter did not go. Cheatham held up. Good stop by Sean Pokerock there. He was ready for it with 2 strikes, and now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Yeah, this is a game, Lynchburg offensively. They only hit .293 as a team, Lynchburg, .295 rather. I think they made a statement in this game. The 1-2 from Kaltrider. Off speed, floated away. Looked like he might have tried to split and missed. Kaltrider's going to kick at the landing area there. There have been a lot of pitches thrown on that mound, that's for sure. 2-2 with 2 outs. 30-2 is the score, and that's accurate. Lynchburg by 28. He tried the off speed again. It stayed up. Full count now. It's a 4-touchdown lead for Lynchburg. 30-2. Kaltrider set. Sean Pokerock still catching for the Hornets. Here's TK's full count delivery. Went inside and walked him. First free pass of the ball game for Tyler Kaltrider. We're going to get another substitute for the Bridgewater Eagles. Luke Tomajak is stepping in now. Luke Tomajak has played in 6. This will be game number 7. He's 1 for 9 so far this season. Runner at first. Pitch from Kaltrider will catch the outer edge for strike 1. New player on deck is Chase Ford. Chase Ford's not exactly new because he subbed in last inning. So this will actually be at bat number 2 coming up for Chase Ford if he gets there this inning, or if we keep him in the game for the top of the 7th. This is the top of the 6th right now. Lynchburg leading 30-2. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kaltrider kicks and fires. This ball's hit well to right field. Parker Cato's got it lined up, though. Inning is over. Eagles break the shutout. They score 2. The triple from Jonathan Ash. Then he came home on a throwing error. It's Lynchburg 30, Bridgewater 2 on LHSN.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school. It's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
When creating a sustainable future, your choices matter, even your choice of a college. The University of Lynchburg is the first college in Virginia to go carbon neutral. Our dining hall is Green Restaurant certified. We compost all of our food waste and purchase our electricity from landfill gas. Now we're turning a hazardous lake into a thriving urban wetland. When you choose Lynchburg, you leave a smaller footprint while building a better tomorrow.
Home half of the 6th inning. It'll be Mitchell Vetter still still pitching for Bridgewater. Mitchell Vetter is the pitcher. Carson Peggins is going to pinch hit for Lynchburg. Carson Peggins is a pitcher, so we didn't even have a walk-up song and a liner for him to swing the bat. But Carson Peggins is in there on senior day. Andrew Watson, one of our great friends and LHSN broadcasters from years gone by, is calling this some serious senior day magic for Lynchburg. Yes, it is, Andrew Watson. And we have a game 2 scheduled. I mean, we're going to be in good shape for that, I think. I mean, what time's the sun go down now? Let's check. I mean, we can play till 7 o'clock now. Dane Bauer says the goose is loose. Yes, you have to assume that the bird that now sits outside the dugout for Lynchburg is going to be staying now. The bird appeared on Wednesday in the home game against Virginia Wesleyan. Lynchburg won there. They won Thursday against CNU. And this is more than a win. This is a statement. This is every other cliche and phrase that you've ever used about domination. Peggins has put one in play. This could be close down there. They'll get him out. Good show from Carson Peggins, though, on senior day. I mean, he put the bat on 2, fouled off the first pitch, and then grounded that one to shortstop. Here's Trevor Loving. Trevor Loving is a legit, really good player for Lynchburg. He's only got one at bat this season, Trevor Loving. 2 plate appearances, walked 1 time. He's 0 for 1. This will be game number 5 that he's played in. And if you look at Trevor Loving's stuff from last year, he's a player. He's a hitter. He has been working through some injuries this season, so congrats to Trevor Loving for getting in here. Strange circumstances. Maybe not strange, just an offensive explosion, the likes of which we haven't ever really seen. Lynchburg on top, 30-2. 21 runs in the 4th, 6 in the 5th. And the Hornets did score a pair in each the 2nd and 3rd innings. Pitchers Mitchell Vetter for Bridgewater. And unfortunately right now the rest of the defense is kind of anybody's guess for the Eagles, although I think we got most of the changes. The 1-1. That's well wide. Mighty Mack, Nathaniel Mack, he's checking in. Connor Lane's checking in. And it's not a great day right now for Bridgewater, but back to the old baseball adage, there's always another game. There's always tomorrow, or for Bridgewater, there's game 2 in this case. Ground ball softly to the left side. Loving made it close at first, but it's out number 2 of the inning. Don't let Ryder Warren's 2-run home run be lost in this. That was in the 3rd inning. I do try to run down the offensive stats at the end of the game. That'll take a little bit longer in this one. That inning took a while. It was a bottom of the 4th inning that we estimated took 64 minutes unofficially. 64-minute half inning. Lynchburg scored 21, 12 hits. There were 10 walks in there for Lynchburg just in the inning. Sean Pokerock, by the way, baseball friends, is 6 for 6 in this game. Lynchburg didn't have anybody with a 5-hit game yet this year. Pokey's got a 6-hit game. Absolutely unconscious right now. Wrap that goose in bubble wrap and get an insurance policy on that goose. And you know, I said we weren't going to show the goose anymore. I didn't want to make too much of a deal about it, but we may have to now. Goodness. We're gonna, I mean, it's a plastic goose or hard rubber or something. It's an artificial bird that Lynchburg has perched atop the water cooler. And, yeah, there it is. Showed up Wednesday. Sean Pokerock said the name is Jerry, and he said there's no real rhyme or reason to it. There's no backstory. He just found it and said, hey, maybe this is what we need. And right now, I'm not going to say he's wrong. Comical and not really baseball related, but whatever works, right? Maddox Sutsui's hitting again. Sutsui's had an outstanding day. He hasn't been retired yet. He's 2 for 2 with 2 walks and a hit by pitch. See if Bridgewater can get him out here. Well, Sutsui's staying alive for the moment anyway. We'll rerun a 1-2 configuration. 2 outs, nobody on. It's 5, 6, 7 due up for Bridgewater in their half of the 7th. And the run rule is in effect, so the Eagles would need to score a lot. They'd need to score 19, is that right, to get it to less than 10? Sutsui hits this ball well to right center field. Longish run there. Catch is made on the move for the final out of the inning. So Sutsui finally has gotten out today. Actually, he did pretty decent there. And the bottom of the 6th is over. It's Lynchburg 30, Bridgewater 2. Do not adjust your television set. It's happening right here on Fox Field on LHSN. Hello again, baseball fans. It's Kyle Haney in the press box, under the headset, behind the microphone with you on a wild day at Fox Field. Senior Day magic, duck magic. The goose is loose. I don't know. We'll think of more ways to talk about and frame and phrase this day. And, you know, for context, this is a matchup between the first and second teams in the ODAC standings right now. But this is the game of baseball, right? You know, sometimes great teams will lose to teams with losing records, and people say, oh, what is going on out there? That's baseball, too. And then sometimes great teams will blow out another great team. It happens. It's just the nature of our game. Part of the reason why we can't stop watching, but also part of the reason why it's so hard to describe to the uninitiated and uninformed sometimes. These kinds of things happen. You watch enough baseball, you'll see a little bit of everything, and this is one of the things that you can and will see. Eli Pratt is the pinch hitter this time around for Bridgewater, and he'll face a new pitcher. It's Spencer Baird on the mound for Lynchburg. Appearance number 2 of the season for Spencer Baird. Number 32 steps out there with the white cleats and the short sleeves. We are over 80 degrees now, and you talk about heat. Lynchburg has really turned it up in this one. On fire. It's a 1-0 count. Defensively, did we have any other changes? I think not. I think Lynchburg still with the same defense they had out last half inning. Hornets need to get 3 outs to complete an emphatic win. More than a statement. I mean, it's an exclamation point, again, for not just the series, not just the conference, but the nation, maybe even the program. I mean, this is a program highlight kind of a win because, once again, this is a great Bridgewater team. 22-10-1. Yes, you can have ties. And Bridgewater's 12-4-1 in conference. This is a program highlight kind of a win. And this is the result of a lot of circumstances. It's talent, it's hard work, it's preparedness, and then it's some luck involved as well. A 21-run fourth inning, 20 of those came with 2 outs, 20 of those runs were unanswered. Here comes the 2-2. Oh, good pitch from Baird. He's got good action on his breaking ball. Baird is on in relief of Tyler Kaltreiter. Kaltreiter, a good day. He did lose the shutout. That was the only maybe shine taken off of his crown. But Tyler Kaltreiter is going to get win number 7. Swing and a miss. Spencer Baird is going to get a punch out right there. Good job by Spencer Baird. Strikeout number 3 for Baird. K to walk ratio is looking really good right now for Spencer Baird. And that's another thing about this Lynchburg programming. They bring in guys off the bench that are really talented. Everybody that's been used today has talent. Another pinch hitter for the Bridgewater Eagles. Going to go a little deeper in my roster to find the new player. Swing and a miss. Spencer Baird is pounding the zone early. Baird is locked on. For Lynchburg, the key will be to refocus for game 2. Got to enjoy this, for sure. Got to enjoy it. Can't pretend that it didn't happen. I don't think very many coaches for Lynchburg are in that mold where they're going to be and say, we haven't done anything yet, guys. No, you can't pretend that this didn't happen. You got to acknowledge this game and enjoy it, but then move forward with the next one. Garrett Gargiano is the hitter. Junior from Chesapeake, Virginia. He'll study a pitch that comes in just above the knee. Baird's still looking good. It is a 1-2 count with 1 out. Spencer Baird's got a strikeout already. So this is an interesting one for a coach, both sides. How do you rebound? What do you say for Bridgewater? And for Lynchburg, how do you enjoy it in a way and then also try to get refocused for game 2? How do you keep the vibes high? How do you pour more fuel on the fire? That's not always easy. 2-2 as Baird missed low. Baird set. Big leg kick coming at you, swings it in your direction and then misses with the off speed, I think. Full count now, 1 out. Nobody on. Let's see if Baird just goes right down the middle. Yeah, it looks like a middle setup for the catcher, Sean Pokerot. Got it there. Good fight by Gargiano. Fouls it away. Jonathan Ash tripled for Bridgewater. RBI and a run scored. on a throwing error. Lynchburg has turned a double play in this game. Bridgewater's turned 2. Spencer Baird gets the sign, locked on and ready to go one more time here with 3 balls, 2 strikes, and 1 out. Missed that time from Spencer Baird, so it's a walk and a runner aboard with 1 out in the top of the 7th. Run rule is in effect here in these ODAC games now. It's 30-2, Lynchburg by 28. So the Hornets will not need to bat in the bottom of the 7th. Number 17, Jack Hayes, is back in again. Second at bat for Jack Hayes. It'll be interesting to see the lineups in Game 2. Does everything stay the same? Does a coach make a change based on something you've seen in this game? And we've talked about Lynchburg's catching situation, how both catchers, Sean Pokerock and Connor Moore, are really swinging it good, but there's some hesitation to use them because of some other injuries. I say there's hesitation to use those guys in a DH role or a pinch hit role because the rest of the catching roster is a little short right now because of injuries. Sean Pokerock 6 for 6 in this game. Nuts. Absolutely bananas right now for Sean Pokerock. Maybe his nickname should just be Goose. There's a swing and a miss on a lively fastball. He was the Vibes train conductor last year for Sean Pokerock in the postseason run. A magical postseason run for Lynchburg, if you remember. 25-win regular season for the Hornets. They won 12 straight in the postseason before bowing out in what's basically the national semifinals. You don't call it the Final Four in baseball, but that's basically where Lynchburg got to last year in the D3 World Series. Another strikeout for Spencer Baird. He's got 2 in the inning. And now it's another new hitter for Bridgewater. This is TJ Johnson. No, TJ Johnson's not a new hitter. TJ Johnson's 1 for 1. He scored after singling. That was in the 5th inning. 6th inning. TJ Johnson's back up again. Wow, yeah. Bridgewater's actually turned the lineup over pretty quickly here. It was 2 hits in that 6th inning for BC. They scored 2. They left none on. Not Nick Stavros. Jonathan Ash was in that spot that Stavros occupied, hit the triple, and scored. Baird just missed on a heater. 2-0 count. There's 2 outs. Lynchburg is an out away from win number 30. And it would be 5 consecutive 30-win seasons for the Lynchburg Hornets. It would be the 4th time in the last 5 years they've done it in the regular season. Sustained success for Lynchburg. But again, this performance will stand among all of those other wins. This performance will go down and hold a place right next to any other regular season win, not just in the last 5 years for Lynchburg, but the history of the school. One to remember today, a 30-run outburst with 21 of them coming in that 4th inning. You think about it, you take away the 4th inning, Lynchburg still got 9 runs in the other innings. Or they have 10. I got to do the math again. That's why it's so tough in a game like this. You're forced to do so much math. Here's a pitch from Baird. Swing and a miss. Now the count is full with 2 outs. Just absolutely and math is not my strong suit. So I'll go ahead and get that out of the way. But we'll try here in the end. Here comes a pitch from Baird. See if Lynchburg can close it out right here. Ooh, good hard fastball, but just south of the zone there, and it's a walk. TJ Johnson's 1 for 1. He's been on twice. Runners on 1st and 2nd. See if Baird can finish it out now.
34, Christian Harris.
This is Christian Harris. He grounded out to the 2nd baseman his first at bat. That was one where Tyler Kaltrider had to come over and cover. It was a 4-1 on the score sheet, which is always fun to write down. Christian Harris is a sophomore outfielder from nearby Amherst, Virginia. Baird will pepper the outer third of the zone with a fastball. It's an 0-1 start to Christian Harris. 0 for 1 today. You know it's an interesting game when the pinch hitters have gotten multiple at-bats, and they've got more at-bats than the guy that started the game in that spot. Bryce Suiters began here. He was 0 for 1 with a strikeout. 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 outs and 2 on. Top 7 here at Fox Field. And on an unforgettable baseball day, we've still got one more game to play. This is hit well. Be a base hit for Christian Harris. There's a hold at third. Tsutsui will cut, pump fake, and then just put it back in his wallet and hand it to Spencer Baird. So Baird has struck out 2, walked 2, now giving up a single. Bases are loaded for the top of the order again. But once again, another new man, Jonathan Ash. Jonathan Ash is 1 for 1 with a triple.
You might have to take over directing.
So if you're Jonathan Ash, again, the cliche, don't worry about the scoreboard. Play it like it's 0-0. Try to hit another one of those bases clearing triples like he did in his last at-bat. Check swing, did he offer? Yes, he did, according to the first base umpire. There's so many plays in this game, so many different little things. You could spend all the time in between games revisiting everything that's happened in this one. I think we'd be better served to just take a break and go get a rest and get hydrated ourselves. Breaking ball from Baird missed. 1-1. Ryder Warren had a 2-run home run when this game was close. Bryce Demery with the hit by pitch. Did he go around? Did he not? Maddox Tsutsui tripled him home and then scored on the sac fly. Another nice one from Baird, but that's underneath the strike zone, and now the count is 2 balls and 1 strike. A 6-for-6 day for Sean Pokerok. Looks like Ryder Warren finished 1 for 1 with 3 walks and a hit by pitch. Wow, weird. Awesome. Baird was able to catch a piece of the strike zone there, and now it's 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Lynchburg is now again 1 pitch away from win number 30 of the season. Here it comes from Spencer Baird. Kicks and fires. Broke off the curve. Good hold from Ash. Runners are in motion here. Bases loaded with 2 outs. Top of the 7th. It's basically the end of the game situation here for Bridgewater with the run rule in effect, and they're down 28. Lynchburg leading 30-2. Baird set midsection. Now a fire. Swing and a miss. He got him. 3 punch outs in the inning for Spencer Baird. And Lynchburg does secure a massive win in a lot of different respects. What a game for Lynchburg. What a game. Unbelievable here for the Hornets. 21 hits. They scored 30. They took the walks and got hit by a pitch. Lynchburg played some pretty good defense in there as well. Hornets go to 30-5 on the season. Another 30-win campaign for Lynchburg. They've done it 5 years in a row. Lynchburg's now 15-3 in conference. Bridgewater will fall to 22-11-1. And the Eagles are 12-5-1 in ODAC play. So Lynchburg now with some more separation between themselves and the rest of the conference for a regular season title. Hornets are 17-0 at Fox Field, by the way. It was 3 hits for Joe Munitz. It was a 1-for-2 day for Brandon Garcia. He walked a couple times, had a sac fly and a sac bunt. Ben Jones had 3 hits in this, including a bases-clearing triple. Benny Bases walked 1 time, too. Sean Pokerok, obviously one of the stars, 6 for 6 with 3 doubles for Pokey. Logan Webster, a hit and 3 walks. Ryder Warren, 1 for 1, 2-run homer and 3 walks. Maddox Tsutsui had a couple hits, including a triple. He walked a couple times. It was everybody for Lynchburg. Eric Hyatt finished with a 3-hit day as well. We'll talk about it more when we come back. We got to take a break for now, though. Game 2 is coming your way in 45 minutes to an hour. And we'll recap all this and get you set. What a win for Lynchburg. Historical. And we'll try to run it down for you. Not much else that we can say right now, but we'll figure out a few more things to banter about and get you set for Game 2. Lynchburg 30, Bridgewater 2 on LHSN. Well, here we go again, baseball fans. After a game one that we will never forget, Lynchburg wins it 30-2. We're just about ready to start game number 2 of our doubleheader. Let's review before we preview, and this will take a while, of course. Lynchburg, 30 runs on 21 hits. They do leave 6 on base. Pretty insignificant number there, but they do leave 6 on base. Lynchburg, really interesting for a 30-run outburst. They only had 6 extra base hits, 4 doubles, 1 triple, and 1 home run. And all these numbers I'm going to throw at you may or may not be accurate. I can see already they're not accurate. They did have 2 triples. Lynchburg had 2 triples. So let's bump that up to 7 extra base hits. Maddox Sutsui had a triple. Ben Jones had a triple. Lynchburg, obviously, they took some walks as well. It looks like the Hornets walked 12 times total. Yeah, I'm seeing 12 there. Offensively, the 4th inning was the feature. It was a 4th inning that took 1 hour and 2 minutes unofficially. Lynchburg did score. They led 4-0 in that ball game. And 20 of the 21 runs in the 4th inning came with 2 outs. Lynchburg did add a 5-piece in the 6th, or the 5th inning, rather. 5 in the 5th. I think at one point I did say 6 runs, but actually I believe it was only 5 in the 5th inning. The run line for Lynchburg looks like this. 0 in the 1st, 2 in the 2nd, 2 in the 3rd, 21 in the 4th. That gets you to 25, and then 5 more in the 5th to get to 30. Bridgewater scored 2 in the top of the 6th. That was off Tyler Kaltrider. TK pitched 6 strong innings, struck out 9, gave up 4 hits. And Kaltrider, you have to say, scattered 4 hits. I think he gave up 1 hit in the 2nd. He gave up 1 hit in the 4th, and then 1 in the 6th. 2 hits, rather, surrendered by TK in the 6th. But still, a lights-out performance. Kaltrider walked 1, and he moves to 7-0 on the season. Here's some offensive exploits for Lynchburg, and this will take just a second. Sean Pokerock was 6 for 6. The catcher for Lynchburg, the Vibes train conductor, the goose is loose, Sean Pokerock, 6 for 6. He had 3 doubles in there, by the way. Scored at least 4 times. And RBIs abound for Pokey. We'll get it for you here in just a second. Bryce Demery had a bases-clearing double. Ben Jones cleared the bases with a triple, part of 3 hits for Ben Jones. Joe Munitz had 3 hits. Here's a fun one on Joe Munitz's line. He was 3 for 4, a walk and a hit by pitch. No, that was Ethan Smith who subbed in there. So for Munitz, 3 for 4 with a walk, and all 3 of Joe Munitz's hits came in the same inning, the 4th inning. Brandon Garcia was 1 for 2, believe it or not. Some walks, a sac fly, a sac bunt. Ryder Warren, 1 for 1 with a 2-run homer. 3 walks and a hit by pitch for Ryder Warren. Maddox Sutsui was 2 for 3 with 2 walks and a hit by pitch. Logan Webster, 1 for 2 with 3 walks. All that is in the rearview mirror. In the windshield is another key matchup, you have to say. Lynchburg comes into this one at 30-5, 15-3 in conference. And Bridgewater, 22-11-1, 12-5-1 in league play. The leadoff hitter will be Nick Stavros, starting it off for the Bridgewater Eagles. The pitcher on the mound for Lynchburg is Nick Matfield. 5th-year man Nick Matfield has been dominant his entire career in a Lynchburg uniform, and he looks to remain that way today. Battery mate for Matfield will be Connor Moore. Lynchburg has made some changes to their order. We'll get those in just a second. It's actually just Connor Moore subbing in for Sean Pokerock as Stavros slashes this one down the line. So Bridgewater's bringing some energy early. It's extra bases for Nick Stavros. He'll cruise in. 0 for 2 in game 1 for Stavros, but he came into the ball game hitting over 400, one of the best averages in the league at 443. He's aboard with a leadoff double. Branson Hensley was 1 for 2 in game 1. He's the shortstop for Bridgewater. Here's the rest of the order for the Eagles. Stavros, Hensley, and then Zach Chadwell, Trent Holland, Lucas Bauer, Ashton Smith, Chandler Volbeck. Spencer Sigmund is the catcher. That's the only change in the order for Bridgewater. And Bryce Suiters playing left field. Defensively, Lynchburg's the same. We'll run it down for you here in a second. Matfield holds, still holding. Now the pitch. This one sprayed down the line, and that's foul by inches, a foot at most, 12 inches at most there on that foul ball as the lefties going backside on Nick Matfield. Connor Moore is the catcher for Matfield. Eric Hyatt at first, Ben Jones second. Brandon Garcia short, Maddox Sutsui at third. In the outfield, left to right, Logan Webster in center. Logan Webster in left, Munitz in center. and Ryder Warren in right field. Logan Webster's going to hug that line there. That's about as far to the foul territory side of left field as you'll see Logan Webster ever play. But he slid over there now. Top of the first inning in Game 2. Lynchburg wins Game 1 30-2. This is Game 36 for the Hornets. Stavros bouncing off at second. Off-speed pitch that Hensley holds up on. Eagles have, looks like Bridgewater's now 7-3 in their last 10 ball games. Lynchburg's won 4 in a row. They're still undefeated at home. Fastball just missed from Matfield. And Lynchburg's won 11 out of their last 12. 30 wins now for Lynchburg. 5th time in a row they've done that. 5 straight 30-win campaigns, 30-plus. The 3-1 is a ball. So Bridgewater's bringing some juice early. Got to acknowledge that. Got to give the Eagles some credit. We talked about how big that would be, what a key that would be in this ball game for Bridgewater to jump back in this thing. And, it's easy to just shut it down, pack it up, and head back up the road and get ready for next week. Bridgewater has not done that here, at least not early. Chadwell likes the first, hit hard. Munitz on the move. He can't catch it on the dive. 1 run is going to score, at least 1 run. It's extra bases for Zach Chadwell. Both runners coming home. Garcia thinks he's got a shot there. Good, strong throw, but not in time. And it's a Bridgewater lead, 2-0. First time the Eagles have led today. Yeah, they have certainly put the 28-run drubbing in the past. They are switched on and ready to go. Nick Matfield hasn't recorded an out yet. So now if you're Lynchburg, you got to be really careful. You had all the success in Game 1. The confidence has got to be at an all-time high. It's a senior day, so everybody's having fun with that in between games. You're running down that memorable record-setting day for Lynchburg. Looks like Lynchburg did set a couple records. Scanning the NCAA record book, it looks like Lynchburg may now have the record for most consecutive batters to reach base with 21. That happened in the 4th inning. Looks like the previous record was 20 straight. This ball's hit well by Trent Holland, but Joe Munitz is going to line it up. He actually started back and then broke in. There's out number 1 of the top of the first inning. Now, looks like for Lynchburg, it's not the most runs in an inning, NCAA-wise, but thinking it might be the most runs in one inning in program history. 30 runs on 21 hits total. And it was a 21-run outburst in the bottom of the 4th. This is top 1 of Game 2, and it's a Bridgewater lead early. Nick Matfield, I mentioned, has been rock solid not just this year, but his entire career. For Nick Matfield, in the outstanding campaign that he has spent on Lakeside Drive, he's 26-4 in 44 career starts. The earned run average is 3.19, which is incredible when you think about the amount of innings he's thrown. 205 strikeouts to just 62 walks in the 5+ year career for Nick Matfield. Did not pitch his freshman season, but he was the ODAC Rookie of the Year his sophomore year back in 2022. 1-1 count to Lucas Bauer. Matfield went with the 12-6 breaking ball there, and it's called a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out with the runner on second. That's Zach Chadwell. Chadwell busting loose after an 0-for-2 2-strikeout performance in Game 1. Chadwell on the season's now got 48 driven in. Sweeper was off the plate by design, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nick Matfield threw 6 innings versus Avert on Sunday. Gave up 2 earned runs, 6 hits, struck out 4, walked 3. Matfield checks the runner. Now fires from a lower arm slot. It's 3 hits in the inning. Munitz is going to charge. Chadwell will get the stop sign at third. Into the relay man. Ooh, this is kicked away from Eric Hyatt. It's going to let the runner advance. We saw some of that from Bridgewater. Really all game, but specifically in the long inning. Eagles got a little loose with the baseball at times. And now we're seeing that happen with Lynchburg. A free 90 feet for Lucas Bauer. He hit one well, right up the chute. 3 hits in the ball game now already for the Bridgewater Eagles. And they lead 2-0 with 2 in scoring position for Ashton Smith. Smith was 0 for 1. A note, Bridgewater did pull a lot of their starters in or after that long 4th inning. So you have a lot of guys in this Bridgewater order that only had 1 or 2 at-bats in game 1. Ashton Smith, for example, the third baseman for the Eagles, was 0 for 1, starting and hitting in this same spot. Here comes a mound visit from Michael Solbach. So this tells you all you need to know about the game of baseball right here. You can beat a team 30-2, and then in the next game, it's like that didn't matter. The other ball club comes out, strings together 3 hits. You got to say 3 balls that are really hit hard, too, by the way. Matfield has walked 1 and given up 2 earned runs right now, just 1 out at the moment. This is what the game is all about right here, though. As long as mentally you can put that previous game behind you, and it looks like Bridgewater's done that. Hard to say Lynchburg hasn't done that, because it's, again, back to the game of baseball where most of the team really hasn't even had a chance to influence the game. Matfield's just given up some hard-hit balls. Lynchburg hasn't had a chance to hit yet, obviously. Hornets are still undefeated at home, by the way. 17-0 this season. And it's a 19-game home winning streak going back to last year for Lynchburg. Hornets have won 105 ball games here at Foxy in the decade of the 20s. The 1-0, that was nasty. Ball got away from Connor Moore, but Chadwell, not great speed at third. Plus, you're having a big inning. Don't chance anything there, but trying to score on a ball like that. It was a swinging strike. Should be 1-1 now. 1 out. In the top of the first. It's rock and roll, drop of the hat. Like I said, it's almost like last game didn't even happen for Bridgewater. Tip your cap to the Eagles. Good slide by Connor Moore. He's had to go into hockey goalie mode here a couple times early. Connor Moore kept that one off the back wall with a diving backhand. Lynchburg won 37 games total last year, and they've won 30 already this season. With more to play, 3 more in the regular season, and then whatever in the tournament. Lynchburg has locked up a tournament spot, of course, and with that win at 15-3, I think they're all but assured of hosting a game. I don't think Lynchburg could fall down to 5th seed in the conference. 2-2 after a check swing from Smith. Swing and a miss. Strikeout for Nick Matfield. Good adjustments by Matfield. Looks like he's already gone to more breaking balls. Both the traditional overhand curveball, the 12-6, remember the clock face analogy, 12-6 curveball. Then also some of those sliders and sweepers as well, or horizontal movement on those for Matfield. Here's Chandler Volbeck. First baseman was 0 for 1 in game 1. That sweeper was tugged by Nick Matfield. 1 ball, no strikes. Eric Hyatt, the first baseman for Lynchburg, well off that first base line. The 1-0 is a called strike. Went with the overhand curveball there. And now it's 1-1. Garcia, Munitz, and Jones to start it for Lynchburg, as usual. But another slightly different lineup. This ball's lifted into center field. Munitz should have a play there. Calling for it, sprinting in, and making the catch to end the inning. So for Bridgewater, it's 2 runs, 3 hits. Eagles do leave 2 aboard, but early blood drawn in game 2 for Bridgewater. Let's stay here and check out this Lynchburg lineup. Yeah, it's not quite the cube lineup configurations that we had in 2023. That's kind of an inside line for baseball fans. If you don't know, back in 2023, Lynchburg in the regular season only duplicated 1 lineup in the regular season. They basically went with something different every single game. Now, yes, of course, there were familiar faces in the lineup, but they'd be shuffled around in the order, different combinations, different configurations. Lynchburg's done a little bit of that this year, but not quite to that extreme. And these top 3 guys have pretty much been rock solid in the lineup all season long, at least since Quinn Madden exited with injury. We're talking about Brandon Garcia leading off, Joe Munitz hitting second, Benny Bombs, Ben Jones is third. Here's where the changes come. Connor Moore switched into the spot that Sean Pokerock was occupying in game 1. Pokey went 6 for 6, Connor Moore will hit 4th. Ryder Warren was 1 for 1 with a dinger in game number 1. He's batting 5th. Logan Webster 6th. Jake Wright will DH and hit 7th in this game. And then it's Eric Hyatt and Maddox Tsutsui. So 2 changes in the lineup for Lynchburg. Everything else is the same. That's Moore and Wright. The pitcher for Bridgewater will be one of the guys that we mentioned early on as a possibility. This is number 4, Evan Burt. Burt enters the game with a 4-0 win-loss record. 4.82 is the earned run average. This will be start number 8 and appearance number 10 total. So he's come in twice out of the bullpen. 37 1/3 innings of work. He struck out 31, walked 25, and given up 31 hits. Hitters batting just .220 off Evan Burt this season. Really good number there. Walk rate's probably a little bit higher than you'd like from one of your starting pitchers, and Lynchburg will know that. They'll have a game plan to stay patient, as always. Lynchburg, one of the best in the country at taking walks as a team. They've led Division III baseball in that statistical category. Sorry. It's hard to say after a long first game. Maybe it's hard to say anytime. Burt will work from the windup. Here comes the 0-0. We're underway again on Lakeside Drive. Lynchburg already in a 2-0 hole after Bridgewater put together a 3-hit first inning. A couple doubles in there as well. Eagles do strand 2 in scoring position. Breaking ball is true from Evan Burt. Brandon Garcia had a hit, a couple walks, sac fly, and a sacrifice bunt in game 1. A little bit of everything for Lynchburg's premier table setter. Garcia staying alive there on a breaking ball that was down and in. Brandon Garcia was 3 for 5 against CNU on Thursday. That means he's 4 for his last 7. Brandon Garcia has now been on in 23 straight ball games. He's had base hits in 19 of his last 20. Another 0-2. 3-hopper to the second baseman. Stavros has a play. He'll complete it at first. Here's Joe Munitz. Joe Munitz with the week last week. Got recognition as the Old Dominion Athletic Conference Offensive Player of the Week. Munitz hasn't slowed down a ton since then. He was 3 for 4 in game 1 with a walk. And he did pressure the defense. They were sending Joe Munitz home in the 4th inning. He slipped and fell down in between home and third. Scrambled to his feet. Forced Bridgewater to hustle and make a play at home, which the Eagles could not do. Munitz scored the 6th run of the ball game at that point, and then the wheels fell off for Bridgewater. So Lynchburg ended up scoring 19 more in the inning. 21 total in the frame for Lynchburg. Joe Munitz has a 7-game hitting streak now, and he's got successful base hits in 8 of the last 9. Burt can't land a breaking ball a couple times, and now it's a 2-1 count. Ben Jones on deck had 3 hits in the ball game earlier today. Might be able to grab some other scores for you. We were scrambling in between games to total up all the numbers and see what kind of records Lynchburg could have possibly set both in the last game and in the inning. But I can tell you, as Joe Munitz will lay off a tough snapper from Evan Burt. Shenandoah is at Roanoke today. Guilford is at EMU. Virginia Wesleyan at Washington and Lee. Avert traveling to Randolph-Macon. It's non-conference games today for Ferrum and Hampton-Sydney. Ball 4. Munitz is on as the first base runner of the ball game for Lynchburg. Joe Munitz now has an on-base streak that dates back to the 2nd ball game of the season. It says game 36 for Lynchburg. Munitz has been on board at least once in 35 straight. Wow. Talk about consistency for Joe Munitz. Base hits, walks, gets hit by a pitch every now and then too. Here's Ben Jones. Triple and 3 hits in game 1. 1 walk. Yeah, Jones was, not scuffling a little bit here lately, but I don't think the ball's jumping off his bat like he's accustomed to. Maybe that's changing with that triple that he hit in game number 1. Up and away from Burt for ball 1. Connor Moore's on deck. Seymour had a big day against Christopher Newport. on Thursday. Connor Moore, a solo shot. Seymour see ya down the right field line. That was before Bryce Demery unloaded on Thursday for the Grand Slam. But Connor Moore, he's really been swinging the bat. We've been so impressed with Connor Moore. And you may find out why just in this inning here. 1-0. Munitz in the crouch. Now he'll take off. High fastball. Catcher Sigmund's just going to hold on to it. Typically, for a catcher, the high fastballs are the better ones to throw a runner out on, but that one was too high for Sigmund. I mean, he had to reach so high that you could see when it hit his mitt, kind of his arm bounced back a little bit because of the velocity and the height there. Breaking ball from Burt is a strike. And Jones got halfway into the swing there. Looked like maybe he was going to turn it loose. 2-1 count. With a runner in scoring position for Lynchburg, that's Joe Munitz. Shortstop will keep him close. Another curveball. This one didn't deposit itself in the strike zone. And now it's a 3-1 count for Ben Jones. Big time green light here for Benny Bombs. See if Burt gives him something he can sink his teeth into. Burt kicks and fires. No, it's a fastball away, and now it's back-to-back walks. And it will bring up Connor Moore, number 44, the sophomore from Vienna, Virginia. Also pitched on Wednesday against Virginia Wesleyan. Connor Moore, left-handed swinger with some power for sure. Season line for Connor Moore looks like this. .410 average in 11 previous starts. 2 jacks, 1 triple, 3 doubles for Connor Moore. Tells you a lot about what you need to know. Burt took something off. Moore swung through it, 0-1. For Connor Moore on Thursday against Christopher Newport, a 4-for-5 day with 3 driven in, a double and a home run. Connor Moore, did he get enough of this one? This ball is driven to right center field. Did Connor Moore do it again? It stays in the yard. It'll score 2. Connor Moore was on impulse power going into second base. Stand-up double for Seymour. Didn't leave the yard, but I will say he did do it again. Connor Moore has tied this ball game up with 1 swing. Man, Connor Moore. And you talk about all this for a guy that's not playing every day. Lynchburg has stuck to their game plan and their script of rotating the catchers evenly, trying to keep both of those guys healthy, and fresh, and it's really worked for Lynchburg. You know, something we need to do here when we have a chance is combine Sean Pokerock and Connor Moore's numbers. See what they would be doing if it was one person catching every day. Because I can guarantee you that person would be your first-team all-conference catcher from an offensive standpoint anyway. I mean, they've just been nuts swinging the bat lately and really all season long. Impressive. But when you don't play them every day, you do. You keep those guys fresh. They're in for the long haul. They're in for a potential long postseason run. Healthy legs, healthy mind. The bat, they just don't seem to lose much production, despite not seeing the live pitching every day. Ryder Warren's your hitter, 1-for-1 with a dinger in game 1. He's in an 0-2 hole early as Bird has bounced back, but the game is tied 2-2. Check swing from Moore. He did not go around. Good block from Sigmund. And our umpires are actually in blue today. Usually when you say, come on, blue, they're wearing the black tops like the umpires do a lot now. They changed, and they're in this blue. So great look for our umpires today. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Ryder Warren. Lynchburg's right fielder is ready. Burt stares at Moore, now pitches. Oh, yeah, nice pitch right there. That had some tailing action. Good hard fastball. Strikeout looking for Evan Burt. 2 gone in the bottom of the first. It's a 2-2 ball game now. I said the offensive environment was high scoring on Thursday with CNU and Lynchburg. Could be a very hitter-friendly environment today. There is some breeze blowing out to right center. That helps a little bit. Warm day, but some cloud coverage. 0-1 count on Logan Webster. 1 for 2 with 3 walks in game 1. Logan Webster Was 3 for 6 last week. And that was after a pretty dismal 1 for 17 stretch from Logan Webster. So now, factoring in the ball games on Wednesday and Thursday, and then game 1 today, Logan Webster is now looking at a 4 for 8, 500 clip in his last 3. 0-2 count, though. Bert's doing a good job getting ahead of these hitters. Oh, nasty right there. He went with Uncle Charlie and snapped that one down for a punch-out. 3-pitch strikeout, and it's back-to-back backwards Ks for Evan Burt. He does give up the lead, though. We're tied. Lynchburg, 2 runs on 1 hit. They leave 1 runner stranded. No Bridgewater errors, and we're through 1 complete in Game 2 at Fox Field in Lynchburg.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
Welcome back, baseball fans. It's Kyle Haney, and our special guest has finally materialized, Oscar Garcia. I got a buddy named Oscar Briggs, OG. I've made that mistake before, but this is OG. This is Oscar Garcia. Viva OG. What's up, man? You were going to come on in Game 1, but then the madness happened, and we know baseball players and coaches are a little superstitious, so you didn't want to change anything up.
And you know it, Kyle. It's funny that you mentioned that because I'm pretty sure we've been talking about this for a little while now. Remember in Richmond maybe 2 years ago?
Yeah.
You wanted me to come on in the ODAC tournament, and I'm like, I'm good. But, hey, here I am.
Here you are.
Appreciate you.
2-2 ball game in game number 2. What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about Game 1? You want to talk about this game? You just want to play it by ear? What do you want to do here, OG?
Whatever you want to do except talking about me, please.
Let's. We got to tell folks that Oscar Garcia was the outstanding assistant coach here at the University of Lynchburg for, 6 years? 6 years? Is it 6 for you, OG?
Yeah. Fall of 2019 was my first semester here. So, yeah, from 2019 to 2024.
Mm-hmm.
So, 5 seasons.
5 seasons. I think a lot of folks watching will know you, but not everybody does. So it's nice to run that down. Spencer Sigmund, the catcher, has a 1-1 count now, working against Nick Matfield. And of course, a part of so much success in those years, and that success was hard-earned, wasn't it? I mean, I think some folks don't realize how much work you guys put in. Staff continues to put in a lot of work, but it's tough to get to where Lynchburg's at now, with the standard they're at now, isn't it?
It's tough, and I gotta be honest, Kyle. I came in 2019, and the foundation was built. Lucas Jones is an outstanding person when it comes to. He came in with a mission, right? And he talked about national championships when probably nobody was talking about national championships in Lynchburg. So he came in with a vision, and it was a pleasure to work with him. Of course, right next to the other coaches, Travis Beasley, Mike Solbach, Cam Lane, you name it, Gabe Garcia, my brother. So it's been, and B more, of course, in the analytics side, but it's been a pleasure to be part of.
I want to run down Gabe real quick because he's still coaching in college. Tell us what your brother's up to.
Yeah, so I think Gabe, what he did was he's very smart, right? He came in, learned under Michael Solbach and Travis Beasley, 2 of the best minds pitching-wise in college baseball. And then he went and said, all right, I learned all this knowledge, so let me go put it to practice. So he's actually the pitching coach at Fayetteville Tech Community College. So in North Carolina, he actually just got done playing against Richard Bland. They went 2-1 this weekend, so they won the series. So
big time right there. 2-2 coming up. It's a long at bat for Spencer Sigmund. The catcher's fouled off a couple Nick Matfield deliveries. He'll get this one in play. Going to be tough for Brandon Garcia. Hollywood, 1 hop. Oh, Eric Hyatt couldn't shovel that one out. That's probably going to be a base hit there for Spencer Sigmund. Good at bat there. Well, you talk about, you learn from some guys and then you move on. I mean, you got such a great baseball background. You don't even talk about this a lot, but OG was a good player at Concord University. D2 baseball there in West Virginia, and then your family background with all kinds of people. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to tell people what your uncle and your dad have done, but if you want to tell people, about these Miguel Cabrera connections and things, I mean, you can go that route if you want. The floor is open for you, but I mean, you came from a great baseball background, you have to say, huh?
Yeah, and baseball has been around the family my whole life, right? Like my dad has been a scout for the Detroit Tigers organization for 20 plus years now. His brother, my uncle, played in the big leagues for the Angels, California Angels. That's right. Is that
they're back then.
Yeah, back then, and then the Pittsburgh Pirates, and he's been a scout for multiple organizations. Currently with the Tigers. So when he was with the Marlins, he found this hidden gem called Miguel Cabrera, 16 years old, and signed him with the Marlins. So I think that's the biggest name he has to his career.
First ballot Hall of Famer. I mean,
yes, I would like to think so. But and then so my other uncles, their first cousin, he is currently managing the AA for the Phillies.
Yeah.
So
is that the one that played in Lynchburg for a bit in the minors?
Yeah, he did.
They weren't the Lynchburg Hillcats back then, of course. They were probably the Lynchburg Mets. I think at that point. Yep. 1 out. Top of the order. Nick Stavros doubled and scored first time up. Matt Field's under some pressure here, OG. So let's hold the biography in your resume and get back to this ball game. I mean, I think Matt Field's got good stuff. Bridgewater, they really seem to have done a nice job of putting game one behind them. I mean, this looks like a new ball club, doesn't it?
Yeah, and honestly, this is probably the hardest thing to do when you do something like that in the first game. Lynchburg probably has the biggest challenge in this game because it's so easy. You're after game one, you're flying high, and then you take a break for 40 minutes, and you're coming back, and it's really hard to turn it back on.
Exactly. And you've gone up there and got something to eat, and all the fans and the parents are talking about it and telling you how great it was, and rightfully so. I mean, I think I said on the broadcast, I mean, that's, as a coach, you have to let the guys enjoy it to an extent. And then, that one's hit hard. Stavros has got 2 hits. Let's see if they send Spencer Sigmund. Catcher's going to get held up. Joe Munitz gets to the ball and throws it in. 5 hits in the ball game now for Bridgewater. Part of the thing about Nick Matfield, he's pitched so much in his career. I think this is start number 4 against Bridgewater. They've gotten some pretty good intelligence on a guy like Nick. Now, he's great, but when a team, has seen you a few times, it does seem to raise the offense's success rate a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, and Nick has been really good his whole career. And like you say, he's pitched against some of these teams 4, 5 plus times.
Yeah.
So they've seen him, right? It's easy. You start writing scouting reports, and sometimes you're trying to figure out what works and what doesn't. It doesn't mean it's going to work out every time, but you kind of switch it around. And I think right now they're putting pressure on Nick and taking some good swings, just making him uncomfortable. So
that cat and mouse game is so interesting too, because Nick knows that they know, and vice versa. And sometimes you can get, too cute, but you can maybe just outthink yourself some. This ball is grounded up the middle. This could be 2 for Lynchburg. Bobbled by Jones. Not going to get any. Another run for Bridgewater. And the Eagles lead again, 3-2. There's 1 out with 2 on for Branson Hensley now. For Chadwell now. This is Zach Chadwell. And we'll come back to that one. Don't know if it's hit or an error, but Chadwell doubled in his last at bat, OG. It's a danger spot right now for Lynchburg.
Yeah, I've been able to follow Chadwell a little bit. The numbers he's putting in the ODAC this year are pretty good. A big physical dude and left-handed hitter. You don't see those often in this conference. And when you get somebody like that, you hope you cash in some of these opportunities, definitely with runners on base.
Pitcher's pitch there from Matfield was off the plate. It's a 1-0 count with 1 out. Runners on first and second. Bridgewater leads 3-2. Leadoff man's been on in both frames. 5 or 6 hits in the inning, depending on how that one's getting scored. It looks like it was ruled an E4 on Ben Jones. Now it's 2-0. You've fallen behind Zach Chadwell. Here's an interesting one. You don't have a base open, but if you think about it, we'll hold on this pitch from Matfield, 2-0. This ball's fouled away. If you think about it, OG, if you had runners on second and third and you walked them, the bases would be loaded, right? So you don't have a traditional base open right here. But if you walk them, it's actually the same result that you would get if you had a base open, which is kind of interesting to think about, because I think pitching, you don't really think about it that way. And you'd still have your double play in order as well. That ball was just off the plate. Do you see what I'm saying?
Absolutely,
though?
and I think like the difference there with the base open is more about you're not going to give him pitches to hit, right? Like so you're almost going to make him, and it's a cat and mouse game, like you mentioned. And you're always going to try to make him chase. So that whenever he puts the barrel on the ball, it's a little softer than usual. So trying to look for those pitches in the corners to either for him to chase, because as a hitter, right, it's hard. Like you got, in this case, it's first and second, but if you got a guy on second and third, you want to bring those runs in, so you want to be aggressive. So that's kind of like the cat-mouse game that you're talking about.
Yeah, Chadwell's a run producer as well, 48 RBI on the season. So he does look to drive these guys in when they're out there. Runners on first and second, full count, 1 out. Payoff, they went inside and got him. Not really a great presentation from Connor Moore. Chadwell didn't love the call, but it's out number 2 of the inning, and you have to say a very big punch out there from Nick Matfield.
Yeah, big punch out. I think they were trying to go outside, but sometimes you miss the location. But I think that was it froze him. He wasn't expecting that ball there. So
that's one with the ABS. You know, the challenge system for balls and strikes that they tried out in the spring training and then also the minors. That's one that's shown us where, you know, the catcher, honestly, I mean, yes, they're still framing pitches and you got to present and all those things, but I mean, umpires now more apt to just call it by the strike zone rather than if they see a good frame from the catcher.
Yeah, and I was going to say in that particular one, I know he missed the spot and Connor didn't do the best job presenting it, but I think that might have been a strike. I think that ball might have been there. So.
Well, and one thing you can see from up here, I don't know if you always talked about you never watch a game from up here, but we do get a really good look at the strike zone from up here, for sure.
Yeah.
It's an 0-2 count, by the way. As Matfield gets set, the hitter is Trent Holland. Flew out to center in his first at bat. Runners on first and second. Matfield's pitch was in the other batter's box by design. Holland doesn't chase. It's a 3-2 Bridgewater lead. Scored 2 at the top of the first, 1 here in the second. Lynchburg tied it up in the bottom of the first frame. But now the Hornets playing from behind again, at least for the moment. 1-2. Good stop by Moore. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Yeah, OG, we'll just stay here in between innings. We'll get into some deep baseball banter.
I like it. That sounds like a plan, Kyle. That sounds like a plan.
It's just always a fun day at the ballpark, and we'll get to that thought here in just a second. Maybe 2-2 from Matfield. Swing and a miss. He got him. Runner gave himself up there, even if Matfield didn't, or even if Moore didn't handle it cleanly. So it's back-to-back punch-outs for Nick Matfield. 3 in the ball game. Bridgewater has scored 3 in the game, though. They get 1 run there on 2 hits. They end up leaving 2 Eagle base runners, Kyle Haney and Oscar Garcia. And, yeah, look, I mean, a day at the ballpark, man. You were a player. You grew up watching baseball with the family. You're a player. You're a coach. How tough is this now for you? Because you went this spring and you didn't coach. If folks don't know, you took a spring off, which sure is nice. You got a little bit of free time, but you're itching to get back out there, aren't you?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And funny you mentioned that, but this spring I've been able to. I'm rooting for 4 different teams. I'm rooting for people that on the broadcast. So I'm a Detroit Tigers fan, so I'm rooting for them. But then, of course, I got my Hornets here and got to watch them every during the week and every weekend. And then, of course, with Gabe down in Fayetteville, rooting for that team. And then never thought I was going to really root for the Irish, but here I am too. So
yep. Lucas Jones, our great friend at Notre Dame. How much have you talked to Coach Jones, and what's he been saying lately about the transition to big-time ACC baseball? That's another level right there.
Yeah, and I was able to catch up with them down in Wake Forest. They came down to Wake Forest. Able to catch up with them, watching him coach third base, how happy he looks. And honestly, when I saw him, like, we didn't really talk much about baseball or anything like that. I was just more happy seeing him doing well, and it seems like the family's doing well up there. So, but yeah, no, the Irish gained a new fan this year.
Yeah,
so
it's great stuff. Did you hear when we had Gavin Jones on the broadcast? Did you hear that?
I did.
How much fun was that, man?
Gavin was talking about their catcher being the most impressive sophomore that is, and I think those are probably words from Lucas Jones that he hears at dinner, and he brings it out here, so it's pretty funny.
Jake Wright is the hitter, DHing today. Bryce Demery was the DH in this 7-hole in Game 1. Wright thinks that ball hit him. A little salesmanship on the umpire there. Now the umpire is going to call the colleagues in. Hey, let's dig in a little bit here, though, OG. Talk about hitting, because when you came up here, or when you were up here in BP, you were already talking about guys and hand placement and some of those things. Don't give away all your secrets, but tell the fans a little bit of some things you look at when you're evaluating hitters and some of your hitting philosophy.
Yeah, and I mean, hitting is the hardest thing to do in sport, right? So it's hard. So as a coach, you have to come with that mindset that nobody is trying to go out there and not do well. Everybody's trying, right? Like, it's more about building a good routine, something that you trust, and something that you can build on every day to work in particular things that you're working on. Is one of the things that we always talk about Lynchburg, and they're still doing a great job. It's just pitch selection, swing decision. But I feel like sometimes people now they're talking about it a little bit more than they used to. But I think people put that in the back burner, and I think the swing decision aspect of it is, if you're hitting balls in the middle that are middle of the plate and you're making swing decisions with them, those are going to be a little bit easier to hit than the ones that are painting the corners and whenever the pitcher's trying to spot out. So swing decision is big. I think that's one of the most important parts. And then when it comes to the mindset of it, it's just the confidence, right? I think the best hitters out there are the ones who are most confident. I think whenever, and everybody's been in this spot that play baseball, sometimes you're doing well and you don't even know what you're doing. And that's all because of confidence, right? Yeah. I'm going to be able to take the best swing I have. I'm going to be able to take the best approach and trust it when I go out there. So those are big, man. Like I think swing decision is probably one of the most important ones when it comes to hitting. So
Kyle Haney chatting with former Lynchburg assistant coach and baseball savant Oscar Garcia. 1 on now, as it was ruled a hit by pitch on Jake Wright. Eric Hyatt's going to put down a sac bunt. It's kind of a two-way concept there. If Hyatt put down a perfect one, he may have gotten on board, but it will move Jake Wright up. And now there's a runner in scoring position for Maddox Tsutsui, third baseman for Lynchburg. Yeah. But yeah, that swing decision, Ted Williams said the most important thing is getting a good pitch to hit. Mm-hmm. And he seemed to have a lot of this hitting thing figured out. But yeah, I think you're right. A lot of times if you're working with a hitting instructor or if you're working with a coach, it's all about the swing. And the swing is important. Mm-hmm. You have to have some mechanics, but yeah, the pitch recognition, pitch selection, as the 0-0 is high from Evan Burt. And talk about how it's not always going to stay the same based on counts and situations in the game, et cetera. It's almost endless how much that can change, right? Yeah, and I think that's when data comes into the play, right? Like some of the arms that you're looking at, they do things really well, right? What they do well is that what you want to swing at? Probably not. You want to look for the mistake, right? And then there are guys that do things really well more often than not. So those are the guys that maybe you have to be a little bit more aggressive when it comes to, hey, I know this is where he's trying to throw the baseball. That's where I kind of have to put my eyesight, looking the baseball out there, and then expect it. While if I'm in a hitter scout, expect that it's going to be there. Because if I think that, I think it might be there, it might be too late to take a swing. So I think and it's funny, I think Bo Bichette talked about this, the dad. So Dante Bichette, about hitting. And he said that when you are in a hitter scout, you deserve a pitch to hit. Is it going to happen? Most likely not. You never know. Right. But you deserve a pitch to hit. So you should be a little more aggressive because you take that approach into it. 2-2. Burt missed, and the catcher missed. Be a full count as Jake Wright will move up to third base. Maddox Tsutsui the hitter. Hey, great point there about the hitters' counts and about how you may not get what you want. And then, I love the old line about a good hitter fails 7 out of 10 times. Good hitters hitting 300, maybe college standards slightly higher, but still, it's a lot of failure in this game. And you got to deal with it here. Third base umpire is going to walk to the mound and tell Burt something. Looks like Burt wants to go from the windup, or maybe they were actually confirming if he was in the windup or not. That's maybe could have been what that was, because he's got kind of that hybrid 45-degree. He looks like, I don't know if he's in the windup or the stretch. We'll comment on that again in a second after this pitch hits Maddox Tsutsui. 2 hit batters in the inning. There was a sacrifice bunt by Hyatt sandwiched in there, but Wright's at third, Tsutsui's at first, and here comes Brandon Garcia.
Yeah, and I think going back to the point of the 7 out of 10 and trying to get hits out there. In this case, in particular, really good hitters look at the situation and know what they want to do here in order to be successful. Right here, does Brandon want to get a hit? Absolutely. Does he need to get a hit? Probably not, right? Like, it'll be okay with, like, looking the approach of, like, what do I need to do to bring that runner at third base in to score a run? So
yeah. Garcia had a sacrifice fly in game 1, so he understands that assignment. Looks like Lynchburg's going to try a little first to third safety squeeze. More from that this year from the Hornets, the first to third bunting game and some of the running game. Give us your philosophy there on some of that small ball stuff.
Well, here, what Brandon is trying to do is, in my opinion as a coach, if it's well executed, impossible to defend, because you got the first baseman covering first base, right? And so that whole hole over there on the right side of the infield is way open. So if you try to put bunt down that way, it's going to be really, really hard for that first baseman to make a play, because you can't leave that guy take extra steps in his lead, because then he's going to be able to steal a little bit easier, right? So it's a really hard play to defend. That's why with 3-1, with 1 out right here, trying to score a run, and then worst case scenario, let's say Brandon is not successful, you end with a guy on second and third with 2 outs.
Yeah.
So
there is 1 out. It's a 1-1 count. Umpire is going to shift over now, get between the mound and second. Don't see that much in the middle of the at-bat, but that's okay. No. Brandon Garcia is the hitter with runners at the corners. We're in the bottom of the second. Garcia swinging on that one, and now it's a 1-2 count. So back to the situation. You want to stay out of the double play. Mm-hmm. It's a situation where it's weird because a strikeout's actually almost preferred right here. Hard to tell yourself that as a hitter, though.
Yeah, and the pitcher probably right here is trying to stay away, right? Because that first base on the right side, there's so much space over there. So even nice hit.
Caught Oscar Garcia mid-comment. That ball was blistered. Tsutsuy's going to take the turn. First to third there. Good base running by Tsutsui. Garcia's pumped. Why wouldn't he be? We're tied up again. RBI single there for Hollywood. I mean, just break down that swing. I mean, Brandon Garcia, so good. I know he goes through some hot and cold stretches like every hitter, but he's so sound at the plate, isn't he?
It's so hard to pitch to a guy like that, because that guy's going to make you work. He's not going to give you anything. And, like, sure, once again, he's not going to get a hit every single time he goes out there, but all you're trying to do is give a competitive at-bat then you go out there. And some guys like that, and Joe Muniz is in that category too. It's just tough to pitch to them because they're going to make you work. They're not going to. Nothing's going to be easy. Nothing's going to be easy when it comes to an at bat. So, and the pitcher knows that, right? The pitcher's human. He's on the mound, and he knows the ability that they have to just compete in the at bats. So it's fun to watch, and they're all over the place. Stavros is one of those kids on Bridgewater. He's tough to pitch to, and I don't know if he.
Garcia running. They won't throw to second. He's in scoring position now for Joe Muniz. 1-1 count. First pitch went behind Joe Muniz. Evan Burt has surrendered just 2 hits. Seems to have good stuff when he's in the zone, but he's walked 2 and hit 2, and then a few wild misses like that first pitch to Joe Muniz. Let's see what Joe Muniz does here. Of course, Joe always knows the situation as well. Infield is staying back. All but the third baseman anyway. Third baseman's in on the infield grass. 2-1 now.
No, I think if you're Joe here, you're trying to see the ball a little elevated, right? Trying to look for that middle to top part of the zone, so you can. It's a little bit easier to hit in the outfield, a little bit easier to get under and get a sac fly. So that's what your eyesight should be looking at. There you go.
Muniz will do it right there. This ball's hit well. Long run into center field for Bauer. He will not make the grab. Jolton Joe has scored 2, and he wants a triple. Lynchburg on top. A 3-run inning as Joe Muniz just banging one over the center fielder's head. Boy, his hot streak really continues. Joe Muniz now, he's over 500 since April the 5th. He was the conference hitter of the week last week, OG. Joe Muniz is seeing that thing right now.
Yeah, it's once again, like, and Joe's a really good baseball player, just high IQ when it comes to baseball. So you can sit down and have some really good baseball conversations with Joe, because not only the IQ, but just he has the heart. We don't talk about heart enough. I feel like as coaching staff, that is something that is unteachable. You can't teach hard, you can't teach passion, right? So I think when you find little diamonds on the rough like that, the guys that care, have played with heart, and also are good at the sport, that's a pretty good combination. So it's pretty good to see Joe, and it's really, really fun to talk to him about baseball.
Yeah, he's John Waters, our outstanding athletic director, has checked in. He's down in Florida. He was watching some equestrian yesterday. But athletic director Waters says that you have overdue library books, that you're going to either need to pay the fine or find those books, or he's going to yank you off the broadcast. He's going to have the authorities come in here. He's going to have school security stop in here.
Whoa, that is funny. That is something I did not know. So
it may be a joke, or maybe not. You're thinking about it.
Yeah,
though.
I'm thinking about it now. I mean, I did, and John, I appreciate that comment. You make me nervous a little bit, but no, John Waters. Every time I get a chance to thank him, I do, because I mean, of course, Lucas. Coach Jones was the one who I was able to connect when it comes to that position open that I was in 2019 of graduate assistant. But John was nothing but class act when I was here, and everything that he built it was really, really fun to be a part of it. So.
0-1 count to Ben Jones. He walked in his first plate appearance. Ben Jones will swing through this one. Infield's drawn in now for Bridgewater. Eagles trail all of a sudden 5-3. High-scoring first game, although one-sided, but still 32 runs between the squads. We got 8 runs in the first 2 innings here now. Seems like, again, the offensive environment is pretty conducive to hitting. You put any science behind that? I mean, the trees are a little bit greener, the hitting background, or is it just the result of a lot of hard work and starts clicking for guys?
I think it's we got to talk a little bit about weather. Yeah. Weather is when it comes
to hit Ben Jones. 3 hit batters in the ball game now. But yeah, you think the weather being warmer really helps the hitters?
It does. And then whenever you're getting, I mean, all these kids, they know that they're getting closer and closer to playoff time.
Yeah.
So playoff baseball is fun. Playoff baseball is fun, and they know it. And I think the really, really cool thing about college baseball is that when you get into streaks like the one that Lynchburg is in right now, it's really fun to come to the field every single day.
Yeah.
So that has something to do with it as well.
You don't mind putting in the extra work a little bit. It's kind of hard to do that, like you said, in January and February when it's 35 degrees outside. And, you can hit indoors some or whatever, but you get to see a little bit more. As Ben Jones took some time to shake off that hit by pitch. By the way, Bert has hit 3. He's given up 3 base hits and walked 2. Second time through the order here. Lynchburg's got Connor Moore, who doubled in his first at-bat. I just think Lynchburg's seeing it so good right now. I guess maybe also you can say as the season goes on, you get more of a file on the pitcher, more of a scouting report. There's more unknowns that first month. Lure those non-conference guys, too, those non-conference games. Now you start seeing some new people. Jones is running. Breaking ball that didn't break. Pump fake to second. So now it's 2 in scoring position again for Lynchburg.
And the other thing, too, Kyle, is as a baseball player, you want to know your role. You want to know your role. So this down towards the end of the regular season, everybody kind of knows their role already. They know what they need to do in order to do their role well. So when you have that that clarity on what you're trying to do and what the coaching staff wants you to do, or what the team needs you to do to win games, it's easier to go out there and play. It simplifies the game a little bit more.
That makes a lot of sense. It does. 1-1 count, 1 out. Connor Moore's the hitter. Infield's back this time. Moore blisters one down the line. 2 more RBIs for Connor Moore. And it's going to be another double as this one took a weird carom off the fence. Moore was running hard the whole way. My goodness. Connor Moore is absolutely stroking it. He's driving guys in. I mean, this dude, it's a sophomore too. And this is what I was saying, I think, before you got on. For Lynchburg, the catchers are splitting the duties, as Lynchburg has done so often, and many college teams do. It makes it more impressive for me what Sean and Connor Moore are doing because they're not seeing the live pitching every day.
Yeah, and I think going back to it, when you have that clarity of Sean right in these double headers, Sean goes, I need to go out there. I'm gonna be in the first game. I need to catch the best game. I gotta give 9 innings. I need to give that, and of course he could pinch hit in the second game and stuff like that. But when you focus on what your duty is to do that day, it's easier. It makes the game a little bit less complicated. And same with Connor. Connor knows that in this second game, he's the guy. He knows, right? When he comes down here on Saturday mornings, he knows he's going to catch a second game. What I would say about Connor Moore, and I'm going to pump his tires a little bit, okay? He is an outstanding, not only young man, but outstanding teammate. He's really, really cool to be around. Even as a coach, he's just one of those guys that you're like, wow, this dude is is a really cool kid. So the good thing about Connor Moore, I'll share this story earlier in the fall of 2023. That was his freshman year, I believe. Yes, fall of 2023. We're hitting in the cages one of the days that we have practice, and he's taking backside swings and just kind of like, trying to put the ball in play very with the approach is like, let me just hit my singles. And I tell Connor, I'm like, hey, Connor, your swing plays. I'm like, what do you mean, coach? It's like, you got some power. I've never really had power. I'm like, well, you're going to have some power, buddy. You just got to believe it. You just got to take the swings with the intent that trying to do damage.
Yeah.
So watching him do what he's doing, because he's getting hits, but he's getting extra base hits too.
Yeah.
So watching him do that this year is really, really fun, just because I think he kind of noticed that I'm like, oh yeah, I can hit for some power. So.
Yeah. Well, Ethan Morotsky and I were remarking that ball just seems to jump off his bat. It's a trampoline effect. And it doesn't look like he takes a super hard swing. There's some leverage in there. There's some physics that I don't even fully understand. He makes, and again, back to what you said, he may not fully understand it, but gosh, it's working. 2 doubles in the game, 5 doubles for Connor Moore this year, 2 homers, a triple. He's 8 for his last 12, by the way. Connor Moore on an absolute tear right now for Lynchburg. And that's why I love talking baseball with people, is we'll greet the new Bridgewater pitcher in a second. I said it's tougher for Pokerock and Moore because they're splitting time. You had the counterpoint there. In some ways, it's easier. You've got that defined role. Hey, I'm only playing one. I'm going to make the most of it. A great point by you.
Yeah, no, and I think of course you mentioned Connor and Sean, but the what Coach Beasley has done, we did it last season, and then of course we got to bring up the cube with Coach Jones. It was very similar, right? You know what you're gonna be good at, in those situations. If you got to come in for defense, if you're gonna be the pinch hit guy, you're gonna be somebody who's gonna face lefties. You're gonna be somebody who's gonna face righties. As a hitter, that helps. That helps to know that, hey, you know what? Coach hasn't told me to go warm up, to go swing, but I kind of know where this game is going to. And I think at some point I'm going to get called to, so let me start preparing mentally. And I think that is something that Coach Beasley and the staff does very well.
It's number 42, Hunter Koval, in the ball game for Bridgewater. He's one of the premier bullpen options. This will be appearance number 18. Team lead there. He's 3-0 with 1 save. Earned run average is 2.66 for Hunter Koval. Struck out 20 and only walked 6. You can tell from the eye test he's got some velo OG. There he'll start Ryder Warren with a breaking ball. It's an 0-1 count. Give us some of your philosophy into when a new guy does come in out of the bullpen. You may have some data. You may not have much to go on.
Yeah, exactly. You say, when that happens,
Ryder Warren figured it out pretty quick. Base knock up the middle. Slight bobble in center field. Connor Moore was probably going to score anyway, and Lynchburg's got 8 now. An 8-3 advantage for the Hornets. 6 in the inning. And I want to get back to the point, but let me also say, Lynchburg did not hit in the bottom of the 7th in Game 1 because of the run rule. So think about this. In what's now 8 innings of offense, and really it's actually 7 1/3 innings of offense, Lynchburg scored 38 runs.
That's impressive.
Borderline unheard of. I don't
think you hear that. No, and kudos. I mean, baseball is baseball, right? And we gotta know that. But don't let those scores lie to you, because Bridgewater is a good team.
Yes,
they're a good team. Baseball is baseball, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it just doesn't go your way. But Bridgewater is a good ball club. So, but I mean, doesn't take away what Lynchburg's doing. It's impressive, and it's just putting pressure once again, not only on the defense but on the pitcher, right? But sometimes if I'm out there on the mound and that's happening, I don't know what else to do.
Yeah, I ran down that in Game 1. That's the loneliest feeling in the world when you're the pitcher on the business end of one of those outbursts from Lynchburg or somebody else. And that's something to think about too, and the reason why you want to do things right and you don't disrespect the game or your opponents, because you could be on the receiving end of this. And honestly, if you stick around in the game long enough, eventually you will be on the receiving end. You guys were on the other end against Roanoke and CNU a couple times last year. I don't know if you call it what goes around comes around, but it's like you said, it's baseball. It's just the nature of our game, really.
Yeah, it's baseball. It's the nature of the game, and your point is right. You don't disrespect it. Don't disrespect your opponent, and understand that it's baseball. Like I said, sometimes you don't know what you're doing, and you're doing it really well. So, but yeah, when it comes to this sport, and it happens in the big leagues too. So the guys that are making hundreds of thousands of dollars, you see those scores up there too.
Yeah.
So
wild game with the Cubs and D-backs yesterday. I think something. Arizona, then they scored 10 in an inning and lost or something like that.
Yes.
So there you go. There you go. Now, Lynchburg in Game 1, if you don't know, fans, if you're joining us late, wow, Lynchburg scored 21 in the bottom of the fourth. And it seems like the offense is picking up right where it left off as Logan Webster will foul a 1-2 delivery away from Hunter Koval. The other thing is these long innings just destroy your confidence, and your defense has to stay out there so long. You kind of get fried mentally and physically when you're on the receiving end of these.
Yeah, and as an infielder, that's why, like, if you talk to
Logan Webster. Went down and got a ball just above his knee and hit it well, but a running grab in left by Bryce Suiters for the second out of the inning. Continue the thought there.
Yeah, no, and as a position player, of course, like, my favorite pitcher is a guy who gets on the mound, pitches, get the ball back up, give me the ball, pitch again, give me the ball, because it gets kind of, hey, I'm going to come after you, I'm going to throw strikes, you go hit it, and then I'll let my defense play.
That rhythm, that tempo is so key,
And I think that helps the position players and the defense to stay engaged a little bit more. It's more of a, hey, I just got to do my prep step, take a deep breath, do my prep step again, take a deep breath, prep step again. So, like, you get more involved, you know exactly what. So those are in my opinion, now on the mound is a little bit different. You got to play the timing and all that stuff. But as a position player, that's what I would love to see.
Jake Wright has a base knock. He's 1 for 1. He was hit in his first plate appearance. Ryder Warren will hold at second. Lynchburg has 2 on again with 2 outs. Here's Eric Hyatt, who had the sacrifice bunt his first time up. But yeah, that rhythm, that game, that's when the game, I think, is most pleasing for everybody. When the game is played fast. And, the worst thing is when you watch a game at the lower levels and guys are walking out to their positions. And like you said, it's ball 1, ball 2, pass ball. When the game moves, and even with some runs scores, when the game moves at a pretty good pace, I think it becomes really watchable and really enjoyable for the fans, and the teams stay in it as well. And also when you give up a lot of runs, you have to make those pitching changes. Those slow some things down too, as it's an 0-1 start to Eric Hyatt. Hyatt's first look at Koval. He's the second arm that Bridgewater has used. There's runners on first and second. It's an 8-2 Lynchburg lead all of a sudden. The kids call that a sword right there from Eric Hyatt.
But think about this, Kyle, and it's funny that, like, really good hitters could potentially do that on purpose, right? Yeah. And you've seen this.
Sure.
And, could potentially do that on purpose. If I'm the pitcher? I'm going to go back to it.
Right.
Because look what I made him do. Let's see what he does here.
Yeah. Or Eric Hyatt, cue ball there. This could be a tough play for Stavros. He'll scoop and sidearm it to first. Inning is over, but another big one for Lynchburg. They score 6. We're going to keep it right here. After 2 complete, it's Lynchburg 8, Bridgewater 3. Kyle Haney and Oscar Garcia bantering. Yeah, I think, what's interesting, and I've read up on a lot of baseball, so have you. They talk about Bill Buckner, famously made the gaffe there that cost the Red Sox the World Series. Mm-hmm. They said Bill Buckner was one of the guys that would do that. And he told the manager, look, you're paying me to drive in runners, right? He said, if I come up early in the game with nobody on, I might intentionally swing and miss to try to set the pitcher up for later. Now, if you're a young hitter at home, if you're a high school hitter, don't say, hey, the Lynchburg guy said it was okay. But just to your point, there's a lot of different things that can work in this game. And there's a lot of subtle things that are happening that we may not even realize.
Yeah, and of course, for if you're a young baseball player out there listening, I think what you need to know is more on, like, hey, whenever you get a sword, prepare for that pitch again,
Sure.
right? Like if I'm a pitcher, if I'm a pitching coach, and that kid takes that bat of a swing, what am I gonna do? Repeat the same pitch, right? So, but it's funny that because and this now is on the pitching side, is as a pitcher, I got to know that I just got to throw the same one instead of trying to throw a better one. Because what happens if you throw a better one? You might spike it, or you might leave it right down the middle. So instead of trying to do too much, just not that more from the pitching side of it. But it's baseball. That's what baseball's fun. It's just a cat and mouse. And whenever you talk to baseball minds, it's really, really fun to kind of learn about those stuff.
It's so vast and it's so complex, and there's so many subtleties and little things. And then the crazy thing is you can never learn it all, because by the time you figure it all out, stuff changes. I mean, stuff changes every day, whether it's players doing something new or managers trying something new that works. I mean, you guys at Lynchburg have tried some things over the years that, I don't know, unorthodox, but we'll say just a little bit different, and they've worked. And you stay with them. I mean, the cube being one of them, and now it's the plastic duck gone? Is the duck gone? I was going to say the duck there would be one of them. But anyway, 8-3 is the lead right now with Nick Matfield still pitching for Lynchburg. The hitter is Lucas Bauer. But yeah, I mean, just talk about the game, how the game changes almost overnight. Sometimes it feels like things change.
Yeah, and there's so many bright minds out there, and at all levels of baseball, right? So whenever you were, and everybody has their different approach, not only in coaching but on how to play the game. So some people, their approach is as simple as hey, BP fastballs, and they work, right? Mm-hmm. So but then some people of course make it a little more complex when it comes to data analytics and everything. You just have to have a little bit of everything. Sometimes you got to simplify the game. Sometimes you can make it a little more complex. But I think the important part is just not being close-minded to any of those thoughts, right? And definitely right now we have so much information. It's just more about how to use it. And at the end of the day, it's really not how much you know. It's about how much you care.
Yeah. So how much you care and how much of that you can apply under pressure too. Mm-hmm. Because you want to teach hitters and pitchers all these different things, but you got to be able to execute it with a crowd going nuts and the game on the line. There's a lot to be said for keeping it simple sometimes for that reason. That's why you see guys like Nick Matfield going from the stretch as a pitcher. No wind up, just keep it simple. Full count here to Lucas Bauer, who was 1 for 1 with a single. It was in that first inning. Matfield went back inside. Couldn't get the call, though, and it's a full count walk. It is the second free pass that Matfield has issued. And pitching's got some of that thing we talked about with hitting, where if you're Matfield, you just got to say, okay, well, I made a good pitch. I didn't get the call. Back to work. You're not going to get every call, or you're not going to be pinpoint on every single delivery. That's just not realistic to think even the best pitchers can do that.
Yeah, and the good thing about, I watch Matfield pitch a lot of baseball games in that uniform, and the cool thing I like about Matfield is that not only he understands what he's good at, but he shows no emotion out there. Yeah. Right? I can count with one hand how many times Matfield has shown emotion on the mound, and if he shows emotion, it's because something good happened. He doesn't show emotion if something bad happens. And this outing, now you're a baseball fan, you can see he hasn't been as sharp as he's been in the last few, but he's a veteran, so he's out there knowing that, hey, I might not have the best stuff today, but I'm going to still compete in the strike zone. I'm going to still try to give everything I can, even when I'm not my best, and that's part of pitching too. So,
man, an indicator of how good this Bridgewater lineup is as well. They've scored 3 on Matfield here. We're just in the top of the third. Breaking ball to Ashton Smith. He struck out against Nick Matfield, his first at bat. Here's a career number for Nick Matfield against Bridgewater. 2-0 with a 3.94 earned run average. And that's in 3 previous starts. 0-2 coming up from Matfield. This ball's fouled away. Go ahead.
No, and I think the thing, and we were talking a little bit about it earlier, Matfield has a lot of pitches when it comes to that baseball platform called Synergy, right? So Synergy, for everybody who doesn't know, is it's a video platform when you can break down every single pitch from a pitcher and every single swing from a hitter in the whole season. Base hit.
Smith stayed on that off-speed offering and pumped it into left field. Base knock there. It's 5 hits as a team for Bridgewater. Scratch that, 6 now for the Eagles. But yeah, continue the thought there about the new school video. I mean, video's not that new school anymore. We've been doing that for a while. But like the way it breaks you down is modern.
Yeah, and so it's easy with somebody like, or easier, you still got to go out there and hit, but with somebody like Matfield, he has so many pitches in that platform, so you can see kind of like the tendencies of what pitches he throws every count. So that's what makes it more impressive that he's doing really well this season, is because they know, like teams know, the book is out there, as people would say, the report is out there. But that's when you got to adjust, right? Like, and that's the fun part about watching them.
And you can play that cat and mouse game a little bit. Check swing from Chandler Volbeck. Umpire first thinks he did go around. It's a 1-1 count now. There's runners on first and second with nobody out. So a danger spot again here for Matfield. A chance for Bridgewater to fight themselves back in it. Eagles, we thought, had great energy early, especially to bounce back from a 28-run drubbing. Lynchburg won game 1, 30-2. Matfield just missed there. So, yeah, you play on what they know. As far as what your opponent knows, you play against that, and then you have to balance that with your strengths too. You can't be somebody you're not, obviously. And that's the cat and mouse. That's the chess match that makes baseball so much fun. 2-1 from Matfield. This ball's fouled away. Do you miss going up on the roof of Wake Fieldhouse and throwing the balls down?
I'll leave that to Cam Lane for now. I'm good. Yeah. Honestly, it didn't bother me as much as it bothered my wife, Hannah Givens, when she used to see me up there. So.
Oh, we miss Hannah so much, and she's down in a volleyball tournament this weekend
with Lynchburg, actually.
Yeah, yeah. It's weird. I mean, it's not weird, I guess. It's just some teams are already in the postseason. Other teams like Lynchburg and baseball squads are gearing up for the postseason. But, you know, it is mid-April, I guess. I mean, things are wrapping up pretty quickly.
Yeah, time flies. I think graduation is in 3 weeks, so.
That sounds right. This ball's hit well. Let's see if Webster catches it. No, might have a play at third, and he'll throw into the relay man. Runner there had to hold. That was Lucas Bauer. That play happens at second sometimes, where you can get a hard hit ball or a looper, a dink that will drop, and you can get the runner out at second. Webster might have had a chance there, but ended up taking that one. Back-to-back hits, or he didn't take the chance to throw him out at third, rather. 7 hits in the ball game for Bridgewater. Again, very complimentary of this offense. Here comes Mike Solbach, one of Oscar's colleagues. He'll go review the game plan with Nick Matfield. Now, you were more on the hitting side, but you obviously understand what goes into a good mound visit. What would you say right here to Nick Matfield during this little timeout?
Well, I think, once again, like what you're telling Matfield is that, hey, like these guys are here, going to play hard, right? Like they're not gonna go away. They're gonna compete. I think the most important thing in this conversation is like, hey, we gotta attack them. We can't keep falling behind, right? Like even in that, it was a big pitch, a good take on the hitter. 1-1 pitch, a little bit outside. That's a great take, because if you take a swing on that and you foul it off, then you're down 1-2. He went from 1-1 to 2-1, so that put him in a better situation in order to hit. And honestly, like that, I think that's why he went into that 3-2 count and made Matt feel, hey, you got to throw me strikes. So,
we hit on something great there, because we think it's just the base hit, but it might have been something 2 or 3 pitches ago that was a key. I talked about that in the first game. I'll hold the thought here, because this is obviously a big pitch to the catcher, Spencer Sigmund. Missed there from Matfield. It's a 1-0 count. You go back to that first game. Lynchburg did not score in the first inning, but they got a couple base hits. They extended the inning, and they forced the starter for Bridgewater, Knuckles, to pitch under pressure a little bit more. And, yeah, even though you don't score, I think that was fruitful for later on, because now it's not cruise control inning for Bridgewater's starter. He has to labor a little bit, and you get some more information, obviously, that you can share with your teammates as far as what it looks like. 1-1 coming up to Sigmund. The bases are loaded with nobody out still in the third. In a high-scoring game already. No reason to think we won't get some more runs across. Lynchburg by 5 at the moment. Swing and miss from the catcher, Spencer Sigmund, who is 1 for 1 with an infield single. 9-hole hitter Suiters is on deck. Matfield set. Now the pitch. Breaking ball in the dirt. Longer run from Connor Moore, but runners cannot advance there on the ball that caromed away. And it's 2-2.
Yeah, and I think the other part too from Nick here, and I'll talk about pitching side and then the hitting side. For Nick, it's not about, hey, I'm trying to put a 0 on the scoreboard in this inning. I think it's more about, hey, let's see how many pitches I can execute so I can get as many out as quick as possible. And as a hitter here is knowing that the pitcher on the mound is the one who has the pressure, right? Bases loaded, no outs. So trying to simplify when it comes to that approach on the hitting. And funny, David Ortiz used to talk about like, hey, I just have to worry about bringing the guy at third in. I don't have to worry about bringing the guy at second. I don't have to worry about bringing the guy at first. If I worry just about making sure that guy at third base scores, then it simplifies my job.
Everything else is a bonus. Full count, nowhere to put him here with the bases loaded, nobody out. Matfield did come across with a really good pitch that Sigmund will foul away. And the full count configuration will happen again. 8-3, the Lynchburg lead. Hornets by 5. They won by 28 in game 1, but this one much different, as we expected. Matfield missed, and it's a full count walk. He's walked 2 in the inning, 3 in the ball game, and Bridgewater has scored again. Eagles have put at least 1 across in every frame, 2 in the first, 1 in the second, 1 here in the third. We are in the top of the third. In what's going to turn into a long day. And a lot of runs are going to get scored today, it looks like. Looks like, anyway.
I think in this upcoming at-bat, the most important pitch is going to be this first one. Try to get ahead, first pitch. We got to get ahead in the count, and then you can kind of work from there. But this pitch is crucial in this at-bat.
Matfield is a fifth-year man. He doesn't walk many, 33 strikeouts to... check that. It's 47 coming into the game to 14 walks. So, again, that's known for Bridgewater. They expect strikes early, then you adjust from there. And as you said, Matfield had missed the zone some, especially in this inning. 0-1 start to Bryce Suitors. There's a good pitch. And there was a check swing. Suitors did not go. 1 ball, 1 strike, nobody out.
And with Matfield, right, he throws multiple pitches for strikes, so it makes it a little bit more complicated to have a plan at the plate. It's not like you can eliminate a pitch because he knows that he's got 2 that he can pound in the zone in and out. So
the 1-1. Suitors swings and misses. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Leadoff coming back. Nick Stavros is atop the order, and he's 2 for 2 in this ball game after being 0 for 2 in game 1. Different matchups, too. You know, some guys might struggle against a guy like Kaltreiter. Some guys might have success against Matfield, vice versa. And, you know, sometimes it's just more on the luck or random event side. But there are some different matchup things at play. Some guys, you just see it a little bit better than you do off another pitcher, don't you?
Yeah, no, and you do. And it could be arm angle. It could be timing. There's so many things that go with that. But it is true.
This ball's lifted into center field. Long run for Joe Munitz. He's headed to the gap. He can't catch it. This ball is down. Multiple runs are in. This might score all 3, although Lynchburg could have a play here. No, they'll hold the third runner at home. Or they'll hold the third runner at third. I beg your pardon. So 2-run score on the double from Bryce Suitors. 9-hole guy really put a charge into that. A 2 RBI double there to score Smith and Vollback. Bridgewater is right back in this thing. It's an 8-6 lead right now for Lynchburg. But the Eagles have scored 3 in the inning. And Nick Matfield will exit in the top of the third without recording an out. So it'll be 2 innings and change for Nick Matfield, and one that's probably going to be one of the shorter appearances of his career. Matfield will have to hand the ball off. He'll leave with the lead, but obviously not what Nick Matfield wanted. Looks like it's going to be Alex Mooring coming into the ball game for Lynchburg. I think it was a change there, OG, that the Hornets just had to make here with the lineup getting turned over again. This is going to be Stavros' 3rd at bat, and there's nobody out. Just a long inning for Matfield. I mean, really, the pitch count was getting elevated too. But again, this is fun right here. This is fun for multiple reasons because it's a close game. But you have to admire the way the Eagles have not given up. They lost game 1 by 28 runs, and they were down a few minutes ago, 8-3 again. And it probably felt like, oh, here we go again for Bridgewater. But they have not given up the fight.
No, and the key part of it too is Matfield, even though he's throwing in the second games on the double headers, is not a break. Matfield's a great guy. He's had a great career, and he knows that. These hitters know that it's not going to be an easy pitcher just to go out there. Second pitcher of a double header is going to be easier. So what these guys have done in this game, it's good. It's because you're coming in and you know that you have to compete. Honestly, and this is the part of the sports that is fun, is sometimes it's more fun to play teams like Lynchburg because you know you have to be at your best in order to beat them, right? So you got to go out there with a different competitive mindset, with a different approach when it comes to the game.
Lynchburg always has a target on their back. I say always, I mean, at least in the past few years. You win a national championship, that'll put the target there, even if you didn't have it before. Bridgewater's hit the bullseye a couple times, 8-6 right now. Lynchburg's still leading, but there is nobody out in the top of the third. Hornets had their really long inning in game one. Might be something like that for Bridgewater. Nick Stavros is the hitter. He's 2 for 2, but he'll face a new arm. This is Alex Mooring. Runners at first and second. Stavros wants the first. Cue ball up the middle. Spinner. Ben Jones on the run. Sidearm sling. He'll get him there, but it's an RBI ground out for Stavros. And Bridgewater's one step closer. It's now a 1-run deficit for the Eagles. Lynchburg leads 8-7. Let me tell you Mooring's line or stats on the year here. Alex Mooring doesn't factor in that pitch, but he's made 8 appearances. No earned runs given up. 3 innings, 3 1/3 innings pitched, with 3 punch-outs and 2 walks. He's been primarily the left-on-left specialist. He'll get another lefty here. Chadwell on deck is left-handed as well. Mooring's got good velocity and great action on his breaking ball.
And and Alex is another one of those kids that you put in that category, right? I know what I need to do every day at practice because I know my job. I know my role. My role is to come in and get left-handed hitters out. So that simplifies it.
Looks like he's going to get another one out, but Bridgewater will get another run. Back-to-back RBI groundouts, and we are tied. 8-8 ball game right now between Lynchburg and Bridgewater. After a 30-2 Lynchburg win in game number 1, this one competitive but high scoring. We might get to 32 runs combined again in this game.
We might, yes.
We might. And these are good pitchers, back to what you said. I mean, for Bridgewater and for Lynchburg, I mean, both these teams had defined 1 and 2s coming into this one. I think it just says a lot about the offenses, where they're at. And, maybe pressure does something to a pitcher. Do you squeeze the ball a little bit tighter? Do you lose some spin on the breaking ball? Do you lose a mile an hour or two? Maybe the fastball flattens out under pressure. What's your theory on that?
Yeah, no, you hit it around the spot. And absolutely, that's the mindset, right? On the mind games that baseball sometimes, or not baseball, but just pressure plays with you. And I think, of course, you are these two teams. You had your eyes on this weekend, right? Definitely first and second team in the ODAC. So you know how big this weekend is. So
that one is upstairs, and it hit Zach Chadwell. It's been on twice today, a double, and now hit by a pitch. Pitching change coming up, so Mooring was just in there for the lefties. We'll continue to talk. It's a tie ball game, though. Brand new here in the top of the third, 8-8. Both teams have scored every time they have stepped up in this one. I think we're going to get Brock Duff. Going to get a Brock Duff appearance early. If you don't know, I say early because Brock Duff and Colin McGuire have kind of been those stopper closer guys for Lynchburg coming in late in games. Well, Brock Duff is going to get the ball here in the top of the third. That tells you a little bit about what Lynchburg thinks about this sequence in the ball game. They think this is the time to use one of those stoppers.
Yeah, and I know you mentioned closer, and it's funny. I think that the word closer is going away from the baseball game. Now people are talking about the high leverage reliever, right? So this, and you hit it around the spot. I think this is a part of the game that you need to get out of this inning, and you need to have the ball game ties, right? Well, you need to go hit with a tie ball game. So why hold your best reliever to a closer situation if you might not even get there, right?
Exactly.
So
yeah, and that's one again that has changed over the years. I mean, the entire reliever thing has changed because you go back to the old days, his starter would just finish the game, right? And then all of a sudden we got those 3-inning closers, the Bruce Suters and the Raleigh Fingers and all those guys. Goose Kosich, they'd come in and they'd throw 7, 8, and 9. Then you got to the 1-inning closers there in the 80s and the 90s.
Yep.
And then, all of a sudden it starts shifting a little bit away from that. I mean, you think about the run Cleveland had where Terry Francona was bringing in Andrew Miller. I mean, Andrew Miller the second half of the season was just so good, and that's what he said. He said if the key moment in the game is the 5th or the 6th and we screw that up, we don't get to use him as a closer. So I'm going to bring him in the highest leverage spot. And, that's back to those changes. That's why it's so fun. You can never stop watching.
Exactly, and I think that's what definitely Lynchburg's trying to do here. It's a big part of the game, and of course, like I said, you're trying to go hit in the bottom of the third with a game still tied. So, but it's fun, Kyle. Whenever some of that stuff have changed and the mindset of it, and the managers have changed their mindset as well when it comes to that. So it's fun. It's fun. It makes a lot of sense. I don't know what you think.
Well, I love it. I love it. And I think the best are guys like Lucas Jones, Travis Beasley, Oscar Garcia, who's to my right, and a guy like Terry Francona, because Brock Duff will throw a hard fastball for strike one to Trent Holland. Guys like that, the best managers, the best players, they have a mix of old school and new, right? They've got their principles, they've got the standards and the mechanics and, the things that have worked for years, the things that have worked in baseball for a long time, and then they're not afraid to try something new and sprinkle it in and see how it works. You're never going to get away from the fundamentals, obviously, although those have changed over the years. But I think that's important, like you said, to have that open mind. Trent Holland was 1 for 2 in game 1, 0 for 2 in this one, struck out against Nick Matfield. Here's the 0-2 from Brock Duff. Breaking ball in the dirt. Brock Duff, a transfer, but he mentioned in his little senior day message that it just meant the world to him to play here in his hometown. He's a Lynchburg guy growing up. He's played at some other places, but on Lakeside Drive now. He's been a big key for Lynchburg this season. 2 outs. 1-2 to Trent Holland. Kicks and fires. Got a soft ground ball left side. This is going to be tough, though. Garcia throws on the run. Did he get him? He did not. Safe at first. Good hustle by Trent Holland on what will go down as an infield single. Perfectly placed right there. I think Duff made a good pitch on the season. Brock Duff is 2-1 with 1 save. This is appearance 14. The earned run average is just 1.46 against Brock Duff. And get this, hitters are hitting just 161 off of Duff, OG. And that one will go down as a hit, but gosh, really a great pitch by Duff.
Yeah, those are the ones that if you're in the dugout and you look at the stat sheet right before you go hit and you're 161, that you're not too fired up to see that number up there.
Fastball inside corner for Lucas Bauer, and it's strike one. Bauer's 1 for 1 with a walk. He scored. He scored in this inning. Bridgewater's batted around. Wow. So Lynchburg had the marathon in the first one. Pitch timer here, I think, or eye contact issue on that one. Yeah. Describe that for the fans a little better than I can do, if you can describe the rule. What is the rule now? Because it's come up quite a bit this season.
Yeah, I believe the rule is once the pitcher comes set, before the pitcher comes set, the hitter has to have the eyes on the pitcher, right? So it gives a little bit of protection to the hitter, right? So the umpires have to be watching that when the hitter, so if you're watching right now, the most hitters kind of look down, get set up, and then at some point they're going to look up and face the pitcher, so the pitcher can come set before the hitter puts their eyes on him.
1-1 from Duff, swung through. Good hack there from Lucas Bauer, but he came up empty. It's a plus fastball for Brock Duff. It's got velo and some movement. Not easy to hit. 1-2 with 2 outs. Runners at first and second.
No, I think what Brock is doing well here is that he comes from the bullpen. He knows what he needs to do, right? Pound the zone. Let's get out of this inning. And he's been doing that. So
the 1-2. Fouled back. Try it again. 2 outs in an 8-8 ball game. Bridgewater scored 2 in the first. Lynchburg answered with 2 in the bottom of the first. BC 1 in the top of the second. Lynchburg came back with a 6th spot in the bottom of the frame. And now we're in the visitors' half of the third. And Bridgewater has put up a 5-piece. It's an 8-8 ball game. And it's a wild one so far after a wild game 1.
You don't usually see scoreboards showing those numbers.
Balls hit well, but it's going to power out. Joe Munich started back, came forward, made the catch.
Good job by Brockdorf right there. Come in, pound the zone. Let's get out of this in and let's go hit.
And here's a funny baseball one. Trent Holland did not hit the ball hard, and he got a single. Lucas Bauer, he didn't kill that ball, but he hit it on the nose, and it's an F8. But, you know, you hope they all even out in the long run, right? That's the idea anyway.
And anyway, it does. It does. Like, and the hard thing about hitters is understanding that it does.
Yeah.
Because if you're Lucas Bauer there, you go back into the dugout and you're mad, right? You wanted to get a hit, but understanding that all you had to do is just beat the pitcher, and you can tell that he kind of did. He put a good barrel on the baseball, 2-strike swing, right? All you're trying to do is simplify it. So that's the mind when it comes to a hitter, understanding that you're not going to get a hit every time, and also understanding that you're going to get some cheap hits as well. So.
Yep. 5 runs on 4 hits in the inning for Bridgewater. Double checking it. Yeah, there's a double in there from Bryce Suiters. That drove in a couple. 5 runs on 4 hits, 2 left on for BC. We're tied again, 8-8, going to the home half of the third. Kyle Haney and Oscar Garcia hanging out. You got to go?
No.
Okay,
I got to give a shout out here. Please. I just got a text. You know, when you're around this the conference, it's so fun because most of the teams are in Virginia, and they are like it's a community, right? And you see this coaches out on the recruiting trails. You see multiple people out throughout the summer and all that stuff. So it's a really fun community to be a part in the ODAC, and all the coaches do a really good job when it comes to baseball in the ODAC, right? Like there's not such a thing as an off weekend, but you also make friends and relationships with umpires. Yeah. So I just got a text from Justin Burton.
Oh yeah.
Pumping us up because we're sounding well and we're sounding really good on the broadcast. Whoa. And Justin, of course, he's an umpire, so it was a level of professionalism there. But Justin is one of those guys that was really fun to have umpiring your games. He's really good baseball guy.
Yeah, I think we love Justin. He was down here earlier this week working a game. And I think so much more now with umpires and coaches, players, it's working together now. Mm-hmm. Used to be kind of adversarial, us versus them with the umps and the coaches. I think less and less of that as time goes by, which is a good thing. Maddox Tsutsui leading off. It's an 8-8 ball game in the bottom of the third. Also a shout out, your brother Gabriel Garcia says baseball misses you, so you got to get back in. And of course, OG is going to coach a little bit this summer. Some American Legion ball, 1-1 count here to Maddox Tsutsui, who was hit by a pitch and scored. And let me give you a thought or get your thoughts on an old school versus new school kind of a concept. I was at a game the other day, and a fan was talking to me about, their pitcher stayed away. We should have slid up on the plate. We should have got on the plate. And I said, that's Tsutsui hits one to right field. Long run over there for Trent Holland. Is he going to get there? He's not. This ball's down for extra bases. Maddox Tsutsui is going to get into second base with a feet-first slide. Double there for Tsutsui. He tripled in game 1. What a fantastic afternoon for Maddox Tsutsui. But, I said players nowadays don't really seem to adjust where they stand in the box very much. It seems like hitters now, you want to simplify that part of the game. Whereas, in the old days, you'd move around and you'd go up in the box, you'd go back, in and out.
They go to Pete Rose.
Sure,
getting out of the slump. Have you ever heard of that one?
Yeah, you
choke just, up in the bat.
Change something, right? But now, I don't know. I mean, what's your take on that? I think everybody's different. As Brandon Garcia is going to put down a bunt, foul ball, 0-1 count. I think everybody's still different. There's some unique, but less and less players will move around in that batter's box, it seems like.
Yeah, and I think it's about being comfortable, right? Like you don't want to be in a position in the batter's box that it makes you unathletic, right? You wanna be in a position, right? Understanding, and this is what the game is, understanding what the pitcher is also trying to do to you, right? So if it's a pitcher who's trying to stay away, why not crowd the plate? Why not make that away pitch a little more hittable, right?
So you like changing, if the change is justified, I guess you would say.
Yeah, like if knowing what the pitcher is doing and understanding what he's trying to do to you as a hitter. for example, right here, perfect case, right? No outs. If I'm the pitcher, I'm trying to go away. Good pitch right there. But I'm trying to go away because what happens is that the situational hitting here. What is Brandon trying to do? Definitely with 2 strikes. I'm just going to make sure that guy on second base gets moved to third. But it's hard to do that with a pitch away, right? It's a lot harder to pull a pitch away than to pull a pitch in. Good job.
Garcia pulled this one, hit it hard. Maddox Tsutsui broke, but now the ball's going to get down and then kick away from the right fielder, Trent Holland. Lynchburg leads again, 9-8. Brandon Garcia hitting that one hard. It's at least a single. It might be a single and an error, but either way. Now, did you see Tsutsui did not go back to tag immediately and was probably, well, he wasn't probably, he was fortunate that ball wasn't caught. There's no probably about it.
Yeah, and second base is funny, right? Because with every out, there is a different approach, right? With no outs, you're really trying to see that ball down because, even if you don't score, you got a guy on third with no outs, so it's a little bit easier to score that run. But with one out, you kind of want to be a little bit more aggressive, right? Just because if that happens, you're trying to score with 1 out. The chances of scoring from third base with 1 out, even though are higher, are probably a little bit lower with no outs. It's a little bit harder to do it. So I think Maddox got lucky there. Maddox probably, but once again, like that ball was down, and all you're trying to do there is probably go to third, making sure you see that ball down. But got lucky there. So
1-0 to Joe Munitz, who was 3 for 4 in game 1. He's 1 for 1 with a triple in this game. I think I added up Joe Munitz's numbers. He's 20 for his last 37, which is north of 540. Go ahead.
No, and I'm going to go back to good pitch. Right here, same situation, right? To what Brandon was. Like if I'm Joe, no, right now I'm in the haters count, so I'm trying to do damage, but definitely trying to do damage on this side of the field, right? Worst case scenario, worst case scenario, you get Brandon to third. But as a pitcher, I would like to stay away here, right? Because you want to do whatever you need to do in order to keep Brandon at second.
Sure. So unless you want to play off of that and throw him the inside slider curveball to hope that he sees it in and then goes after it. Back to that. I mean, again, this is the game. This is our game right here, and it's beautiful. 3-1. Falling behind to Joe Munitz. Longer hold this time. Garcia stationary. Now the pitch. Munitz will roll one to the right side, and it's through. Base knock for Joe Munitz. 2 hits in the day. Green light for Brandon Garcia. Play at the plate. He's in safely with the head first slide, and nice base running once again by Joe Munitz to cruise into second. Munitz took the hard turn, saw the ball was not going to be cut, and kept going to second. That's another one. In addition to just being an absolute banger, Joe Munitz really runs the bases well.
Yeah, and I think in the bases, right, of course, like Coach Lowry at third, like he's the one who manages like descending and running. But at the end of the day, as a base runner, you gotta be committed, right? You gotta be committed. And when you see those, sometimes when you see bad mistakes happen on the base path, is because you're a little timid, right? And that case, right there, Brandon. I'm sorry, but nobody's stopping Brandon right there, right? Like as soon as that ball, I got a funny story up in Laverne last super regional. There is Brandon's at second base with 2 outs. Ben Jones hits a little chopper to the shortstop, right? But to the left side of to the left side of Brandon. So Brandon goes as soon as the kid hits it. And of course, he's running down third base. And then I'm go, hey, see the ball, the first baseman has the ball. What ends up happening, it's with 2 outs, Brandon, of course, does not stop. He's committed, right? He's like, I'm going to score. I know it's a ground ball with 2 outs to the shortstop, but I'm going to score. What happened? The shortstop makes a bad throw to first base. The first base is able to pick it, but he comes off the bag. By the time he threw it to home plate, Brandon was safe, right? So those are things that you can't teach that. Those are things that as a baseball instinct, I'm gonna go score. I know it's 2 outs. Like most base runners, what do? They shut it down at third base and see maybe the ball gets by the first baseman and then they score. But Brandon, as soon as that ball was hit, it's like, I'm scoring. And then he makes the third base coach look good for it. So because everybody's, what a great send, Coach Garcia, and I'm like, that wasn't me, that was Brandon. So,
well, the good coaches know when to give the players the credit, right? We got another pitching change for Bridgewater. It's going to be, I believe it was Nick Harris. Yeah, number 33, Nick Harris, 8.05 earned run average, 0-1 record. Appearance number 8 coming up for Nick Harris. Has made some starts. This looks like number 5 out of the bullpen. 17 strikeouts, 8 walks, and 19 innings of work for Nick Harris. Hey, Lynchburg scored 10. It's double digits again for Lynchburg. 3 straight games they've done that. Obviously beat Bridgewater 30-2 earlier today. Beat CNU 14-7. 7-3 against Virginia Wesleyan. They beat Avert 16-3 on Sunday. They lost game 1 to the Cougars last week. Beat CNU 11-7 last week. Beat Hampton-Sydney 15-3. So you count all those up. I know I threw a lot of numbers at you there, fans. You count all those up. This is 6 of the last 8 games that Lynchburg has scored 10 or more runs. 6 of the last 8 contests, they've been in double figures. Again, I just think that means the hitters are really heating up. There's some good competition in that mix as well. I know Lynchburg only mustered up 2 in game 1 against Avert. Tip your cap to the Cougar pitching there.
Oh, yeah.
But 6 of 8 games, Lynchburg has scored 10 plus. This is all for a team, you know, that some people wonder, well, is the offense potent enough? I mean, they came into the game hitting 295.
Yep.
See a lot of teams. Bridgewater's hitting 320 as a team. This Lynchburg offense is really good. Don't let the batting average fool you, because they do take a lot of walks and they do play a lot of good competition. Lynchburg early in the year, throughout the season. We know how good the ODAC is. It's Harris getting ready to pitch to Ben Jones. Go ahead.
And once again, they make it tough, right? They make it tough. Like, there's not...
Fly ball, right field. Joe Munitz is going to tag. This might get him to third. Center fielder caught it, but no, Munitz is going to shut it down and go back. It's 1 pitch and an out. Ben Jones down on the fly out. And it'll bring up Connor Moore, who's 2 for 2 with 2 doubles. But yeah, good pitching, yeah, it does make it tough on hitters, and vice versa.
Yeah, it makes it tough, but I think what Lynchburg does really well is make it tough on the pitchers too, right? Like, I think Ben was a little, that was unlike Ben. Ben is usually a little more passive, seeing what the pitchers bring in. But hey, sometimes it's funny. Those are the approaches that you take out there, and hindsight 2020, Ben hits a double there. We're talking about how good of an approach that was.
Sure. Connor Morris swung at the first pitch and popped that out. So back-to-back players have gone after the first pitch against Harris. He's thrown 2 pitches out of the bullpen and got 2 outs. Do you put the take sign on for Ryder Warren just to make sure you get to see a little bit of a look here from Harris?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you put the take sign, but these are conversations that, and maybe that's the plan, right? Like, I don't have the scouting report on Nick Harris, but maybe it's a guy who's going to pound the zone, and like what maybe the coaches talk in the dugout is like, we're going to go out there, we're going to hack because he's going to come throw strikes. So, and that's the thing, and that's what you play around with baseball, right? Like, so. Once again, hindsight 2020, he goes out there and 2 missiles, like we're talking about, like, wow, what a great approach. They must have their scouting report. So,
right. Fastball into Ryder Warren. Takes it. It's 2-0 count now on Ryder Warren, who was 1 for 2, struck out, singled, RBI there. 1 for 1 in game 1 with a homer, 3 walks and a hit by pitch. Logan Webster's on deck. Yeah, you never know. And also, you know, could have been not the A-plus swings. And back to hitting's hard. Good pitching is going to beat good hitting. I mean, there's 9 defenders. There's only 1 hitter, and yeah, there's a lot of room out there, but they still got guys that can make a play on it, even when you do hit it decent. So
yeah, and those hitters counts too is sometimes better to swing and miss, right?
Sure.
You got to give your A swing, and you can't let the pitcher dictate your swing because you're on a hitter's count, right? So I think sometimes, and it's easy, right? Like it's easy to fall. That's a really hard thing to do. Yeah. When you get fooled, just swing and miss because you're trying to put the ball in play. But and those hitters count, like that's when the hitter has to be disciplined and be like, I'm gonna put the best swing I can on this pitch.
3-1 to Ryder Warren. That's down and in for ball 4. Yeah, it kind of the same logic I mentioned about there's some situations, bases loaded, where a strikeout's actually preferred to soft contact, putting it in play or getting a double play. And that's hard to wrap your head around as a fan and as a hitter. And like you just said, I mean, sometimes a swing and miss is preferred over actually putting the ball in play weakly. First pitch to Logan Webster. Check swing there. It'll be called a strike. 0-1 start. Webster 0 for 2 in this game. Punch out, pop out. 1 for 2. Last one with 3 walks. Another 3-walk guy there in game 1. 10-8. Lynchburg leads by 2 with 2 outs and 2 on. This ball's in the dirt, but stopped.
Good adjustment there by Logan Webster. Sees the first pitch, hacks at it, he understands, and then he takes a similar pitch, the similar location, takes it. And now the pitcher has to change his approach against him.
Sigmund's the catcher for Bridgewater. Oh, Webster's on this. Beeline to left field, but it's caught there by Bryce Suiters, and the inning is over. Lynchburg scored multiple runs in it again, though, and the Hornets snatched the lead back 10-8. All right, we need a break. We got to give Oscar some water here. OG's dying. We're back in just a second. We're through 3 complete in Game 2 at Fox Field. Lynchburg by 2.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
Through 3 complete in Game 2. It's Lynchburg 10, Bridgewater 8. Looks like Lynchburg, they're 10 runs on 9 hits. They've been hit 3 times. Lynchburg has walked 3 times. And we'll total up the left on base here in a second. For Bridgewater, it's 8 runs on 9 hits. And Nick Matfield went 2 innings and change. Alex Mooring came in and threw to 2 batters for Lynchburg. Now it's Brock Duff. He's faced 2. A soft single from Trent Holland. And he got Lucas Bauer to line out to end the inning. Kyle Haney, Oscar Garcia. And it's a senior day here, OG. So let's talk about some of the things surrounding that. I know this was part of the reason why you wanted to get up here today as well, to see these great Lynchburg seniors. And, man, what a crowd. The parents, such an important part of any successful program. Sometimes hard for the coaches to admit that, but it's very true, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think it's a very underrated part of a collegiate baseball program. And I think Coach Jones and Coach Beasley, they are in the same mindset. And we, believe it or not, there's been a lot of conversations behind the success that Lynchburg has had over the past 5 years behind the people sitting on the stands, because you can feel the chemistry up there, and when you can feel the chemistry between the parents, cooking up some lunches and cooking up some breakfast, how they are so committed to this program, and to come enjoy Lynchburg baseball. I think that goes sometimes unnoticed. So like but Coach Jones and Bees, like they see it, right? They see the importance of it, and I think our parents do an amazing job when it comes to living that truth, because it is a very underrated part. Not a lot of people talk about it, but Lynchburg parents do an amazing job with that.
And as you said, the connection up there can be difficult at some programs because 9 guys are going to start, 10 if you use a DH. I guess most colleges use a DH now, but so that means 2/3 to maybe 3/4 of your roster is actually not starting. And back to the knowing the role thing, accepting the role, excelling in the role, that's not always easy. And then sometimes that's difficult for the parents too, because you want your kid to play, obviously. You want them to succeed and have a good time. 2-2. Brock Duff got that one inside on Ashton Smith. He'll lift it to center field. Munich sees it, yanks it home for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, and I agree. It's hard, right, sometimes when it comes to that aspect of it. But I think something that, and going back to Lynchburg parents, they are amazing. Something that I've never felt the pressure as a coach, and I can speak before the whole staff of that, what you just mentioned. I mean, it's, of course, it happens, but they understand more than anything. They're thankful for having the kid on the program, because they know how much. This is such a crucial part of life, right? 18 to 22, and I think you, as a parent, you want somebody, you want your kid to be surrounded by the right people. You want a kid to be surrounded by people that care about them, and I think that is something that not only Coach Jones was able to build here, but Bees has continued, and the rest of the coaching staff. So, but I'll give my, I always tip my cap to those parents up there because it makes it really, really easy to enjoy every day as a Lynchburg baseball. Not only as a Lynchburg baseball fan, but as a Lynchburg baseball alum.
Well, I think you got to give yourself and the rest of the coaches a little bit of credit on the recruiting side, too, because, you know, as a coach, you want to go out and get some dudes, of course. You want to get guys that can play, but you also want to get some good people, get good character people. And typically, the player's going to get that from the parents, right? I mean, you know, not always, and obviously, we're all humans. We're influenced by other people other than just our parents, but seems like there's a connection there in the fact that if you recruit some high character people, some people with some personalities, like your Sean Pokerock and your Connor Moores, you know, you recruit some of those guys, and the parents tend to, you know, be pretty similar in their personalities too. 2-2 right here from Brock Duff. This ball's in the air to right field from Chandler Volbeck. Long run there. Catch made. We couldn't even tell as the hat came off from Ryder Warren. And I didn't know if he dropped the ball. It was just his hat falling off out there, OG.
Yeah, the Fox Field, that is the hardest position out there. Right field. It's hard. It's so close to that bullpen and the rail there. And 2 innings ago, I think it was last inning, we saw a ball hit down there. It was Maddox's ball. Mm-hmm. And if you don't play here often, it's hard. It's hard to gauge how far you are from that fence. And the crazy thing about it is actually the warning track is part of is fair. You don't see that often. So.
Right, that's true. That's a good point there. I've mentioned before, not much foul territory down the right field line, but you're right. The way it cuts in, the warning track is in fair territory.
Yeah, Jackson, I'm going to give a shout out to 2 Baseballs alums here. One of them is actually here coaching, Cam Lane and Jackson Harding. They got pretty good at playing right field in Fox Field. They understood how to play in that tough area of Fox Field because not easy to play right field in this field.
And Jackson Harding would always be the first to give you credit, though. I'd say, oh, man, you made a great play out there in the 7th. He said, yeah, OG moved me in the right spot. Good scouting report. We put me in the right spot. So combination of things for sure. 2-1 coming up here to Spencer Sigmund, the catcher for Bridgewater, who was 1 for 1 with an infield single and a walk. Sigmund scored. It's a 10-8 ball game. We talk about the scouting as far as the pitcher and the hitter matchup, but it definitely helps on the defensive side too, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I mean it's funny. Every ball that a hitter hits could be, even if you hit it hard, could be caught out there, right? The probabilities of a ball being, make sure hitter's good here, I think is good, and I think he might have hit it in the back, not in the helmet, so. Sounds like we're good. But every ball that is hit out there could technically be caught and could be an out, right? So, of course, we're talking about line drives and all that, and the probability of catching some of those balls that are a little lower. But that's part of it, too, is kind of being aggressive with the defense, proving the hitter or making the hitter prove to you that he can hit a ball backside or he can hit a ball over the center fielder's head. That is part of the defensive positioning, too. They make the hitter prove to you that you need to make an adjustment.
First pitch is wide to Bryce Suiters. He's the left fielder. He's 1 for 2. He's 1 for 1, actually. A sack bunt in there earlier in this game. 0 for 1 in game 1. There's 2 outs. Sigmund leads off at first after being hit. Brock Duff pitching. Bottom rail fastball called strike 1.
Brock has done a good job, and of course not only coming in and last inning, but coming here, pounding the strike zone. Matfield had a little bit of trouble doing that, so as a hitter in Bridgewater, they have to make the adjustment here of they have to be a little bit more aggressive. So
ball's hit well. Suiters, it's a 2-hit day for him. He had a 2 RBI double. He smoked that one. He did make the adjustment. Mm-hmm. Matfield, 2 and change, and I use that phrase specifically because he did start the 3rd inning and pitched to 5 hitters but didn't record an out. Matfield ending up walking 3 in the 2+ innings of work. Duff has now surrendered 2 hits. It's 10 hits so far in the game for Bridgewater. And the offensive exploits are continuing, this time for both teams, not just one-sided like it was in Game 1. Lynchburg did take Game 1 30-2. They scored 21 runs in the bottom of the fourth. It was 20 runs scored with 2 outs in that fourth inning. And Lynchburg had we think, a D3 record, 21 consecutive batters reach base in the third inning. Got to double check that one again.
Yeah, that's good. I know I believe Lynchburg tied in college baseball in 2024. Oh.
This ball's down. Ryder Warren's going to field on 2 hops. Hornets will not have a play at home, and Bridgewater's going to score again. Now both teams have scored in every half inning so far.
Yeah, I know what I was going to say. I think another team in Virginia this year in 2025 scored 21 runs in an inning, or 24 runs in an inning, and that was George Mason this year. Another Virginia
That's
team.
right. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Well, the tricky thing with all those national records too, OG, is you got to submit it to the NCAA, because you can't go by what's on the website, because then they'll tell you, oh yeah, somebody 6 years ago did this. We just never updated the website. So, we'll turn all the numbers in and see what shakes out. Could have some ODAC records in there, and I feel confident we have some school records that were broken in Game 1. Duff will throw to first to keep Stavros close. Nick Stavros has got 3 hits in this game, by the way, 3 for 4.
Good hitter. Stavros is one of those that as a pitcher, one of the he's not gonna surprise you by the amount of power he has, even though he has a little bit of power. But he's just gonna once again compete at the plate in every single at bat. Not gonna be easy for a pitcher to get him out. So
2 outs. Brock Duff threw that one south of the zone. It's a 1-0 start to Branson Hensley. Hensley's looking for his first hit in this game. He was 1 for 2 in game number 1. It's a 1-run game now, 10-9. Lynchburg on top. Fun baseball here in Game 2. It was fun in Game 1 for Lynchburg, but now Bridgewater's having a say, and they're getting after it. We're seeing why the Bridgewater Eagles were second in the conference coming in to this one. This is kind of what we expected in both games, OG.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And then this 1-1 pitch, 1-1 count is a big pitch this inning.
It is. Duff is set. Deep breath there. Now he'll twist and fire. This one's lifted foul by Branson Hensley. He's a first-year guy. Hensley was over 400 coming into the doubleheader. Pretty impressive for a first-year man. It's a Bridgewater lineup between the transfers and the young guys. Really a bunch of new faces throughout the lineup card this year.
Yeah, and Coach Spots cares. He's a great, not only in DOTA, but he's a great college baseball coach, and he cares not only an alum from Bridgewater, and when Bridgewater was really, really good, was winning all those championships. He was part of some of those teams, but he's also been in college baseball for a while, and as an alum, but not only, but also with the experience that he had as a head coach in Eastern Mennonite, brings that to Bridgewater. So I bet he's happy to be home.
Yeah,
and of course building this team, like of course, as an alum, you want to put that up there, so bring the team back up to the tops, and he's doing a good job.
Give you a good ODAC trivia note. Lucas Jones is the only baseball coach to win a Coach of the Year award at 2 different schools. Coach Jones did it at Washington and Lee, and then did it here at Lynchburg. Coach Spots could do that because he won a Coach of the Year when he was at EMU. So he would be in line to join Lucas Jones in that very elite list. 2-2 count as Duff spiked the fastball. There's 2 outs with 2 on. 1-run ball game, 10-9 at the top of the fourth. You know the other great trivia about Lucas Jones, right? Regarding the Coach of the Year award?
No.
Lucas Jones is the only guy to win a ODAC Player of the Year award and also a Coach of the Year award.
Wow.
That's impressive.
I didn't know that.
And now you could have some other coaches that played in a different conference that did that. But I did a lot of homework on that one. Here comes the 2-2 from Duff. Got a ground ball right side.
Great
Hyatt
job.
on the dive. Got to get up and beat him to the bag. He will. What a play from Eric Hyatt. Saved a run and saved some further trouble for Brock Duff potentially. Lynchburg does yield 1. Bridgewater scores 1 in the top of the fourth. It's 1 run on 2 hits. Eagles will leave a couple stranded, and we go to the bottom of the fourth. Lynchburg 10, Bridgewater 9. Kyle and OG back in 30. Bottom 4, Fox Field. A hitter's paradise today at Fox Field. Teams combined for 32 runs in Game 1. Now, that was one-sided. Lynchburg beat Bridgewater 30-2. 28-run victory. But the squads have combined for 19 here. We're not even halfway through, Oscar. You must just do something to a hitter's blood. You just get guys going when you're at the ballpark.
Yeah, the guys. I don't know what it is. The guys are definitely putting on a show for the fans today.
Did you when you were at Concord? You guys did double headers, right? Didn't you do double headers?
We did
typically.
Saturday, Sunday double headers, 4 games, 7-inning games. Ooh, that's a lot of baseball. Yeah, 7 innings. Okay. So there is a little bit of a tactic to them too, though. 7 innings is a little bit different than a 9-inning game. Sometimes you might need only 4 pitchers to get away with 4 games and if you're lucky. So.
Well, it's interesting because Lynchburg only used 4 against Avert over the weekend, and there was actually an extra inning there. So Lynchburg got through, 19 innings with just 4. But probably not typical in college baseball, right?
No.
The metal bat helps. 1-0 count here to Jake Wright. 1-1. Now it's now it is 1-1. And Jake Wright is 1 for 1. He also was hit by a pitch and scored. Lynchburg leads 10-9.
Jake is another one of those players on Lynchburg's staff that he knows his role, right? And it's crazy to see that as a freshman. But you're seeing this kid, and he doesn't start every game, but when he gets the chance, he goes out there and he competes. So comes from a great baseball family. He's actually a twin. I believe his brother plays or is on the Randolph-Macon staff roster. And his dad is a really, really good coach down in Virginia Beach. So really good baseball family.
Yeah, that's the intelligence that I need. You might have just promoted yourself to head of the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network Research Department. I always talk about the LHSN Research Department. Understaffed, but it sounds like the staff has grown by 1 now with you volunteering yourself in there.
Well, it helps when you have recruited some of these kids.
Sure. Wright kind of sprays one down the line. Soft serve single might turn into 2. Yeah, Jake Wright takes the turn. He's 2 for 2 with a double. Well, there's one of those hit 'em where they ain't. Jake Wright, I don't know if you could see the gesture there, but it was kind of the oops, oh well, and then slap the hands together. That's the little double celebration that the Hornets do. Leadoff man on again for Lynchburg.
Hey, this is one of the as a baseball player, I always liked coming at the hit after I make a great defensive play. So in this case, this is going to be Eric Hyatt to save the run last inning, diving for a ground ball, making an out, and now he comes up to hit. So
fantastic call back by you on the Hyatt diving grab there. Keeps Lynchburg's 1-run lead. And then, Bridgewater would have had the dangerous Zach Chadwell coming up with runners on board. Nice to be able to face a guy like Chadwell with the bases clear. 0-1 count there as Hyatt watches the breaking ball. Jake Wright leads off at second.
Yeah, and every lineup has 1 or 2 of those guys that you're gonna have to face them, but you prefer facing them with bases empty, right? Whenever maybe they can't do as much damage. So he's definitely one of those. So
0-2 on Eric Hyatt. Maddox Sutsui is on deck. He's having a fantastic afternoon so far. Maddox was 2 for 3 in game 1. He's 1 for 1 in this one, and he scored a couple times. Factors in a hit by pitch there. This ball's in the dirt. Good read by Jake Wright. Still going to have a play, though. In there safely. Yeah, game of inches. Jake Wright, aggressive, made the correct decision there, sliding in head first.
Yeah, and the fun thing about it, too, is now it makes Eric Hyatt's job a little bit easier, right? Now he's in 2 strikes, but he has a guy on third base, no outs. My job is to bring it in, so it makes my job a little bit easier. I can simplify what I'm trying to do at the plate.
Nick Harris still working for Bridgewater. Infield has come in for the Eagles. 1-2 pitch coming up from Harris. Hyatt ropes that. It was close. Stavros got awfully close to it, but could not catch that missile from Eric the Hitman Hyatt. Another base knock for him and another RBI. Lynchburg scores again. Hornets 11, Eagles 9 with nobody out, and the dangerous Maddox Tsutsui stepping in.
Yeah, game of inches. It's funny, if Jacob Wright is at second base, the second baseman is probably covering the back right there to keep Jacob Wright close, so that ball is probably aligned right at him. So game of inches. It's crazy how every little thing matters.
It really does. Back-to-back hits for Lynchburg. They've got 11 base knocks so far in this game. In game 1, it was 21 hits for Lynchburg. They took 12 walks offensively as well.
Maddox needs some praise for what he's done this year, right? Like Gavin Collins has played third base all his career over there, and then unfortunate got hurt. Sounds like it's at some point going to be back. But what Maddox did, not only changing positions, moving to third base, but being able to come in and step up, right? It's not easy. Maddox is just a sophomore. This is the first year that he actually gets quite a bit of playing time. Freshman year being last year, didn't get much playing time. So what he's been able to do and understanding, again, his role, what he's there for, he's done a great job.
Yeah, I think he's played a really good hot corner. You know, not perfect, but you're never going to be perfect at that position, as any baseball fan knows. Breaking ball 2-0, 3-0 count now. But yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with everything that you said. I mean, even keel guy, doesn't get too high, doesn't get too low. I think that's a great trait to have for any baseball player. Now, I love the passionate guys that yell and scream and fist pump and all that stuff. I think you need some of those, but got to have some of those even keel guys like Maddox Tsutsui. And he showed a little fire when he slid into third on that triple earlier in the day, so he can get amped up too.
Yeah, it's a good level-headed squad, right? Like you said, you have guys like Brandon Garcia that.
Ground ball left side. Oh, that hop just ate up the shortstop, Branson Hensley. Hensley's a first-year guy, and, that's the kind of thing we talk about when we say it's really tough for a freshman to jump in there and play shortstop, because I think as you get some seasoning, Hensley will know to either press forward through that ball and get the short hop, or take a couple steps back and get a long hop. But back to it's been a long day, playing a lot of baseball. You got to focus on every single pitch, and I think Hensley, in the end, just kind of lost the focus a little bit there when he got caught in between hops.
Yeah, and I think right there Hensley's trying to, of course, wants to turn the double play, so maybe trying to be a little bit quicker. That what he needs to do is still the mission of it is catch the ball, throw the ball, catch the ball, throw the ball. So you can't do that. Good read right there by Maddox.
Yeah, that was not a steal, fans. That was Tsutsui reading that pitch was going to hit the dirt before the catcher, and he took off on what they call the dirt ball read, gets into second safely. Now it's 2 in scoring position for the very dangerous Brandon Garcia. 2 hits in this game already. 1 for 2 in game 1.
And the game, going back to it right here, is making the situation easier on the hitter, right? So it's hard to hit as it is, and Maddox right there with that dirt ball read, it makes that job so much easier for Brandon. Just gives a little bit more potential to put a ball in play and drive that run from third base down and to score.
1-1 from Harris to Garcia. Well, that ball tipped off the catcher's glove. Hyatt's got to hurry. We could have a play here. Underhand flip. Looked like he got in. He did. Head first slide by Hyatt was perfectly timed. Catcher Harris had to sprint down the slope to get the flip from Spencer Sigmund. Sigmund the catcher, Harris the pitcher, and it was close. But Lynchburg will score another one. Hornets on top 12-9.
Yeah, that's one of those plays that, like it's funny in spring training, sometimes they practice those balls that could get by the catcher trying to position him from the pitcher where I want to receive the ball in order to tag down. But it's sometimes it gets overlooked at practice. But some of those plays that they happen, they definitely have to get them in.
Garcia's under this one. Let's see if it's deep enough to score. Maddox Tsutsui. Hang on. Let's see if it's even caught first. Center fielder will sprint in. Lucas Bauer makes the grab. So it's an out. F8 there for Brandon Garcia. And it does bring up Joe Munitz, who's 2 for 2 with a triple, single. He's got 3 runners driven in the game. He's walked once. He was 3 for 4 in game 1. Walked once there. And since April 5th, Joe Munitz is hitting over 540 right now. Just alien numbers. Out of this world video game numbers for Joe Munitz. Joltin' Joe. If he can jolt one here. 1 out. Infield's drawn in again with Maddox Tsutsui at third.
Joe is somebody that I've been able to just follow in this year. He's made some adjustments to his stance. He used to stand a little bit more with his hands, a little more away from his body. Right now, it's a little more relaxed. His hands are closer to his body, so probably makes him a little bit more consistent to get into that slot in order to rip a swing. So
I love that, and I love talking about the hands, because that's so interesting. Looking at the great hitters, Barry Bonds had the pump, and that worked for him, but doesn't work for everybody. I mean, it does not. And he generated a little extra power with that, and that's great if you can be consistent. Here comes the 1-1 to Munitz. He'll get this ball in the air. Well, watch out. Did Jolton Joe get enough of this one? This ball's deep. It's down. It's extra bases again for Joe Munitz. Look at him turn around the bag, man. He is flying out there. Another triple. It's a 2-triple game for Joe Munitz. Another 3-hit game. He's got 6 base knocks on the afternoon, and Lynchburg scores another one. Wow is right.
Fun.
Deceptive power for Joe Munitz. And then speed. I mean, what a combination. He cuts a good profile running across the diamond. I mean, that's aesthetically pleasing. That looked like Usain Bolt running the curve on the 200-meter dash there.
Oh, it's fun to watch him play baseball. It really is.
Lynchburg 13-9. Ben Jones, check swing. That's through. Well, there you go. And again, there's another baseball in a nutshell moment. Ben Jones has hit some balls hard right at people for outs. This time it's a check swing, but perfectly placed with the infield drawn in. 4 hits in the inning for Lynchburg.
Reminded me of Avery Neves. Avery Neves was the king of check swing hits. So sometimes that's the thing. Sometimes when you're good and things are going good, like even those fall. So that's why you can't get mad whenever you hit a line drive or a missile at the outfielder and he catches it.
Well, you can, but you shouldn't. You shouldn't.
You shouldn't, yes.
You can't tell me when you were hitting you didn't get mad when you hit a line drive at somebody,
Yeah, the life of a hitter.
The life of a hitter. 14-9 is the Lynchburg lead. Hornets have scored multiple runs in every inning so far in this game. Let's go back to game 1. Lynchburg in game 1, it was 2 in the second, 2 in the third, 21 in the fourth, 5 in the fifth, zeros in 1 and 6. So that means in the 10 innings that Lynchburg has hit, hang on, Connor Moore, Seymour, see ya. He has done it again, back-to-back games with a home run for Connor Moore. And you talk about flying, he's so pumped up, he might catch Ben Jones on the home run trot. Ben Jones checked the rearview mirror because he heard Connor Moore coming. What a blast from Seymour. A 3-hit game for Connor Moore. It's a homer and 2 doubles, and it's all Lynchburg again. An offensive explosion across 2 games of baseball, the likes of which I have never seen before.
No, that is funny to watch Connor run across the bases. I think he knew that ball was out of the park for a second. He thought about taking the steps and maybe doing a little bit of a pimp job, but then he was like, you know what? I'm just going to put the bat down and run around the bases. So he crushed that ball.
Wow. For Connor Moore, it is home run number 3 now in the season. He has 5 doubles on the year, 2 of which are in this game. 1 triple. That means the slugging percentage right now is going to be like over 800 for Connor Moore. He came into the ball game hitting .410. I mean, good grief, Seymour. He's unconscious right now. He was 4 for 5 against CNU. He's 6 for 10 in his last 2. Let me give you the math. In his last 3 games, Connor Moore's 9 for 13 with 2 home runs and I think 3 or 4 doubles. It's bonkers right now for Connor Moore, and it is contagious for the rest of the squad. Ben Jones gets a perfectly placed check swing single, but how about Joe Munitz? I mean, right before it hit his 2nd triple of the game. This is scary. I mean, this is scary right now, what Lynchburg's doing offensively, because, again, this is a pretty good Eagles pitching staff. I mean, you look at the numbers for Bridgewater, pitching-wise, they're not bad. The team ERA was 4.65 coming into the game for Bridgewater. They were striking out, over 8 per game for Bridgewater. This is something, OG. I mean, I'm glad you're here because I ran out of cliches and adjectives and adverbs and all those things in game 1. This is, we're going to run out of them again if this continues. Lynchburg is absolutely crushing baseballs today.
Good day to hit. Good day to hit. Good day to hit is 80 degrees.
Understated, Oscar Garcia. Yeah, good day to hit. It is a good day to hit. And yes, I mean Bridgewater's put up 9 in the game. It's And I would say Bridgewater's not out of this. We've seen some really good fight from the Eagles and some fortitude. The way they came out to begin this game after, I keep using the word drubbed, and Bridgewater did. They got drubbed in game 1, but they're really hanging in there.
Yeah, and you took the words out of my mouth. I don't think Lynchburg right now should take the foot off the pedal. I think this game is far from over. So we got to keep finding barrels, keep putting tough at-bats out there, because Bridgewater's going to keep doing the same.
New pitcher for Bridgewater is Andrew Bauer. He's 1-0 on the year with 1 save. This is appearance number 15. And how about Ryder Warren? Just bang on Ryder Warren. A way to greet him right there. First pitch, crushes it into center field. Andrew Bauer, by the way, the earned run average is 5.01. 23 1/3 innings pitched. He's struck out 15. Go ahead.
No, Coach Gabe Garcia is kind of getting on me a little bit, because apparently he gave us the insight that Connor ran the bases because I guess he got handed a warning last time he hit a home run.
He did. I was going to get to that. Well, it was one of my options to go to. Hang on. Logan Webster swinging at the first pitch. This ball's crushed. This is extra bases. Ryder Warren is going to get the signal to go home. Lynchburg has scored again. Logan Webster will pull into second on impulse power with a stand-up double. It's 6 straight hits for Lynchburg. 3 of them are extra base hits. Munitz triple, Moore homer, Webster double. And in the inning, Lynchburg has 8 hits now. There was a Bridgewater error in there. This is bonkers. This is wild, man.
Yeah.
30 runs in game 1 for Lynchburg in just 6 innings of offense, too, by the way, because the run rule, and Lynchburg didn't have to bat in the bottom of the 7th. So put it together. It's 47 runs in 10 innings of offense for Lynchburg. 47 runs, and there's only 1 out, by the way, in the bottom of the 4th. Oh, I'll mention the 4th inning was the never-ending inning in game 1 with 21 runs scored. I don't know, man. 2 for 2. Jake Wright's in there, by the way. He's been on board 3 times today. Got hit by a pitch in his first plate appearance.
Yeah, and this last 2 at-bats from Ryder Warren and Logan Webster, right? Like we talked about it last inning, hindsight 2020, but very similar to what Connor Moore and Ben Jones did. They got 2 outs, but in this case, it was back-to-back pitches, and get with a new arm out there. You are aggressive. Go look for a fastball and see if you can drive it in the gap.
And can you speak to the contagious nature of hitting when this stuff happens? Because it's weird that it is contagious. Each guy's an individual. Each guy's unique. You don't pass him the ball or anything. You just hit, and then he gets in the batter's box. He hits. But I know you can speak to the fact that it really is. It is contagious when this happens.
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit on the hitter, right? Like it's a little bit of who is behind you. He sees you. He seeks success. He sees who's doing well. But it's also on the pitcher a little bit. It's the game of the pitchers out there. Sometimes when those hits happen, you can think on your mind of like, did I miss that much of a spot, right? Like, what am I doing? Am I tipping? That ball's well hit too.
Jake Wright, that's a base hit. The hits keep coming, and it was misplayed in right field by Trent Holland. It'll be a single for Jake Wright, but another error in the inning is going to make this look worse for Bridgewater. Jake Wright is into third with a stand-up 3-bagger. It's not a triple, I think, because there should be an error. But guess what? It's 7 consecutive hits for Lynchburg now. No, it's 6. I'm wrong. 6. So many numbers. 6 in the inning. 6. No. Here we go. Here's what it is. It's 8 hits in the inning, 17 in the game, and 6 consecutive. And Lynchburg continues to score. 18-9 is the Hornet lead. They have scored multiple runs in every inning in this game. They scored multiple runs in 4 of the 6 innings that they hit in game 1. Eric Hyatt's going to lift one in the outfield. Not the highest exit velocity of the day, but for Lynchburg, it's down. This Lynchburg offense is a problem. This Lynchburg offense is an absolute problem for anybody they play going forward.
Yeah, you just got to, and a lot of people talk about like how you carry yourself when you are when you're doing bad, or maybe you're not having as much success. But also like, be curious to see, like right now, awesome day when it comes to the offense. I'm curious to see how they from here keep gaining momentum in order to go into the playoffs. So it's also about how you carry yourself when you're having success. So.
Fastball inside to Maddox Tsutsui. It's a 1-0 count. Tsutsui is doubled. he reached on what I called an error, and that was in this inning. It's another inning that Lynchburg has batted around. Maddox Sutsui is the 12th hitter to step to the plate in the frame for Lynchburg. Now, they sent 20-plus to bat in the bottom of the 4th in Game 1, and it was 21 consecutive batters that reached in Game 1. We think that's a Division III record. That'll get double-checked on Monday morning. 1-1 count to Maddox Sutsui. He's been hit in this game also. 2 for 3 in Game 1. Inside pitch from Bauer, called strike. Brandon Garcia is coming up again. So Lynchburg's turning the lineup over again. Hornets have won 4 in a row. They've won 11 of their last 12. They're undefeated this season at home. You just keep ripping off accolades and things that Lynchburg's done this year. And they have not been perfect, of course. 5 losses for Lynchburg. And they've lost to some teams that I think some people scratch their heads. But again, Oscar, we know baseball. I mean, yeah. Greensboro's not bad. Greensboro's pretty good. Avert is pretty good. They're middle of the pack in the ODAC. And we think that the Old Dominion Athletic Conference is the best of the best in the country. We don't think the ODAC is one of the best conferences in the country. We know that it's one of the best conferences in the country. Here's a 2-2 coming up to Maddox Sutsui. Breaking ball. Hyatt took second. 19-9 Lynchburg lead. Bridgewater defensively let the guard down just a little bit there. Full count with 1 out to Sutsui. Ground ball left side. This will be a tough play. Look at the read by Hyatt there when the third baseman vacated third. He knew he could get there. It'll be an infield single for Maddox Sutsui. And it's 8 consecutive hits for Lynchburg. 8 hits in a row now for Lynchburg. 19 in the game. And more and more, this is shaping up like the 4th inning in our first game.
Yeah, and you know, going back to Nick Matfield in this game, it's you want the offense to do this, right? Like, you're not going to be perfect every single time. So once the offense comes out here and puts his at-bats together and grinds out for you, even when you're not great, it kind of not right. Matfield probably goes home today like a little bit down about it, but at the end of the day, the best thing is that he's a veteran, right? So he's going to go home, he's going to study what he did today, and the best thing about it is like, hey, you forget about it and you get out there. So
Brandon Garcia's ready for a 1-0. Not yet. Pickoff attempt there. What do you think about the way Lynchburg's run the bases? I mean, you got a problem with Hyatt stealing there on the pitch before that? I don't have no problem with him advancing to third because he saw that third was not occupied.
Yeah, you know, I think the way that he ran, and maybe this was not the case, but the way that he ran, I think he might have thought it was 3-2.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually, in hindsight. Yeah.
But
there's only 1 out, too. But I mean, you're right. He did kind of – it was a weird jump.
Yeah,
it was a weird jump.
It was a weird jump. But, no, of course, college baseball it's insane, right? Like, maybe in the big leagues and the minor leagues, you see that and you're like, what am I doing? But, I mean, there hasn't been a 0 on the board yet.
Yeah.
Kyle, so.
No, and I think – I mean, you got to think Bridgewater's going to keep scoring. Also, it's a situation like Cartwrighter had where kind of becomes tough to come back out after this long delay. You lose some feel as a pitcher. And we saw that TK, you know, I want to say he didn't do anything wrong after the long inning from Lynchburg, but he maybe just lost a little bit of feel. This ball's yanked down the right field line. Lynchburg's got more. Rip and run time for Brandon Garcia. He pumps that in the corner. Let's see if Hollywood wants 3 or he'll stay at 2. Yeah, it's another double for Lynchburg. That's 9 consecutive base hits for the Hornets. 9 consecutive base hits. They sent 21 batters to the bases successfully in Game 1. Now it's 9 straight hits in Game 2. It's the 4th inning again, by the way, where the wheels have come off for Bridgewater.
That was not a bad pitch either. He was able to pull his hands in and being able to keep that pitch fair is probably harder than actually hitting it hard. So
5 extra base hits in the inning. 3 doubles, 1 triple, 1 homer. Connor Moore's blast down the right field line. Joe Munitz is up again. Second at bat for him in this inning. Back to the fourth inning in game one, we had guys that got 3 plate appearances and 3 at-bats. 21 runs in the fourth there. This time it's 10. It's 21 in the game right now. Is this going to fall? Long run for the shortstop Hensley, but he made the grab there. Joe Muniz is out, and that's the second out of the fourth inning. It's 10 in the inning right now for Lynchburg. 2 in the first, 6 in the second, 2 in the fourth. No, it's 11 in the inning, right? Boy,
11
that's
in
tricky.
the
Math is tricky. Plus, when they score so many. I missed Maddox Sutsui scoring on the Brandon Garcia double, by the way. That's the one I missed. Garcia's at second. There's 2 outs. Ben Jones. He had a check swing single earlier in this inning. Jones swings it to first and sends it foul. Yeah, 11 in the inning. I don't know, man. It's 41 runs in 10 innings of offense for Lynchburg. 51. 51. The math. Again. I got to sit in on a math class Monday. Although it's not.
It's a lot of baseball, Kyle. A lot of baseball today.
Yeah. Well, they won't want me. I'll screw too many things up there. The professor will get frustrated with me. They'll throw me out. 0-2 coming up to Ben Jones. Let's see if Lynchburg can keep it going. That's well off the plate. Connor Moore's on deck. Connor Moore hit the 2-run home run in this inning, by the way.
Also, you got to think about, like, Kyle, we're up here. LHSN is doing a great job, and it's hot in this press box. Sometimes
it is.
As hot as Lynchburg's bats. So,
well, we got an air conditioner. Brandon Garcia is going to stay put. Good scramble there by Spencer Sigmund to retrieve. Sigmund's 1 for 1 offensively. A couple miscues back there at the plate, but tough day for the catchers. We mentioned that in game one. I mean, it's a lot of getting up and getting down from that crouch there for a catcher. That's a lot of pitches you got to block.
Yeah, and I think that's why you have nowadays. You have to have 1A, 1B, right? It's not so much about like I got my catcher and he's going to be the one catching every single game. Definitely in these double headers, you have to have somebody out there that can help. Yeah,
load management is a dirty word in the NBA, but hey, how could you catch with one guy? How could one guy do all this on a day like today? Full count pitch coming up to Ben Jones with 2 outs. Lynchburg on top, 21-9. Tough location. Umpire kind of gave a pump fake there, like he was going to ring him up.
Yeah, that's close.
Did you see him kind of rise up a little bit?
That's
a walk.
Yeah, no, and with the catchers, it's tough, man. Because now you don't even see the 162 guys anymore in the big leagues. It's never going to be back to that anymore.
Not for a catcher.
No.
Not for a catcher, no. And I would say for very few players, because look, if you want to be at your best when the postseason comes around, why would you want guys completely depleted and fried at the end of the year? And I'd say that for any sport. I guess football's a little different. You got a week off. You only got the 17 games or whatever. And yes, you got to get in the playoffs or whatever. But 0-1 count. As people, the game has taken so long now that people are coming back. The doubleheader's taken so long. Runners at first and second. Another walk for Lynchburg. That actually hasn't been the problem this inning for Bridgewater. That's the first Hornet hitter that they have walked. In the game for Lynchburg, they've taken 4 free passes. Lynchburg in this contest has 20 hits. 20 hits for Lynchburg, 11 of them in the inning. Hornets have scored 11 runs in the inning. They lead 21-9. 1-1 count to Connor Moore, who's got a 2-run homer in this inning. Tried to go down and dig that one out on a nasty pitch from Bauer, but he pulls it foul, and now it's 1-2.
Connor is one of those guys that the way that his swing path plays, he's looking for that ball down, right? That's where his eyesight is. I want the ball down. I want the pitcher to put it there because that's where my swing path is. So that's going to give me the biggest chance to hit a baseball hard. So
he's got one of the 5 extra base hits in the inning. Moore stays alive by barely getting a piece of that outside pitch.
Yeah. And that's another art of hitting, too, that we don't talk about. It's a little underrated, but the art of hitting foul balls in some of those pitches, right? Some of those pitches are pitches. You're not going to hit that pitch hard. So, hey, let me spoil it. Let me see if I can get a better one to hit.
Yeah, good spoil is a term that you'll hear a lot. Breaking ball. Moore's under this one. It's into shallow right field. Holland is there. Catch is made. Inning is over. Another big one for Lynchburg. They put up 11. Second time this afternoon, they've scored double digits in the inning, and the Hornets are on top and in charge. Brock Duff is coming back. It's 21-9. Lynchburg heading to the top of the fifth. All right, top six. We're having fun again in the press box. It was hot up here in the press box. Plus, you get a claustrophobic kind of thing, you know, because there's nowhere to go and people are. It's great though. It's fun. We were talking about the nuances of coaching and how sometimes the players that don't play as much, OG, make the better coaches. Yeah. Now that's not the case with Lucas Jones, as we said. He already won a Player of the Year as a player, but. Talk about that. I mean, sometimes the great players actually don't make the best coaches for one reason or another. Yeah. And there's exceptions there, too, like your Frank Robinsons and those guys. But, I don't know. Let's get on it. Let's chop it up. Let's get some thoughts.
And I agree. And I mean, I'm going to get a little personal here, but I wasn't the best player out there. But you know what that taught me? I needed to work harder than other people, right? So by working hard is not only the work ethic of it, but I just have to figure stuff out on my own, right? So sometimes researching for those little whatever you want to call it, like learning a little bit more about hitting or talking to pitchers about how they approach hitters, all that stuff, you learn so much knowledge. The best guy here on this staff that I had the best conversations when it comes to hitting, it was Mike Solbach. Mm-hmm. Why? Because I can learn so much from him.
From the pitching perspective.
Or what he's trying to do to hitters. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's good. Well, I'm going to take that to my hitters. I'm going to talk to them about it.
Although Solbach swings a mean softball bat,
he does. I played with him a couple games.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, he not only swings a mean bat, but he plays shortstop out there. I see him make a couple Jeter plays out there.
He's a good golfer, too, as you know. You've handed him a lot of money in the parking lot after a round. Zach Chadwell's a good hitter. He's 1 for 2. Got hit once and doubled. Lynchburg did a good job getting Chadwell to strike out twice in Game 1. Again, I think that's some of that matchup there where Chadwell maybe just not a great matchup against Kaltreiter for one reason or another. This guy's a good hitter. 12 jacks on the year for Zach Chadwell. And Chadwell, including his double in the first inning, has driven in 48 this season. He's over 400 on the year. Brock Duff is back out. We wondered if he would come back out after the long delay. And again, don't read too much into that walk, but it could be a factor. It could be a contributing factor.
Yeah, when you sit down for that long, I mean, of course, you got the ability to throw a little bit in the bullpen and get it stay warm. But remember, it's at the end of the day, between the lines, it's here. It's up in the head. It's mindset. So it's hard whenever you're like kind of going. Some hitters or some pitchers will like some of those hitters to probably just hit missiles right at people.
Sure.
So you feel good when you come back in the dugout, but then let me go back out there to keep getting outs.
Well, and the focus level, too, because now it's a bit of a blowout. It's 21-9. Yes, we know Bridgewater's offense is dangerous, but on the scoreboard, it's a blowout again. Some pitchers will tell you it's really tough to work in those situations. A lot of times you're better off if the game is somewhat close because you can keep that laser focus. I mean, you think about no-hitters. Oftentimes, they're in relatively close games if you think about that. And, of course, there's exceptions, right? It's baseball. There's always exceptions. Somebody's thrown a no-hitter in a 17-0 game or whatever. But oftentimes, they're close. It seems like for a pitcher, knowing that the game is close gives you a little bit of that extra focus. You know, a lot of times, again, back to the modern game with the big leagues, sometimes teams are hesitant to use the closer in a non-save situation for the same reasons. They're just not quite fired up with the same level of focus.
Yeah, and that's definitely has a part to play in there. Right here, what Connor Moore just did, great job, right? Like and he knows as a catcher, he knows, okay, he's a little off. Let me take take my time going to the mound, let him take a deep breath, and then hey, let's go at him.
Good feel, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. As a sophomore too, that's really good.
And you think pitchers too. I mean, how many pitches can you throw consecutively with no break and not lose something? Is it 10? Is it 15? Is it 20? I think most of the times you'll see if a pitcher's thrown 20 in an inning, it's a good time for a mound visit, just to give them a little break, if nothing else. 2-1 coming up. That one's inside. Good location, from Brock Duff. Now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Duff's been around. Duff's a guy who's been at some other places. That's not always a bad thing. You can kind of lift and land the things you like from one coach, some stuff you don't use, and kind of mix them all together.
Yeah, and the thing, too, here is like, and this is what Lynchburg does really well. Duff is a guy who's been around better and has played. Actually, he's played in all 3 divisions, I believe, on NCAA.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, and that's crazy.
Yeah, he played a little bit at Wise with our buddy Shaheem Pennell.
Pennell, Brandon Costa, the head coach over there, one of my ex-teammates, played with him at Concord. So, and the good thing there is a veteran guy, and then when you see a sophomore like asking that time for you and going back to the mound, sometimes you're like, hey man, like you're getting it. You and I we're on the same page. So,
this ball's ripped up the middle. Good piece there from Trent Holland. Holland's got a couple hits, both of those off Duff, by the way. Holland is 2 for 4. And this will bring up Lucas Bauer. The center fielder is 1 for 2 with a walk. And he'll have to face a new arm as Travis Beasley's coming out. That would indicate a pitching change for Lynchburg. For Duff, I believe he gives up 4 hits, walked 1, hit 1. And, again, don't read too much into the situation, because Lynchburg leads 21-9, but also don't let your guard down if you're Lynchburg's pitching staff, or hitters for that matter. We think hitting's been easy so far today for Lynchburg with 51 total runs, but that doesn't mean you go up and throw at bats away, as we will get the new man out there. It will be number 41. Tice Fischel is back. Tice Fischel worked earlier this week. Good appearance against CNU. He got the win there against the Captains. He's 2-1 on the season. 5.73 is the earned run average. Appearance number 7. Fischel's a hard-throwing right-hander who's got a plus fastball and a really good breaking pitch too, OG. Tice Fischel, I thought, was excellent in the CNU game. He gave Lynchburg that length that you hear about from the relievers. He pitched multiple innings out of the bullpen, so he ate up some innings there, kept Lynchburg in a really good spot before giving the ball up to the other bullpen arms. Nice to see Tice Fischel back out there. He's got a fantastic look with the high pants and the stirrups with the stripes. And last time he pitched, he had like the blue hair. We'll check with Maratsky. Is the hair still blue? I mean, Fischel's a guy you never know. He'll come up, do something right before the game.
I think I can see a little bit of blue there.
Yeah.
Tice is another one of those sophomores. Didn't get a ton of opportunities last year, but he's taking advantage of some opportunities this year. And just from looking at it, he's put on some muscle. He's a little bit bigger, like that shows in the fastball. So one of those kids that doesn't take the opportunity for granted and is hey, I'm gonna get to work. I'm gonna gain a little bit more muscle. I'm gonna try to get better.
Fischel's in a game that, again, on the scoreboard doesn't appear close. Lynchburg leads by 11, but there's nobody out in the top of the 5th against a potent Bridgewater team. And you never know. Lynchburg has scored 51 runs today, 41 hits for Lynchburg. But it's baseball. You absolutely never know. You never know. Did you use up all your hits? I mean, who knows? You can't assume that you're going to score any more runs. You've already scored 21 in this game and 51 in the day. So if you're Lynchburg, you got to be ready here. Fischel, I think will be.
Yeah, and but once again, Bridgewater is doing this inning and just, hey, we're not going away. We're not going away. We're right there with you. So we're going to keep competing.
If Fischel could extricate Lynchburg from this without giving up any runs, that would be a serious momentum boost. Now, I think the expectancy is that Bridgewater would still score some more. We'll find out. Bridgewater's got 12 hits in the game, by the way. 0-1. Fischel just outside on a power fastball. 1-1's the count. The hitter is Lucas Bauer. He's 1 for 2 in this one. 0 for 1 in game 1. Did you like that from Coach Spots, pulling some of the starters, letting them chill out and rest a little bit on a hot day when the game, was completely out of reach there earlier?
Yeah, I think so. It's more of the conversation, right? You have to have feel on your dugout and see and understand that.
Yeah.
Because it's easy to think that you're throwing the game away, quote unquote. But it's more about the conversation. Hey, like let's sit you, take a deep breath. It's baseball. This is what's happening in this game. We got another 9 innings to play. So. And it's worked.
Yeah.
The guys came in swinging a little bit more in this inning. Now, of course, on the mound side of it hasn't been the case. But I think Lynchburg is having one of those days that it's just hard to get them out. So.
It is. We actually saw kind of a similar situation a couple years ago. The ODAC Final Four at the University of Richmond. Here comes a 2-2, and I'll complete the thought. Breaking ball, swing and miss. Good pitch by official. He's got a strikeout. But, when Lynchburg, you guys, I'll say, got up pretty big on Shenandoah, Kevin Anderson, the manager for the Winchester Hornets, he did something similar. And then he, on the mound, he used some guys that really hadn't pitched much all season, but he was trying to save the premier bullpen guys for the next game because, that puts you guys in position to where you had to be beaten a couple times. This ball will get by Connor Moore. Didn't really have a play, and the umpire was kind of blocking him anyway. But you do see things like that. And at other levels, if it's a 3-game series for a college series, you'll see that sometimes in game 1 where coaches will have to make those moves. I mean, that's part of managing at the college level. Not something you love to do, but just one of those deals. That's another one gets by Moore. Official just kind of tugging those, hanging on to him a little bit. 2-0 count.
Yeah, and going back to your point, I think it's funny you mentioned that particular tournament because I do remember in that tournament on Saturday, the championship game against Shenandoah, Lynchburg was down pretty bad, and I remember taking Holden out just to rest him, right? Because most likely we're going to play a doubleheader, right? But it's the same conversation. It's like, hey, we're not throwing this game away. We're not throwing this game and making sure Connor is good here.
Yeah, he took a foul tip. Looked like maybe to the inner thigh. Moore is down. No athletic trainers just yet. Good umpiring. To walk out and just give Moore a little chance to compose himself. Back to how catching is just brutally tough.
Yeah, and so that day we took Holden out, and the conversation in the dugout was as simple as, hey, Holden, we're going to rest your legs. You need you to catch the second game. And they understand, but we came back and won that game. Pokerak was actually the guy catching behind the plate when we finished that game with Batchmore on the mound. So yeah, I mean, once again, it's not so much on the mindset of like, hey, we're throwing this game away. It's just like, hey, let's be smart about it. Let's take Holden out, and then, but at the end of the day, the message you send the kids or the players is like, hey, we're gonna keep competing. We'll keep competing, right? So, and the trust that they have on each other, knowing that just because somebody else is replacing the catcher, that doesn't mean that that guy's not going to go back there and not do their job. So
it's part of that team concept. And, coaches are always giving the guys, hey, stay ready. You never know when we're going to call your name. Well, that stuff happens. I mean, Maddox Tsutsui is a perfect example as well. You think, well, Gavin Collins is going to play every game at third. That stuff happens all the time. Lynchburg has used a lot of different designated hitters this year. There's been some shuffling in the outfield. You never know what happens and when it happens. There's a 5-pitch walk from Tice Fischel. Ashton Smith is aboard for the second time in this game. It'll bring up Chandler Volbeck. He is 1 for 3. He's flown out twice, singled in his second at bat. That came back in the third inning where Bridgewater scored 5. Here's the run by inning scores for BC. 2 in the first, 1 in the second, 5 in the third, 1 in the fourth as this ball is yanked foul. Yeah, that should get you to 9. 9 runs on 12 hits for the Eagles. For Lynchburg, 2 in the first, 6 in the second, 2 in the third, 11 in the fourth. Hornets have scored multiple runs in every inning this game. They scored multiple runs in 3 innings last game. They did only hit in 6. Now they scored multiple runs in 4 innings last game. I've really screwed it up now, OG. I can stay with the numbers. Let's talk about the feel, man. Let's talk about the feel. Fischel, he's got good stuff. I mean, I think the next step for him will be obviously the consistency, the location, and then try to bring along maybe some third and fourth pitch options, right?
Yeah, and all the location of learning how to locate one pitch and then learn that you can go in and out and you can trust it to throw strikes in any count, and then teaching learning with the secondary pitch to do the same. I think that's the big thing, right? Sometimes I think we complicate pitching a little bit too much when it comes to the repertoire. I think sometimes people like to have 4 or 5 pitches in the repertoire, but at the end of the day, like sometimes you only really need 2, and if you can have 2 that you can go in and out, up and down, and be able to locate them, that might just be all you need.
Swing and a miss from Vollbeck. First base was occupied, even though Moore didn't catch it cleanly, so he's out on strikes, and there's 2 outs now. Official struck out 2. A walk was the meat in the sandwich there. That's Smith, who's on first right now. The bases are loaded for Spencer Sigmund, who's 1 for 1 with a walk and a hit by pitch. Back to the pitching philosophy really quick after this 0-0 delivery from Fischel. This ball's hit up the middle. Oh, Ben Jones is there. Got a little bit of a Sunday hop. He'll grab it out of the sky and step on second for the final out of the inning.
I think we got a 0 on the board.
A 0 right? On the board. Is that right? I'm bad at math. It looks right to me, though. It looks right. Hey, let's keep it here and keep bantering. Lynchburg, 21-9. Bridgewater was held scoreless in an inning. Actually, never mind. Let me not even get in. Let me not go back to the last game right now because I've been revisiting it enough. Here's a pitching philosophy that I once heard back in the day, and I love it. Change something every pitch, so speed or location. But back to what you said, if you got a power fastball, doesn't mean you have to throw a breaking ball or a changeup just because. Just change the location on that fastball. Go up, go in, go down, etc., etc. And that's what the elite pitchers can do. They can pitch to both sides of the plate, and they can change the eye level too. They can hit you at the knees, they can hit you at the letters, and they can do that almost on command. Now, obviously, everybody's human. You're not 100%, but those greats, they have the ability to do things like that. As we're going to see a lefty for Bridgewater. I'll tell you what, throughout this entire day of baseball, I think it's just the second left-hander we've seen, right?
I think so. I think
Peak was a left-hander for Bridgewater. You're on, yeah. This is number 48. Number 48 has been confirmed by our brand new producer, Ethan Morotsky. It's Chad Martin. Martin's got a 1.69 earned run average. Pretty good numbers there. This is appearance number 8. No wins, no losses, no saves. Struck out 8, walked 4, 5 1/3 innings. So it looks like he's been more of a one-batter kind of guy, lefty specialist guy. Hitters hitting just 150 against Chad Martin so far this year. What do you look at when you look at a stat sheet on a pitcher? I know you want to put eyes on the guy, whether it's live or a video, but if you just saw a season stat line, what kind of things would jump out to you, OG?
I think based on balls, so walks on and strikeouts, right? Like, because I think like they tell a lot of the story. So if you have a high amount of walks, you're probably somebody that I need to be selectively aggressive whenever I go out there. But if it's a guy that has a lot of strikeouts and had low amount of walks, probably I need to go to the mindset this guy's not going to hit me, not going to give me much to hit. So maybe I need to be a little bit more aggressive. I understand that I'm trying to put the ball in play before I get to 2 strikes. Most likely, if with two strikes, that pitcher could potentially have a dominant pitch that he can throw and fool me. So definitely trying to put the ball in play and win those situations.
Here's Ryder Warren. Warren is 2 for 3 in this game. He's also got a walk, 1 for 1 in our first contest with the 2-run homer and 3 walks. Got hit by a pitch in game 1 as well. He's driven in 1 today, at least. Would you go look at the wild pitches and the hit batters and those kinds of things? I mean, as far as a control metric too.
Yeah, you can look at the hit batters. I know we talked about hit batters when it comes to crowd on the plate. That's it. Oh, there you go.
Sorry, I jinxed Martin, our pitcher there. He has hit, by the way, and this is maybe what made me think about it. Martin had hit 3 previously. Now it's 4.
Yeah,
and that's in 5 innings and change of work. But continue the thought.
Yeah, no, and with the hit batters, it's more about crowd on the plate, just taking advantage of if it's going to hit you, take advantage of the free base. And then wild pitch is more about on the base running side of it, right? Like if you get to first and somebody who has a lot of wild pitches, it's just looking for that dirt ball read, looking for the downward angles. So instead of reading it, you can almost expect it.
Lynchburg's got 8 extra base hits in the game, by the way. This one's tapped foul by Logan Webster. Webster's got a double. He's got one of those extra base hits. Hornets have the homer, Connor Moore. He hit that. Connor Moore has 2 doubles, by the way. Triple for Joe Munitz, double for Brandon Garcia, double for Maddox Utsui, double for Jake Wright. It's more and more sounding like the box score from Game 1 for Lynchburg, as they've already gotten 21 runs. 0-2 count here on Logan Webster. Lynchburg has been hit 5 times, and this one walked 4 times. And Lynchburg does crowd the plate. We know they get hit by a lot of pitches. And I think some of it for Bridgewater is they're a team that will pitch inside.
Yeah.
I think to be successful at this level, you can't be afraid to throw inside.
No, and sometimes like when you're working on those bullpens and stuff like that, and I know Coach Nilesy over there at Bridgewater, he does a good job to play professional baseball, so he knows a little bit more about about the game as well. He knows how important that pitch, that quadrant of the strike zone is, and you can't be scared, right? You got to come in, and sometimes, hey, if you hit them, you hit them. But you got to go in. You got to keep hitters accountable, right? Like you can't just make them easy and look for one part of the plate only.
And once again, might have misspoke a little bit on the math here for Lynchburg, or maybe I just failed to highlight the fact that Joe Munitz actually has 2 triples. Joe Munitz has 2 triples in this ball game.
Been running a lot.
He has. That guy some calories tonight. Have an extra sundae for dessert. 2-2. Webster lofting this one to right field. Ryder Warren's in the halfway position. Catch is made. Warren retreats back. There's one gone in the bottom of the 5th inning. Jake Wright has a double and 2 singles, and he's been hit by a pitch. Jake Wright has been aboard every time so far. He's DHing in Game 2. Bryce Demery gave Lynchburg some great stuff as the DH in Game number 1. I think fantastic for Lynchburg to have options at DH right and left.
Right.
Lynchburg's got a lot of left-handers. And that's great, too, because you can never have enough of those guys. Lefties don't grow on trees. But nice to have, power-hitting right-handed DH option as well with Bryce Demery.
Yeah, and that's as a manager, as a head coach, you wanna have multiple options. You don't wanna always write the same lineup down. You wanna give because the pitcher on the mound could do a little things differently. So you wanna have multiple options, and I think what Lynchburg does pretty well is some of those hitters they come in and they bring different value instead of trying to be somebody they're not. It's like, hey, like I'm good at this. Let me stick to this, and I know I'll see value in the lineup.
Nice pitch there from Martin. He got Jake Wright to swing and miss.
He's going to see that pitch again, you think?
Well, that's what we talked about. I may go, if I was Martin, maybe I'd go away from it for a pitch and then go back to it potentially, or maybe you go right back to it because maybe you do have the feel. Let's find out. Here it comes. I think he went with my philosophy there. Looked like he went with the outside fastball. Looked like a good pitch and just missed. Maybe a ball and a half off the plate. Now it's 2-2 with 1 out and a runner on first. So now you go back to it, right?
Yeah, and Martin left-handed. He's got a little jerky motion. It's uncomfortable as a lefty to hit against a left-handed pitcher like that.
Strikeout looking for Jake Wright. Martin did go back to that off-speed pitch. What is it? Just kind of funky changeup that kind of tumbles out there? Is that what it looked like, or was it a true curveball? It's hard to see from up here.
Yeah, I don't know if it's definitely an off speed. It doesn't seem like a fastball. I don't know what that pitch is. But by the swings that Jacob Wright took, it looks like it might be a spinner.
Mm-hmm.
So, but
might be I'm just kind of seeing something on the grip when he throws it too. It might be a kind of a knuckle curve there with a spike where one finger's kind of hanging out. Yeah, that's one thing as a hitter. You're looking at the pitch out of his hand, but sometimes you can see something with the actual hand on release. Get into that a little bit with an 0-1 count here on Eric, the hitman Hyatt.
Yeah, and that ball's popped up.
Should be caught.
Yeah.
Longish run, though, from center field. And the catch is made for the final out of the 5th inning. Wow, back-to-back zeros, as in both teams did not score in the 5th. Who saw that coming with these offenses today? Lynchburg will leave one stranded. And but yeah, pitch recognition. I mean, really, it does start even before the ball is released. You have to be looking for things like that.
Yeah, and I think of course, a lot of hitting coaches talk about putting that little square on release, right? Instead of looking at the pitcher as a whole, just try to emphasize where the release point is and imagining a little square there, and then from there you see kind of recognize the pitch when it comes out of the hand. But sometimes, baseball players players and pitchers are a creature of habit. Sometimes you might see some stuff, even the way that they come set, the way that they come, and sometimes the pitcher might not even know it.
Sure.
Right? Like
those tells,
Yeah, those tells that hitters, and that's why in the dugout it's important to have those conversations, right? Even some of the position players that are not playing in that game, you might be able to see something that as a hitter that I'm playing, I might not be able to see. So those are conversations that are very productive in the dugout.
Some guys will talk about how the arm swing for the pitcher might be different on a fastball or a curveball, or maybe the ball comes out of the glove differently, as he comes set. Maybe with the fastball, the hand's on top. With the curveball, you see more ball, things like that. And the great thing about looking for those is they actually happen slower as he's taking it out. Or maybe the arm goes behind the back further. It could be anything. It could be anything. And with the great pitchers, you don't see any of that. That's part of the reason why they're great. It all looks the same. But any information is good information. And then, as the pitch is coming into the release zone, fastball, they used to say you wouldn't see his hand. Curveball, you might see his hand. So those kinds of things. And then after it's out, all those different things too. It goes on forever.
Yeah, no, and I was watching this, I think it was 2 weekends ago, Devin Williams, the closer for the Yankees. He hasn't had a great start of the year, and then Trevor Plouffe, he used to retire now, but really good baseball player. There you go, Maddox.
Ground ball to Tsutsui from Bryce Suiters. Sorry, Bruce Sutter was a famous closer. Got that one wrong there. That's Bryce Suiters who grounded out. And Bruce Sutter.
You know so much.
Oh, well, I mean, I get so much wrong, too. But, it's in there somewhere. Yeah. The file is in there. I just got to find the right manila folder that it's in. Bruce Sutter was a split-finger guy, Hall of Famer. The fun stat on Bruce Sutter, by the way, as Nick Stavros is up, then we got to get back to this game. Bruce Sutter was the first guy in the Hall of Fame and the only guy in the Hall of Fame to never start a ball game. Like even Mariano Rivera had a few starts and some of those closers, the Eckersley and these guys. Anyway, Bryce Suter's grounded out. Nick Stavros is working on a 3-hit day. 1-0 count to Stavros facing Fischl.
Well, no, going back to
where were we on
that?
Going
back to the Trevor Plouffe thing. He said that watching the game, he noticed Devin Williams tipping some pitches.
Sure.
And he noticed, if I'm sitting in the couch watching and noticing, you bet the people in the dugout noticed it.
Stavros got under this one. Deep drive, right field. Looks like it's going to stay in the ballpark. Good job by Ryder Warren to sprint back and haul that one in. There's 2 outs now in the top of the 6th. But you're right, if I can see it from here, somebody's seeing it in the dugout or the scouts, those kinds of things.
Yeah, looking to find any little tip that could help you on the box, right? It's once again, hitting is really hard, so every little thing that can help you. Every little thing. Some people don't like that information.
Sure.
Have you ever heard of that? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Back to we talked about those guys that keep it simple. Some guys don't want to know. It truly is see ball, hit ball, and I think that's where the master coaches can figure out what each guy wants, what each guy needs. 1-0 count here. As this ball is lifted to right center field and down for a base hit. Branson Hensley's got his first hit of this game. He was 1 for 2 in game number 1. And it's 13 base hits total now for Bridgewater. They continue just to forge ahead. First base knock that Fischl has surrendered. Zach Chadwell, power guy, is up. He can put a charge into a ball really quickly. The old coaches would talk, and maybe not all the old coaches, maybe the current coaches, is Chadwell is going to pump one into right field. Back-to-back singles. 14 in the ball game for Bridgewater. The curveball would kind of go up out of the pitcher's hand. You could see that, whereas the fastball just kind of comes straight down at you. Sometimes, guys who don't see spin, you may actually see the spin on a changeup. Yeah. So because the fastball's got so much rotation, you ever hear hitters talk about that? It'll just look blurry to them.
Blurry.
Or it'll look gray or even red. The seams are red, so sometimes players will say that a fastball can. And I think that's where the term "dead red" comes from. Yes. Honestly, sitting dead red means
dead red. Looking for that, and then with the slider, you're trying to see that little dot when it comes out of the hand. Yeah,
of course, you're a college hitting coach. But don't
as a hitter, when you see that thing, when you see that little slider in there, dotting in, those are the ones that you don't have to do too much to them to hit.
Sure. Well, and you'll talk about, as Connor Moore picks one and scrambles to it. You know, you talk about the great pitchers with their power sliders. You know, hitters will say you don't see a dot.
No.
That's how you know a guy's really got a really good slider. 1-1 is the count. Don't even get into like the screw balls and the fork balls. Nobody knows how to pick those up. Well, I mean, a fork ball is just a splitter that's a little deeper in the hand, and so that's kind of a change-up concept. As it's 3 consecutive hits for Bridgewater. Here comes the Eagles offense again. We got 15 in the ball game now. Still a 21-9 Lynchburg advantage. Feels fairly rock solid, but the Eagles are not throwing at bats away.
Nope.
Lucas Bauer stepping up again. He's 1 for 3. He's walked one time, struck out in his first at bat against Tice Fischel. Fischel's made it through the order one time. Lucas Bauer will be the first hitter to see him twice. Okay. Fork balls and splits, they're interesting because, there's like a split-finger fastball. Then there's a true splitter, which has less spin. Some people would call that the poor man's knuckleball. Because, you ever heard that one?
Yeah.
Because when you really catch it, it kind of knuckles at the hitter. And some of those guys have that. It seems like every Japanese pitcher throws a split. Have you ever thought about that?
Yeah.
All throw the split.
I think that's the pitch that they kind of rely on, and the big loopy curveball.
Sure.
You don't see those in the big leagues as much anymore, but in Japan, some of those pitchers, they really like to spin it.
And it works.
Yeah. You remember Barricito? That's up and down curveball. That was pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Clayton Kershaw got the most famous curveball in baseball. One of them, anyway, I guess.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of good curveballs out there. 1-1. Tice Fischel went inside. Got a little protection swing there from Lucas Bauer.
Yeah.
And then you get into these guys like your starting pitchers who were great for a long time. Your Roger Clemens, your Pedro Martinez, your Greg Max. They can do a little bit of everything. That's the kind of guys we talked about. And like you said, that's not for everybody, especially for a young college pitcher. Get 1 or 2 or 3 great pitches down. But, if you want to be a frontline starter in the big leagues for a long time, you might have to have a 4, 5, 6 pitch mix. And maybe Kershaw's the contrast to that. Maybe he's the exception to that rule because it's been that fastball and that curveball for a lot of his career.
But he tunnels it well. So that's the other part of it too, as a pitcher, working on that tunnel.
Tsutsui will move to the glove side and make this one. It's the final out of the inning. So 3 consecutive singles for Bridgewater, but they do not score. Nice job by Tice Fischel to induce another ground ball as Bauer grounds out to Maddox Tsutsui. We are through 5.5. Lynchburg leads 21-9 in Game 2 of our double dip at Fox Field. Are the fans ready for more baseball? We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. Kyle Haney, Oscar Garcia. We've got really the A-team in front of us here with Josh Smith and Ethan Morosky. We're talking about all the weird things about baseball. Let me go through my little list here, and then you can add to it. Baseball is the only sport where the defense has the ball. Baseball is the only sport where the catcher or the coach wears a uniform. And the coach has to wear the uniform.
Yeah.
Like that's in the rule book. Like occasionally you'll see they'll make they'll make the coach like take his top off when he goes to the mound to make a mound visit because he's got to be in uniform technically. Weird one. Let's see. It's 3 strikes is an out, 3 outs in an inning. 3 times 3 is 9. You play 9 innings in a regulation game. That's a weird one. That's almost mystical. That's almost like, ooh, was this invented by the ancient Druids or somebody? You know, like.
It's been a long game.
It has been a long game. If we're into this section of the broadcast, it's been a long day of baseball. 21-9 is the Lynchburg lead. If they continue to stay up by 10 runs or more, then they will not need to hit in the bottom of the 7th because the run rule is in effect again. Give us another weird one about baseball, OG. What's your favorite or least favorite thing about baseball?
I don't have the list. That you have.
Yeah. I mean, there's 9 positions as well. And there's 9 positions.
Yeah. No, I think to me, baseball's one of those sports that has a ton of unwritten rules.
Yeah.
You know?
And written rules.
And
also a ton of written rules too.
Yeah. Written rules, but unwritten rules that, somebody who's not a baseball fan might not know.
I don't know how people pick up the game. Maddie Schuchter, who's not the public address announcer now. It's the lovely and talented Joe Brennan. But Maddie, she's British, and she picked up the game. I've got a friend named Bruce Beckett who's British. He's a massive Yankees fan. He picked up the game. So you can learn it, but, yeah, it probably is a barrier to entry for new fans. As far as some of these terms that we throw around, it's a lot of terms. Like we're getting ready it's 3-2 with nobody out in the bottom of the 6th. If you've never been to a baseball game, what does that mean? What does that even mean? Whereas like soccer, it's just my team's winning 1-0. That's easy to figure out. But baseball, it's a full count with nobody out. Or you'll say, they beat them 3-2 in extras or in 10. Like, what does that mean if you've never been to a ball game, Yeah,
and anyway. MLB's, I think this is one of the initiatives. They're pushing the game to get out there, out there in the world. They're playing all over the place now, Mexico, and they've always done that. But I think it sounds like they really want to push this like as an initiative over the upcoming years. So.
Well, now you got me on another tangent because this is great. Ethan and I had a great time talking about Jackie Robinson Day on April 15th. Talked about just the incredible different things about Jackie and the doors that he helped open. And then, we talked about you get African American players, you get Latin players in the game. And that's what I want to pick your brain on about, that culture. You think about baseball in Latin America in the last 50 or 60 years, just the explosion, and then just in that short amount of time, as it's a 1-0 count to Brandon Garcia. Tsutsui walked. But just in the last 50 or 60 years, how it's become ingrained in the culture in so many parts of Latin America. Talk about that.
Yeah, and I think the first guy, when it comes to that, everybody talks about, that ball hit him?
That's close. Tsui's going to try to advance, and he got thrown out. Pretty good fire there by Spencer Sigmund. It's just going to be a ball, and then it caught stealing, unfortunately, for Maddox Tsutsui. We talking about my guy Roberto Clemente?
Roberto Clemente, and that's the guy who I think brought baseball to Latin America. This is the first one, and of course he's Puerto Rican.
Yep.
But even in the Latin American community, we all see him as the one who opened the doors for us. So, but it's great. It's a culture down there, and like sometimes try to share as much as I could with them, right, with Lynchburg baseball team, just because sometimes it's very easy to get caught up on this, right? And there's countries down there in Latin America that Kyle, I didn't play many grass baseball fields when I played down there. Yeah. It was all dirt.
It was all dirt.
Yeah,
sure.
It was all dirt. So when I came to the States for the first time to play at Concord, and it was right now it's a really nice facility, but when I got there, it wasn't the best facility, but I was like, this is paradise. Right. We got grass in the infield and grass in the outfield. So, but yeah, I think the baseball culture down there is really ingrained, right? It's a passion. The winter leagues down there. If people hearing this, if you ever get a chance to go to the Dominican Republic, Venezuela, Mexico, Puerto Rico, to go watch some of those winter league games, it's different. It's different than the big leagues. You can feel it in the air. You can feel the energy. So it's definitely and if you're a baseball fan, I would highly recommend just take a trip, enjoy it, because it'll open all your mind a little bit.
I love the fact that it all falls under that umbrella of Latin American baseball, but then each country has their own special little sauce that they bring in, their special culture. And you look at the different players from the different countries. You know, you talked about Roberto Clemente from Puerto Rico, and then you go to Venezuela, you got your Miguel Cabreras, you got Fernando from Mexico.
Yeah.
And he was the first big Mexican guy. I think Dennis Martinez is from like Nicaragua or something like
Dennis
that.
Martinez from Nicaragua.
Mariano Rivera's Panama. So yeah, and then you know, we're just talking about the Spanish-speaking Latin American countries. We're not even talking about Curacao and some of these places where they speak Dutch, but are also in love with the game. They got a whole group of guys, Xander Bogaerts and Kenley Jansen and those guys. I mean, they're incredible. Does Joe Muniz have another extra base hit?
I believe so.
You just that ball's gotten under the fence, and the left fielder threw the hands up, which is what you should do there. Suitors didn't want to go digging after that one. Joe Muniz has 2 triples and now a double in game 1. They were all singles for Joe Muniz in game 1, but it's back-to-back 3-hit games. And by the way, let me give you the numbers again. Now, and I'll factor in this one. Joe Muniz is hang on, math is a struggle again. It's a 4-hit game for Joe Muniz. It's 4 hits. A single, a double, 2 triples for Joe Muniz. I'll get it for you again, but the average is over 600 since April 1st for Joe Muniz. He was the player of the week offensively in the conference last week. He's got a good case for being that again, back-to-back weeks. I mean, he really does.
Good question for you here. Which was the last Lynchburg baseball player who won back-to-back player of the weeks?
Well, Tyler Kaltreiter did it earlier this week.
Pitcher?
Earlier this year. As a pitcher, hitter, I don't know. I'm going to guess Neves.
Yes, that is correct. I'm going to guess.
I couldn't tell you what weeks they were. Jones is under this one. Into the elevator shaft. Going to be a tough play for Sigmund, though. He'll make the catch. Sigmund with a catch and a pop-up, and he threw out Tsutsui at second there, so he's made a couple good plays in the inning. The 6th is over. It's actually 2 consecutive innings that both teams did not score. Who saw that coming today? It's 21-9. Lynchburg right now. They got to play the top of the 7th. Looks like Colin McGuire is going to get an appearance here. Not a save situation. But, you know, we're having so much fun banter. What else? What are we leaving out about Latin American baseball and culture that you think the fans would know? If folks don't know, you are a Venezuelan native, and you're still plugged into that whole scene down there.
Yeah, no, and I mean, that's where I come from, and my parents, of course, still down there. My dad's still. My dad is a scout in Venezuela. So
you went back last year, right?
No,
Did you go last year?
No, I haven't been back in a little while.
They came here.
They came here.
Because I met them. They come to East Lake anyway.
It was up in
somewhere.
Cleveland. It was up in Cleveland against Case Western. Regional.
Regional. Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
So, but no, like the crazy thing down there is, and this is what people don't know. Sometimes, like, some of those kids, like, they're done with school, 12 years old. Well, not that they're done, but they decide that they want to chase that baseball career, right? Like, it's a way to help the family or whatever. At 12-year-old, imagine sending your kid at 12-year-olds to a baseball academy, right? Yeah. And all they do is baseball, looking to get, hopefully, a professional contract. I was listening to Willie Adames, a shortstop for the Giants. He was telling his story, and that was fascinating. I mean, things that I know, but the fact that he's sharing it with so many people and people are learning from it. He was 13 years old when he told his parents that he wanted to be a professional baseball player. And his dad was, all right, let's do it. Go to that baseball academy and get you out of school. I mean, you go to school in the afternoons, but like, how many of those parents will be okay with that? You know what I mean? Like, it's hard. Definitely as a 13-year-old. And then we're talking about. He can sign at 16, and you're at 16. You're a professional baseball player, and you're away from home. Some of those kids that are a little high prospects, they send them straight to the States.
Sure.
So think about coming at 16, not knowing the language, and it's a culture shock. So, but it teaches you. It makes you mature. It makes you grow a little bit quicker. So.
Well, and you've told me, not that we need to dive into it too deep on this broadcast, as Colin Moore rips off a power breaking ball for strike one to Ashton Smith. There's a bit of a dark side to that, too, just because of the way the money is, and you kind of get pushed to sign with somebody, an agent. Hey, you got to get your name out there, so let me do that. And you know, does that happen in the States? I think probably.
Yeah.
Probably in other sports as well. I mean, we're hearing about the NIL money and all that jazz. So there's some of that. Unfortunately, there's money in sports.
Yeah,
fortunately and unfortunately.
Yeah,
I guess.
Exactly. And I think down there the hard thing is, like, of course you got an agent, and you just got to trust the agent that has the best. It's on your side, right? Like the agent is not only trusted by the parents, but it's also trusted by the prospects. So, but down there it gets tricky sometimes, man. Some of those contracts are like 50-50, so like 50% to the parents, 50% for the agent. So, but at the end of the day, the agent is also doing his job. So that's why I know some of the conversations have been about potential draft, international draft. I don't think we've gotten there yet.
This ball's hit well by Smith.
Wow.
Long run
left
back.
the yard.
It's gone.
Yeah.
Homer. Ashton Smith. That got out of here quick. Ryder Warren's pounding the fence like he thinks he should have run it down, but I mean, that just got out of here so quick. He didn't have a chance to get back for any kind of robbery. Solo homer by Ashton Smith. 2 hits in this game. Good cut there by Ashton Smith. Not what Colin McGuire wanted, and maybe this goes back to our conversation about you know, you got your closer on in a non-save situation. Is that tough for a guy like McGuire? I didn't see anything in the pitching that would lead me to believe he's not focused. I mean, he broke off some monster breaking balls early in that at bat. I think just a good piece of hitting by Ashton Smith there.
Yeah, I think he just put a good barrel on it, and it's impressive home run, backside and line drive. That you don't see that often. Definitely not with hitters and in college level, right? Like sometimes you get the guys that can pull the ball in the air, but like home runs like that, you don't see him often.
The hitter now is Chandler Volbeck. He's got great numbers, 13 multi-hit games on the season. He's got a 4-hit game. By the way, Sean Pokerok had a 6-hit game earlier. Here comes the 0-2.
Give me the catcher's line today. Do you have
the catchers combined?
Yes. Because Connor's been it's on a
so Pokey was 6 for 6 with 3 doubles in game 1. Combine that with Connor Moore. He's 3 for 5 in game 2 with 2 doubles and a homer. So overall, that makes it 9 for 11 with 5 doubles and a home run between Lynchburg's 2 catchers. And they played pretty good defensively, too, to boot.
I think the catchers deserve, this is the fun part of the games. Like, you know, like, have you ever heard of the pitching staff buying Chick-fil-A, buying dinner for the catchers? Catching the bullpens. I think they deserve that.
Yeah. Or if you throw a shutout, the pitchers get to take BP, stuff like that. It's a common thing. Nice play by Ryder Warren to go down there in the deep right field corner and catch that one. 2 down now. And we got to bring it in for a landing here. OG, we'll try to recap this incredible day, but it looks like Lynchburg's going to go to 31-5. By the way, it's 5 consecutive 30-win seasons for Lynchburg, and 4 of the last 5 for Lynchburg, they've gotten that in the regular season. And last year, 25-win regular season, which by any other standard is great. In 25 wins in a college baseball season, right? But Lynchburg now it's gotten 30-win regular seasons in 4 of the last 5 and 5 straight 30-win campaigns. It's incredible. It's incredible. A standard that you helped set. I know you don't have an ego, so you're not going to take any credit. But
you know, it's funny. I can't. In my years here, I can't count with one hand how many times we talked about winning. Mm-hmm. It's not about winning.
Interesting.
Like, we never push the envelope into, and this is not only the coaching staff but the players. They never talk about we need to win this weekend. We need to win this weekend. It was about like, let's go play good baseball.
Yeah,
right.
Bring your best every pitch kind of thing. Right?
Yeah,
this ball's hit well to the backside. This one's going to stay in, though. And that'll be the final out of the game and the final out of really a legendary kind of a day for a couple reasons. Lynchburg wins Game 2, 21-10. They took Game 1 in the doubleheader, 30-2. So for Lynchburg, and I'm going to get this math right, 53 runs total in the doubleheader against the second-place team in the conference, against the 50th ranked team in the country according to the NPI ratings. Lynchburg put up 53 runs, 21 hits exactly in both games. They had 6 extra base hits in game 1. It looks like 8 extra base hits in game 2. That's 5 doubles, 2 triples, 1 homer. Lynchburg, there might have been a defensive miscue here or there, but we'll call that B+ or A-. Pitching, again, you surrender 10 runs here in this one, but overall, I can't think of too many doubleheader sweeps where you outscore the other team 53-12. This was a monumental day, Oscar.
That is hard to do, and I think once again that what is exciting is to see what they're gonna do after this, right? Like you go home after a victory, 2 victories like this, you feel good, but that the job isn't over. You still got a really good Macon team that you're gonna play next week, and then you got a Shenandoah team that it's always good baseball games. So what you have to do is understand, hey, good day at the ballpark. Let's get back to work and let's put our mindset into what really matters, which is staying hot and best time of the year going into the playoffs.
It was a weird day in a lot of respects, and again, I'm always careful. I don't want to belittle another team because I know how tough it is. I mean, you and I both played the game. You and I both coached the game. It's really difficult. It's tough when you're on the business end of that. When you're on the other team, it can be tough. And again, a weird day for us and the fans. Here's a great quote for you. I stole this one. Today's weirdness is tomorrow's why. So if you're Bridgewater, you got to use this as motivation, and that needs to be something you say, hey, we can't have that happen again. Let's not have that happen again ever. And it doesn't mean you change what you're doing. Maybe it means you just double down and stick to your principles and say, hey, we got to lock in and do these other things that we have been trying to do. No. If you're Lynchburg, you got to say, let's do that every weekend.
Every weekend, yeah.
Not realistic, but you can try.
Yeah, and I would love to be a fly on the wall with Coach Spots right there, what he's going to tell to his guys, because I believe on hey, man, we all know. We all see the scoreboard. Was it a pretty day? We all know it wasn't. But hey, let's look at the whole result. We're still on top on the conference. We're still one of the better teams. Let's just say it's a fluke. Let's keep going. We got a next week ahead. A lot of baseball game left when it comes to the ODAC, and let's not let this 2 wins slow us down going into the tournament.
I'm trying to get to the odaconline.com to bring up some updated standings. For Lynchburg, this has factored in, the website hasn't factored in this result, but I'll tell you, Lynchburg is 16-3 in the conference. They're 31-5 in the regular season. For Bridgewater, they'll go to 12-6-1 in conference play. Shenandoah is 13-6. Randolph-Macon is 13-6. So Lynchburg, and I don't think that's got the result for Shenandoah and Macon's game too. Lynchburg, again, they couldn't lock up the regular season championship today, I don't think, unless, they still, either way you slice it, they can't, because Lynchburg's got 3 games.
Yeah.
Lynchburg's got 3 games, so, and they're 3 tough games.
Yeah.
Think about that too for Lynchburg. They're playing the number 2 ranked team in the conference right now, team that's number 2 in the standings. Macon and Shenandoah are coming up. They're tied for 3rd. So Lynchburg's getting all the heavy hitters on the back end. But I would say this is an examination they passed with flying colors.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And once again, I think the mindset should be, hey, we're still in the top 4 in the ODAC. Let's finish there. We need to host the first round of playoffs, and I think that's why at the end of the day, you want to talk about this game when it comes to, hey, let's keep getting better, but let's not put too much emphasis in it, right? Let's not put too much emphasis into today so we don't let it carry into the next week.
Roanoke's 10-8-1 in the 4th spot. So I think Lynchburg did today lock up home field advantage in that first round. I don't think Lynchburg could fall down to the 5th seed. I don't think there's any way that happens. So they have not clinched the 1 spot in that ODAC tournament, but that'll be another goal to check later on this week. Hornets are back at it. That game is scheduled for Tuesday at Randolph-Macon, by the way. There is a little bit of wet weather, but baseball fans, you know the drill. Just check lynchburgsports.com and check the social media. They'll let you know if there is a schedule change. It's supposed to be 3:30 first pitch in Ashland on Tuesday. So that'll be the next step for Lynchburg. It's a day we'll remember for a long time. 30-2, Lynchburg wins game 1 by 28. They scored 21 runs in 1 inning, and they sent 21 batters to the bases consecutively. 21 hitters reached consecutively. We think that's a D3 record. We'll find out. Lynchburg didn't slow down much in game 2, 21-10. Hornets win that one. Oscar, this was a blast. And I hope we really appreciate the fans for sticking with us and bearing with us. We had some fun.
It was.
Getting off the script and bantering and talking about this and talking about that. So I enjoyed it. Let's do it again.
I appreciate it.
You know how superstitious
and the boys are superstitious too.
Players and managers. No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Players and managers are very superstitious. You may be committed to coming back, and you don't even realize it. Like they may force you to come back for the next broadcast.
Yeah, it's a lot of runs today. I had nothing to do with it, but it's a lot of runs.
There's no ego on my partner right here. All right, we had a great time. Big thanks to everybody that helped out, and it was a lot. Some of them have already split. Some people like Joe Brennan and Ethan Morotsky called a couple softball games and came back. That's how long we were down here. But we got it done. Lynchburg, doubleheader sweep. They moved to 31-5 on the season. Hornets are atop the ODAC conference and in charge right now at 16-3. Thanks for spending some time with us today, baseball fans. We'll talk to you soon. No more regular season home games on the schedule, but Lynchburg has assured themselves of hosting the first round of the ODAC tournament. That'll be the first weekend of May. But we'll get to that. We'll keep you updated. Follow along at lynchburgsports.com. Check us out on social media. Until then, we'll see you at the ballpark.